feel it? Can you sense it? It's time for more S-Tier Age of Empires 4. Welcome back, one and all, to the Elite Gaming channel. That's right, we've got a new tournament. And joining me to open up the day, it's the one and only Winston from across the seas, which seems appropriate because we're going to get a bunch of C maps here, my friend. Guaranteed this time because we've got a unique format, Master of Realms.
Welcome everyone and all. We have a new fresh EGC TV tournament. The year is here. We're in the summer, the late spring, whatever you want to call it, however it is for y'alls. It is an amazing day to be out here playing some Age. Excited to see some games. We got some qualifiers going through. Today we're going to be determining 4 players to go on to the main event. So we got a lot of games, a lot of hype. We're going to be trying to follow the action, keep you updated as to the progress of all the brackets because there's a lot of games happening, and we're going to be covering some good matches. So welcome everybody. I hope you all have a good time, and let's get to it.
Dude, I'm excited for this. Yes, Master of Realms. A format actually I think is quite inspired by what Mem does in AoE 2. The whole idea of just being, having maps categorized into different categories and then you going through them across a series. So for those that haven't been reading the handbook, because you don't worry about that, okay, someone else has to worry about that. You just come to watch. We've got 5 different map categories. We're going to have open, closed, water, hybrid, and chaos. You already know me, Winston. I only care about the chaos. Honestly, we should literally just have an entire series on chaos because we've got some nutty maps such as Floodplain, Socotra, and Moving Out. Yes, you heard that correctly. The Socotra that everyone's been question marking going, why is this going to be at Red Bull? Well, don't worry. We're doing the testing. And on top of that, really big shout out because Balon has been doing the optimization. And of course, we couldn't make this event happen without you're seeing it on the screen. Surfshark, they are actually going to be our map draft sponsor partner. So thank you. Big shout out to them. And there is the maps fully lined up for you guys. So open, pretty self-explanatory. That's where your Dry Arabia-esque is going to be. Closed for the corner campers from the Call of Duty world where they just sat in a corner until they got a 7-kill streak. People who never really learned to swim, so they just do it in video games instead. We've got a water pool for that. Hybrid ones are pretty familiar. Water Drake, the fresh new inclusion courtesy of Cal, who actually recently redrafted the map to strip a lot of the wood away, so it's a little bit less campy and feels a little bit more hybrid. And then finally, Winston, I noticed your messages behind the scenes when you were like, what the hell is Moving Out? I can assure you it is fun.
Yeah, no, it's a theme. There's been maps in this and most RTS, so I'm really excited to see all of them. Keep in mind for the qualifiers, we actually have a trimmed selection here.
Yes.
So for the Surfshark map draft, we have only 2 of each of these maps, whereas there's this really cool process where each of the different categories had a voting process or some sort of selection process by the community. I think that's really cool. EGC TV trying to work in some of the community members, some donators, some votes. I think there was a Reddit poll, like all sorts of cool stuff to try and get these maps in. So yeah, some of these maps we won't see today, but by the main event, they're all going to be incorporated. So I'm really excited to see this. And yeah, let's dive in, KP. I can't wait to see some of these chaos maps. You got water maps. We're seeing migration again. Oh man, some of these maps are just fun. I'm excited to see Water Drake at some point. These are cool maps, and of course you got the classics and the open maps. Coastal Cliffs has been a new addition recently, and I'm a huge fan of it.
Yeah, Coastal Cliffs is incredible because, and this is honestly why I'm just say it to the devs. You need to hire Aval. I'm sorry, Bidlin, but you need another superhero on the team. Aval is just incredible in the way he approaches maps. Like Coastal Cliffs at first just seems like it's Dry Arabia light, slim fast Dry Arabia, but it's not. It's got some interesting little details that really change the approach you take. So, like one big thing for anyone who's actually watched Coastal Cliffs a bit, and you might have clocked if you're a big TC boomer that likes to build 15 of them, your life's a bit harder because the stone spawns really far away. So all of a sudden, on Dry Arabia, you might be like, I can play China. When you go to Coastal Cliffs, we do see some Chinese, but it's not often because of a TC boom build, because it's just too risky to get out there. So I love the fact that while it is indeed a thinner Dry Arabia, it's got these small details that make it very unique. Big details making things unique, though. Migration, the moment they added that in, what was it? Was it almost a year ago now, I feel like? It might have been. I was in love with the map straight away. It's so much fun. I especially love it in free-for-alls. That is where I think it is best. You all just have a starting island, and then you just pounce upon the mainlands. Haven't had a chance to see it much in 1v1 formats. I think there was maybe one small tournament that utilized it. So I'm excited to see what kind of civs come out as the meta setters there.
Yeah, there's definitely an element of the Civ draft here that I think will will develop over time, I want to say. I think we're going to have to see how the more flexible civs get drafted and how that plays with the whole realm selection process. Like, you don't want to get stuck with a weird civ draft somehow on maps that don't make sense, right? So I think we'll have to see how that plays out, especially in the longer sets. I think later today we're going to see some best of five. So, excited to see how that plays out for sure.
Yeah, I can tell you, by the way, with these map pools, China is going to be like the #1 ban.
Right, exactly. Yeah, you have Roos as well, right? Maybe like having these civs that are super relevant, right, on all these types of maps. And it looks like we got a, ooh, that's pretty. It like
Ooh.
lights up. It's like a beacon.
Okay, so yeah, so map draft underway, sponsored by
Hmm.
Surfshark, of course, and we are going to be kicking off with Holy Island, which is, I mean, it's a beaut. I love to see Holy Island. When we recently started bringing it back into tournaments, I was so happy, ecstatic even, Winston, because to me, that is actually the best water map we have in AoE for.
It's a fun map. It really is. It really is a fun map. I think the way that it encourages naval fights, but also keeps map control completely relevant at every stage of the game, I think it really is great. And open maps Arabia selected, so going for the tried and true here.
Okay,
And
do
I
we get
guess we'll see what
chaos?
the final map is. Ooh, you think
I
we'll get a
need
chaos map?
chaos. I
You
mean, like,
want it.
I think.
He needs it.
I think so. Higher seed should be Myriad, I assume here. So the way this works is the higher seed picks the category, and then the lower seed picks from one of the two maps on offer here, and then you
Mhm.
switch around as you go through. So yeah, I was about to say, I think if this is a Mia Micah selection choice within it, it's gonna go for something a bit tried and true. Because Mia Micah has been grinding a bit, but he's been missing for a while, right? Like he's a
Right.
SC2 player. He's got quite a little bit of fame behind him there in the SEA scene. And I think he started playing again when the Sons Ascend dropped. But before that, he was just like gone. He came back, and you know what he started doing, Winston? He started
What
playing
did he do?
Juji. He done
Ah,
filthy Juji spammer, actually. Like I've seen him stomp a bunch of top players with it. So he is quite threatening. Has some really funky builds as well. I've noticed me and Micah is the type of player that plays very long feudal quite often. Like, you know how no one wants to
mm.
do that with Japan right now? He's one of the people that will do that with Japan.
I think it's underrated, but we'll see. I mean, maybe there's something spicy in there that we'll see today. But yeah, excited to see Miyameka. I haven't seen him play, like you said, in quite a long time. I think is this his first tournament back, basically?
Oh, I think so. There might
I
have been
don't
some
think he
small
qualified last.
tournaments that he was playing in, but I don't think he made it to any big tournaments recently.
Yeah.
So just double checking. Yeah, like I mean, he basically played in Golden League 2 and then just disappeared, right? So he got
Mhm.
like a 46 to 64 finish there, and then
Mhm.
like that was the last time you saw him in an S tier tournament. So
Oh
pretty long
wow.
time he's been missing. I think he did play in the Rising Empires War Chief Club recently, from like 2 months ago. But yeah, not a great performance there either. I think he actually, I can't remember if he didn't even turn up for his second round. So hopefully he'll turn up for every round of this one. I mean, we are talking about a decent sized prize pool this time around, folks. Was it 25k? I believe we're sticking at. It seems like a good number. It's a healthy number. It's enough to get people to nibble for. And for those just tuning in, by the way, if you do see someone you love that doesn't turn up today or they get booted out early, remember this is qualifier 1. Qualifier 2 happens tomorrow. So it's a reset. Like the people that just don't make it through today, they have a second shot at making it to the main event.
Exactly, yeah, and I think that second qualifier is going to be just as exciting, right? Because you're going to have a lot of these matches right here are going to be pretty close, and we're going to have some favorites probably trickle through in these early qualifier rounds. But I think that tomorrow, once a lot of those favorites are through, even the semis, these lower quarterfinal matches, all of them are going to be tight, and we're going to have to see. And yeah, we get some bands coming out already in this draft in a Mongol pick from Miyameka.
Now that is interesting to me. Mongo's not really a high priority for many people anywhere right now. Holy Island.
Maybe it's just for Arabia?
So here's the thing for Holy Island. It used to make sense when English got through because if you remember, like there was a
Mm,
time where the Englishmen arm spam just destroyed everyone, and like
right.
there weren't many civs that had a good solution. I think Mongols was one of them because you went Dark Age Horsemen and you just stabbed down the little plastic sword boys, right?
Right.
But
But he's banned out the English then.
yeah, that's what I'm a little bit puzzled by. It's a little bit
Yeah.
outdated, but I know me and Micah plays a lot of Mongols. Like right now, his entire draft is just comfort pick. He's gone Mongols, Juji. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Japan in there. Actually, Japanese would be great here because then you have Japanese or Juji for Holy Island. So that's a really strong flexi option that plays very different. Other side of the Myriad already yoinked it away. So
Yeah, you like the Japanese.
yeah, so this should be Holy Island should end up being Japanese versus Juji. Right now,
Oh.
Byzantines is better on Dry Arabia. I don't think they like the campiness of Hill and Dale. Me and Micah might be thinking of Mongols for Hill and Dale as like, that classic outpost rush strategy because you don't have as much wood to protect you.
Yeah, I remember being a meta a while ago on Hillendale as like kind of some counters to certain strats that are a bit campier. Like if you're doing like 2 or 3 greedy TC on that map, they just go trade, right? And it booms faster and then they attack, right? So I don't know if that's the plan. I mean, I don't think I've seen that very often recently. I mean, I guess a little bit, but not a
Yeah.
lot.
Well, you don't
Yeah,
really
you've
see
been
much Hill and
banned.
Dale, right? And
Yeah, exactly. Well, it's cool. We get to see it now, right? And that's where these Civ drafts are going to come into play now. Is like some of these Civs that have that flexibility to be played on multiple maps or maybe a way to game the system, try and get in your opponent's head. And we have Delhi. So that makes me think Delhi for Arabia,
I
Mongol for Hillendale, and GG for Holy Island.
yeah,
But
but
could be wrong.
Myriad's
Maybe Miyamika's got something cooking, dude.
he
Maybe he's
needs to
got
have
something up his
something.
sleeve.
All right,
You
dude.
know?
If that's what's coming out cooking, I'm sending it back to the
You
kitchen.
don't like the
Jeez.
French pick here?
No,
Maybe it's a
dude.
throwaway,
Like,
right?
like
Yeah, it doesn't
Iobid's
need
on
it.
the other side of this, right? Like that's the
Yeah,
big
that you
deal.
don't pick that. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
like I mean, this is the thing. You have to remember he's sitting there a long time waiting on that because
Mhm.
the way that he banned through was that he banned away the second phase. Like I'm surprised Iobid's got this deep, by the way. Like Dry Arabia and Hill and Dale, they're feasible, but Dry Arabia is just a no-brainer. But even
Yeah.
before this final pick, I favored Myriad's draft. Like this is the beautiful, succinct thing about what he's done here.
Mhm.
Byzantines, one of the biggest, absolute slaughterers right now that they beat the crap out of at the highest level is China, right? Like if you're talking the best civs in the game, the one that Byzantines can really counter hard is China. So what does Myriad do? He starts the draft with Byzantines, locks in China later. And that's great because that counters the Delhi pick on Hill and Dale. If you remember, a long time ago, people discovered a really good way of just ruining Delhi's game with China. You just Barbican drop the central sacred site, and that stops them rotating. Well, that's even more toxic on Hill and Dale because at least in Dry Arabia, you can go wider and try to raid, right? But like on a map like Hill and Dale, where it's more defensively oriented, it's just a bigger advantage for China compared to your typical Arabia spawns.
Agreed. Agreed. And I think that's a healthy analysis. So you think for Holy Island,
It's usually Japanese, it has to be.
you think Japan? Yeah, that's what I think it has to be as well.
The meta
Yeah,
on Hilal, the optimal way of playing it
Japanese.
is that you want stone generating civs. That's where Japan and
Yeah,
Juji are so good. Because Juji, like Holy Island spawns, you have to be very unlucky to not be able to get 2 stones next to each other for a meditation garden. And then for Japan, they generate stone by gathering gold, right? The reason that's
right.
important is you take what I call it the Seagate Castle approach, which is why you guys need to rename the defensive landmark. Because it's like you set up a dock near the choke point, you crawl forward, and then you get naval arrow slings so no
Emplacements.
one can come
Yeah.
by. Yeah.
Yeah, and those stone trickles really make it a lot cleaner. It's less land that you have to defend, right? Stuff like that. So yeah, it could be interesting. I'm excited to see it. We're gonna jump
Yep.
into Holy Island first, and yeah. Oh man,
Yeah.
dude,
And
we got a
then
new tournament. Dude, I love EGC TV so much. I love how often we get these crazy cool tournaments, and the settings are always different and add some like spice and variety. But it's always just like AoE4 in its prime, and oh man, I'm so grateful that they're here and that we're here and able to cast. You know what I mean, KP? Isn't this just cool?
yeah,
Isn't this just neat? Neat.
I'm just like, I'm like, oh, maybe I should set up some of
Mhm.
my own tournaments. I'm like, nah, I'll just wait for an EGC one and cast it instead.
Right, right. It's like they do it so well.
It's like
Yeah,
all the effort, admining, figuring out a format, then
yeah.
definitely policing the maps. Not to mention the fact that we have to remember that we have admins that go and find seeds that are balanced. Dude, I wouldn't do that. Like you know what tournament I'd be able to do, Winston, if it was all just the chaos map draft and not just like the map choices, but everything about it was pure chaos, right? I don't want that. I don't want to do those extra details. I leave it up to the
Uh,
Elite Gaming channel.
keep it up. Give it to the give props where it's due. Right, they do a great job here, and super excited. Oh man.
Hmm. I just realized this is the Eminem matchup, so
Oh,
there you go. So you just have to
what
rap
is with
the
this
entire
French
thing.
pick? There's something behind this,
Look,
right?
I
Like,
tried
is
to
that
draw
just like
attention
kind
away
of a?
from it.
Do you think that's just like kind of a? Nah, I'm not going to use this pick, so he just picks it for fun, or
Dude,
do you think maybe there's some mind games here?
no,
Like, what
there's
if he does pick them on?
there is no Civ here that it beats.
I mean, when you put it like that. Yeah, but
Like
but
maybe
but
he's got like a Byzantine matchup in mind where he's like, oh, I can
that's
get.
what I was wondering.
Like, is he thinking of doing a Chamber of Commerce build on Hill and Dale? Like that's
That's literally what I was gonna say. Is there like a chamber build where it's like that we're just not aware of, and he's been cooking,
dude.
and we have no idea what's gonna come, and it's just a rare French W. Dude, their win rate is very low right now.
Yeah, yeah.
It is quite low.
You know what I
We have to see
love
what comes
is
from that.
like
Yeah.
every time you and me get on the mic, a conversation begins about Chamber of Commerce.
Don't talk it. Don't do this. Don't bring it up. We have to set a good example. We got Surfshark coming in big with this big sponsorship, so let's keep it clean, KP. Keep it clean.
You know what? We're already doing them justice there. Surfshark, surfing, which means we need a water map, which is why we're opening up with this category. Like, obviously,
Mhm.
this was always the plan between Myriad and me and Mike. I think Myriad is the one that chose the category. But yeah, it's. I don't want to talk about that French pick. It's just
Yeah,
like
yeah,
so
just move
I
on.
can I can quickly run through why it's so bad.
Mhm.
Ibids is an obvious one. You can't stop their fast castle, and then you're building knights against camel lancers, right? So like you've already kind of lost. China, like that's one of the annoying civs for France to dive because the hand cannon slits. You can't even like inch in underneath the TC, right? You just get hit in the face straight away. It hurts. Japan is the biggest shocker. I think some people expect it to be decent for French. It's not. Like, actually, you'd think, oh, yeah, KP, you mean he builds Onimusha and wins, right? No. You literally just build Mounted Samurai. Mounted Samurai beat French. It's it's baffling how not close it is, right? And like the thing that I've noticed is even if you go for a Royal Institute, it doesn't save your game because Cantled Saddles is worthless because the deflective armor, like you get plus 10 damage to have it all removed, right? It's just a brutal matchup. So we'll see if that even comes into the equation. It sounds like we are ready to be beckoned in to our first game of the Master of Realms qualifier. We begin the map draft of Surfshark by surfing off in to Holy Island.
And here we go, Miyameka making a return to competitive, well, not to competitive, but to, the tournament, the official tournaments, trying to make his way into the Master of Realms, and we'll see what kind of strategies he's got cooking up. Myriad, who's been performing quite well over the past couple of years, right? Hasn't quite made that super break into the top 8, but who knows? This could be it, right? Myriad's been grinding a lot. You see them play all the time, so excited to see the strats coming out here as we have Japanese going for the dock.
And
And
Gigi's gonna be doing the same thing, surely. Yeah, he's on the way now.
just a little bit later, but
You can afford to be a little bit later, right? Because
yeah.
the thing you have to remember with Juji is they, even though it got nerfed, they still have quicker producing docks by 10%. So it's an interesting balance, actually. Like, I still think Japan is better in this matchup because while Juji has a slightly inflated economy and also a quicker production speed, you'd be surprised just how much difference saving 30 wood per fishing boat can make for a civ. And that's the beautiful perk Japan gets.
Yeah, the discounted fishing boats really help kind of cement it as a naval civ, even though, kind of outside of that, like you said, there's the trickle of stone to get the naval arrow slits a bit easier. But outside of that, they don't have like too many crazy naval bonuses. It's just this one that really propels them quite nicely.
Yeah, I think these are the two best civs in the game currently for Holy Island. Like,
Right.
HRE might
Yeah.
be able to find a way back in. They always had that kind of spicy, let's spam a few men at arms strategy. English possibly makes a return because I think the Abbey of Kings build did give them a big buff. So I think, like, front runners, these are the two, but maybe England is the obvious one to me that might creep up on them in the coming weeks.
Yeah, in English we saw banned out from both players, so clearly
Yup.
some respect there towards this map, but Miyameka, I think, banned it even later, so it was potentially even an option, but I think Myriad maybe not drafting directly for this map at the start, and instead drafting for the open maps. Not exactly sure, but yeah,
Yeah.
interesting thought processes to kind of consider.
Maybe it's because he opened with Mongols, because we mentioned like on a water map like this, the traditional solution on Holy Island to like
English
English was
was
picking
Mongols.
Mongols. Yeah.
Yeah,
Hmm. Well,
much to
looking
ponder.
well, how about this? How far out do we ponder these Yuji walking here? Because I'm seeing a decent location for a meditation garden if his goal is to get some
Max
stud.
res.
Wait,
That'd
I
be
think
pretty.
he can actually touch all four veins and the berries. Like if he drops the Medigarden on the northeast side of the stone.
Oh, I don't know if it touches both golds, man.
I
That
mean,
is,
even if it doesn't, like if you
it's still
skim the
good.
stone and get more food, it's worth it.
Yeah, I mean that's a nice spot. I could definitely see Miyameka making it over there. Miyameka making it.
That's gonna
That's
get
fun.
fun quickly.
That's fun. Yeah.
So,
It's a lot of sheep.
okay,
That's
hear me out.
relevant.
Hear me out. Hear me
Yeah.
out.
Okay, I'm hearing.
You beat the crap out of your sheep on that spot, so he can't drop his meditation garden.
You just.
Yeah,
I
yeah, yeah.
mean,
Full
it
grief.
is valid. It actually would be valid, right? I mean, people do that with Malians a lot when they see the obvious positions.
Hmm. Could you
Going
imagine
out
just
to
being the sheep in that
Goldo.
situation? Like, wow, we followed you all this way, master. What are we doing next? It's like, you need to die pointlessly in the middle of this field. What? What? You don't want to eat my delicious meat? No. Oh, well, this is something that everyone has to eat every time they're on a water map against Japan. I didn't even mention it because it's just obvious it's coming. It's Shinobi time. So,
Shinobi time. We got the ninjas on the way. It's going to be a little problematic here for Miyamika. He's not going to be up that quickly
no.
with this build.
He needs to build an outpost, actually. If he doesn't build an outpost,
Yeah.
it's a really big mistake here. You can just try to get into Chuganu, but like recently people have noticed a much easier counter to Japan is you just build an outpost.
Mhm.
The best one I've seen is like Golden Heights is a perfect game for this. Like if you get English against Japan, you literally wait for them to complete a tech up and then build an outpost next to your dock, and they can't do anything, right? Because it's just too expensive, right? Like the amount of effort it would take you to successfully burn down an outpost with a villager nearby repairing, you'd need like 5 shinobi and you'd have to dive.
I think he's going over to that spot you mentioned before at the start of the game.
Give it to me. Wait, what? Okay. Oh wait, no, that's the one.
Is
Okay.
that might actually be good. That might do
Dude,
it.
I actually think he's getting.
It does.
Yes.
Oh wow.
I'm
Wow.
on point.
Wow.
And I
You
feel
you
dirty
really
for it.
are. You got this. You knew. You knew. You knew. Incredible. Incredible.
There we go, guys. Time for Juji to get nerfed again, decreasing meditation garden range by another tile.
Another whole tile. No, we'll see. I don't know. The shinobi is gonna be here pretty soon. I mean, obviously the garden's up, but the
He's
question
gone double
is,
docked. I think like because he chose to go double
one
dock
can
instead of
always
outpost.
produce. Yeah, it'll be okay.
I guess that makes sense. Like so my thought of like outpost probably makes more sense when you don't have stone generation for arrow slits,
Oh.
because then it's like a good defense in 2 ways. But that is a terrible way to begin this. Me and Micah now lacking
and
vision on land.
And you want that scout against Japan. You need to know what they're doing because these shinobi can be surprising if they get somewhere unexpected.
Hmm.
Doesn't look like meaningful damage is going to come in though with the
It's double dot,
ships
right?
are
Like
out.
you
Yeah,
can your
yeah.
goal here isn't to stop all production, it's to slow it down so that you don't get overwhelmed.
Yeah.
I'm curious though, like I've been very crafting the idea of just a fast castle-esque build on this map, and where you kind of forfeit water. Because like the theory here is, as this army scales, you won't be able to shinobi in to snipe the docks, right? So your
Yeah.
only play is to go after economy, and that can be predictable. But due to that lack of scouting vision, might offer up opportunities here for Myriad.
I think Miyamika overgathered gold intentionally here. And so now the passive income
Wait, what?
from the meditation should sort of support him. Whoa, he's just going
Wait,
to
what?
dive here.
No. Like, I've got a bigger what. Mia Micah, does he think Rebel Wallow Legacy's coming up? Because he's doing an old school water build. It's infinite archer ships.
Yeah, this is interesting. Just trying to overpower the potential hulks. Because
Yeah.
the hulks
like-
are on the field. The war drunks are there.
Because like in theory, it's a good idea, right? Like if when you map it out, like the damage burst in instances as you scale armies makes sense because like a spring hits one boat, but you can hit like multiples. But the problem was when numbers got retweaked as time went on, it just like didn't make sense mathematically
Whoa.
anymore.
A Vilpic!
Oh, not just one. Wait, he's out of range of the hand cannon slits, and right now, me and Mike are in with a dive. Hasn't noticed it.
Oh no, this is a disaster. Freeville's already going down. We have the beautiful split screen here. And multiple fishing boats will go down on the side of Myriad, but I think he's more than okay with that exchange as the Shinobi does meet its end to that hand cannon slit from the TC, but not after taking heavy losses on the side of Miyameka. 3 vills down, 4 vills down.
The best
He's
part
huge.
is both of them didn't notice it. Because, like, Myriad, he auto walked into the TC range again to kill more villagers. Like, if he legit
He
had
could have kept
noticed,
going.
yeah, he could have got like 8 kills there. Holy crap! Like, you know when you've played a lot of RTS over the years. You know when you have that kind of feeling where a unit you feel like it should get promoted. Like in my
A
head, as you
veterancy system.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
In my head, like I was just imagining the like promotion noise from Red Alert 2 as he was killing that many villagers. Whew.
Now we have
Number one comment.
some
Can
demos
he?
out to counter the Hulks. Oh,
Wait,
sorry,
wait,
what's up?
wait. It's gonna happen again.
He's just gonna go for it.
He just Shinshin in. Like you
Yeah,
just
he can
Shinshin in every
Shinshin.
time. Yeah.
He's gonna blink over.
Mirad? Or we could just walk, I guess.
Or we can walk. Walking works too.
Kill the taxman. Kill the tax. All right, villagers shivs out, but you can Shinshin out now. Like,
Oh. Oh.
or you can Shinshin into a tree. I mean,
You'll never mistake me for this tree. He's like trying to hide in the wood. No, it doesn't quite work like that. Some brave attempts from the shinobi there, but to no avail. I mean, he's unable to compete with his predecessor who just dominated that wood line. Okay, so we got
what?
a lot of demos hiding on the south here. Is he trying to bait? I think he might be trying to go for like a surround, pull back, and then get the demos in the flank here. If Myriad gets caught unawares without enough hero ships, it could be a problem. But another one in queue.
Okay, let me give you
7 demos from Miyameka.
If you could talk to your opponent in game, let me communicate what me and Mike could be saying right now. Haha, I noob, like building one unit at a time. You counter me. And Mira's like, okay, well, that's going to be max spring ships. It's almost like that elaborate bait we've seen in the past. You know, where like you drop an archery range and you build an archer, and then someone's like, I'm going to build 15 horsemen. And then when they finally have 15 horsemen, they run into a spear line. It's a cute idea, but it's so hard to hide this info. You just saw Mirad walk by with a scout. I think he did glimpse the demos, but even if he didn't, right? Like, you don't need to unlimited Springle spam to just beat galleys. You only need a few. And remember what I said about that idea against Fast Castle?
The demos are flanking.
It doesn't
And he showed
matter.
them immediately. He showed them immediately, and they're gonna walk into the.
What?
Oh well, this is a lot of. This is an expensive
okay.
attack.
Okay, I'm gonna have to highlight something here because I'm pretty sure I'm right on this. Miyamika is he's a Zerg player, right? From StarCraft.
You think he's Banelings?
This
Oh!
is not how you use Banelings.
I mean,
he got them, but
at what cost, man? Those are expensive, right? They're not. Demos aren't that cheap. And Q's of 4 more. He liked it. He liked how that went. But Castle Age is on the way now. Floating gate coming in. So, do we see a production building? Can we quickly check Myriad's base again? Do we have a production building? A stable. So it's going to be the mounted samurai spam with that first Yori Shiro.
there we go, guys. Archer ships beat Springald ships. Full confirmation. The problem here is he's got the naval arrow slits. Like I don't mind this idea in theory against a civ that would not have naval arrow slits. You're going to force some idle time, but like my thought now is we just need to check. Has Miri got enough food on land? He should. This map typically have at least 12 sheep to work with, right? And yeah,
a lot.
So that's enough to just get the pump going. Miyamika is now trying to follow in the tech up. I'm just not convinced you immediately have something that's that valuable to strike back with, right? Like even if you go Shaolin Monks, the mounted samurais could just cycle charge you.
Well, I think the problem is he lost his scout, so he doesn't. Miyamika just doesn't see the stable. He doesn't know where this first Lancer is coming. So I don't know what you do. I don't know what you do. I guess he just retreats. He knows.
Yeah.
He's aware.
In fairness, you make it sound like Japan is this deeply diverse civ of choices when they go.
Well, you gotta know. You know how it helps to like see it and you can track it. You know what I mean? Like it makes
because
such
against
a big
this civ,
difference.
like if you build a bunch of spears, they just go own a Bagisha instead and you die, right? It's just like it's a sucky situation, and this is a grim situation. Miyamika, you just have to rush it here. Like you just have to accept you're gonna lose 4 or 5 villages. You're winning water, right? So like that can compensate you. He does at least complete the tech up, and we should be getting immediately into crossbows here.
Yeah, crossbows is going to be the play. The officials have to stay alive so that they can supervise, but they're dropping off taxes. They're going to get Oh, man. He's just going for the dive here, full commit.
Wait, he's actually fighting the mounted samurais. Miyamika is something else. This is what I was talking about at the start of the day. Like, when you get StarCraft 2 players come back, they always bring something wild with them. And Miyamika, I mean, he's a hound of aggression. I've seen it time and time again.
He will hold here, but how many vills have we lost? I mean, he wins water, but loses almost all of his land economy.
I mean, this is not worth it. It's
yeah, this is just...
Because, like, here's the problem. Congrats, you can afford food. So you can build Shaolin Monks, but, like, against mounted samurais, right? Like, you need gold, you need wood. And right now, despite the fact he's 1 water, he's down by almost 20 eco.
18 vills died, and now the relics are coming in as well for Myriad. He has plenty of food. The wood line is going to keep getting harassed. There's no way to make this safe until the crossbow mass is big enough to just defend. And
Oh wow.
oh man, this
Here's a
is just
thought
so
for you.
painful.
Like here's a thought for you. It's really scary. He can actually now lose water because like he has to camp underneath TC, which means he can't gather wood, right? So like theoretically, if Mirad wanted, he could try to reclaim. I don't think he's going to go for that, by the way. Like his focus should be land for relics because his opponent went Shallow Monastery. So he's just going to turn this into a land battle now.
Shallow Monastery without a single Shallow Monk yet. He's got 5
They're
crossbows
so
in queue.
expensive. I don't get it, right? Like, and Shallow Monks, like, do they fast? I think they do, right? Like, there's that element. Why do they need so much food?
Oh, I thought you said, are they fast? What you mean, do they fast?
No,
I
fasting.
see what you mean.
Yeah,
I
like,
see. Yeah,
right, yeah.
Took me a second. It's like, what? They're like kind of they're not that quick, right? Yeah, okay.
For old men with walking sticks, they're pretty quick.
Yeah, they're pretty fast. They're speedy. So the crossbow mass is there. So this raid will have to kind of find a different approach from Myriad, right?
Yeah, but like same thing as before, right?
Bugishas are
He doesn't have
interesting.
vision. Bugishas is perfect, right? You're against crossbows. Like the Shallow Monks are scary, but he has to get them together. And so far, like because you showed Mount Samurai, he shouldn't be spamming Shallow Monks. He should only be building like 1 or 2 to gather relics.
Mm-hmm. Interestingly enough, Miyameka has really taken advantage of all the water. He still has like a pretty big eco. And the eco from Myriad on the sea is still idle. So that is kind of keeping him a bit in the game. I don't know. I struggle to see it. 19 bills down. Oh my gosh, it's so tilting as a player, you know?
The problem as well is like that delay means he's probably going to get no relics for the Shaolin play. Look at where the remaining ones are, right? The only relic he should be able to get is the one on the island.
Yeah, Myriad's done a good job kind of taking map control. Like, he's had units kind of spread out. He's taking a lot of use of the natural food. So even though he lost water, his economy isn't super stagnant. Like, he's not doing a big farm transition at this stage, so...
Yeah, and it's like these type of dives, right? Like, just to get one fishing boat, it's just... You're probably going to end up losing a boat on the X. I think he might just about get out of range before the final shot comes in. But, like, those are the type of trades you can get right now. It just doesn't feel good.
Here comes the
this
dive.
Is going to feel worse.
This is going to be bad.
It's the pinch chase, distracting him as well. So Miyamika is looking at the right side of his base, finally realized what's coming on the left. Choke points might be able to save him here, considering he has got the crossbow mass, but the problem is once you have to stand ground against these Onabagisha, it doesn't feel great. Beautiful body blocks there, though. Miyamika able to hold the choke point with the Lancers.
Yeah, the Lancers are going to get shredded with some time, though. The Vills feeling confident, though, that they can get back to work. They're just going to walk back to their workplace. And the Lancers actually held here against all those... Wow, that was...
Not just held without any melee defense upgrades, right? Because I think Myriad, he only got the Tech 1 and the Bannerman. He's now getting Tech 2. I think that may have been a bit of a blunder there. Myriad should have waited for this additional level, because I think he would have broken through there. It's kind of crazy. Like, sometimes you move too fast for your tech upgrades to keep up with, especially when you're talking about, like, a one forge fast castle build.
Yeah, honestly, the hold there is impressive, and it might be enough. If he can get out onto the map here and pressure the left side of this wood line, like if he could just go straight left here, he's going to run into a lot of the food eco for Myriad. And keep in mind, Myriad back on the sea a little bit with some fishing boats.
Oh, no.
Oh!
He realized, he's like, wait, why am I trying to kill the chunky guy running away from the thing he's defending? Shalamont goes in and gets ignored as well. The Bannerman are also there. I mean, this is going to be an expensive fight for Miyamaka. And that's going to be enough to convince him there's no way back. GG called. And Myriad may have lost water, but he wins Holy Island.
Yeah, I mean, first the Shinobi getting 4 Vills, and then just that Lancer Flood, the Mounted Samurai, excuse me, getting just so much. Look at the fill count. Oh, that's so painful if you're Miyamaka, because you know, like, if you have this advantage, and if you're able to, like, get those crossbowmen out just a little bit faster. Like, if he had maybe 20 seconds time to get crossbowmen out, he could have been completely okay this game, right?
Yeah.
Like, we're talking of a margin that slim here between one player owning water and holding on the land versus one player just getting absolutely obliterated. Wow.
I just love though the small dip is like, this is what a small sword does, right? And then this is what a samurai sword does, right? Because that's what happened here. You just had the strike of Shinobi into a strike of horseback samurai. Very powerful 1-2 maneuver by Myriad. I mean, this is a really vital lesson for people. Sometimes giving away water can be worth it. I think this is also another thing that can make Japan really threatening on Holy Island. Is not only can they play a prolonged water with those naval arrow slits, but if they are missing from a fight for a second, you should be fearing Castle because this is like one of the most classic ways to play Japanese. In fact, if I had to label
Yeah.
civs that do fast castle the most, I think Japan might now be number one for this patch.
Even over HRE, yeah,
Yeah,
right?
because H3 plays
Makes
feudal,
sense.
right? Like they're
Yeah,
like,
HRE
oh,
has options now, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
Whereas Japan is still classically, I mean, I do have options, but they all just fundamentally feel worse than fast castle.
Yeah, that first Yuri Shiro makes such a big difference on that early production and the potency of the mounted samurai for raiding. They can
Okay.
ignoring the first shot is just so huge, right? So it's a lot of value. And
So
let's see.
we have our answer. He's gone for Mongols on Dry Arabia. This is a comfort pick more than anything else for me and Micah.
Yeah, he
The
just wants to put pressure, right?
Yeah, well, he plays a lot of Mongols historically, right? But like the
Mm,
interesting thing is, if Myriad suspected this, he could have just went for Ibids because Ibids like is one of the hardest matchups for Mongols in the game. You just can't
right.
do anything if you're good about it, right? Like your only hope is that
Mhm.
you get a long distance trade post option. But even then, like imagine that you're building trade cross map against camel lancers. It doesn't feel good. So here at least, I'm wondering if me and Mike is going to go for the Dark Age spear spam rush thing. It it was a cute idea originally, and it kind of fell off because Mongols are just a dead civ. But the reason it's good is because you have to remember that while the Byzantine spears are better, they cost more. And the way they're better, like one of the big edges of it, doesn't really matter because you're not up against range units, right? You still have better base health, but it's not like when you pay more for Donzos, you're like, great, this unit has more effective HP and also has a ranged attack. It's just it's a defensive thing that doesn't matter until age two. So I'm wondering if this is like one of those all-in Dark Age builds for the Mongols.
I think it really depends on where this gold mine spawns, right? For
Yeah.
Myriad. I think if gold is in the back, I, I struggle to see. I think that's one of my biggest issues when playing Mongols and seeing how other players play them as well. When you do that kind of like the two vil forward, like the classic, right? You
Yeah.
build the outpost, you have the spearman, you're trying to just put on pressure and deny resources. If the gold is in the back and somehow defendable, a pro level player can always figure it out, right? And I think that's where the risk of the Mongols here is a good map for the opponent, meaning your options start to feel very limited very quickly.
Yeah.
We'll see. Maybe Miyameka has something cooking. Maybe there's some alternate strategy here. But I mean, we've seen this build so often, and we've seen it both work and succeed. And I think it's really just going to come down to those minute details in execution, and also if one of our players has a god tier map, right? I think
Yeah.
generally that can be very decisive here.
So a few things that made this Mongol opening fall off against Byzantines. One was people discovered olive groves are broken, right?
Mhm.
So if they build olive groves early on, they have more food and they don't run out. Because the theory is that if Mongols engage in a Dark Age spear spam, Byzantines will run out of food quicker. Makes sense if
Mhm.
you think about it, right? Like you're supplementing your own production with stone, and then the Limitane costs more food.
Yeah,
The problem that people realize quite quickly is actually the solution is don't panic, go feudal age. Because Limitane are really good at clearing outposts because of shield wall, right? Because we have to
exactly.
remember it's a percentage damage reduction and then it's your ranged armor. So if you just get into your undermesh, you take like no damage. In fact, like I've literally had players message me before asking, is it bugged? Because the Limitane are taking mathematically so little damage, it almost seems that they're like 80% damage reduction.
It is, yeah, it's crazy how that stacks with the armor and the calculation, indeed. And we'll have to see. Yeah, I think there's just a lot of ways for Byzantines to kind of out macro Mongols, it seems. But I mean, Mongols have always been kind of tricky and potent with this because of their follow up. So we'll see if maybe there is meaningful follow up on the side of Miyameka if we see that Silver Tree, of course, right? If the trade posts are good for Silver Tree, another thing on Arabia can sometimes spawn in the middle, and the Silver Tree doesn't quite just work well. That can be another big factor. Which is why generally when I think about this matchup, or not this matchup, just Mongols on Arabia, I think a bit of the inconsistency as one of their weaknesses, right? They don't have a lot of like fallbacks to the strat. So I think we'll have to see how Neomika plays it. Because
Uh, Here's
yeah,
another
clearly
thought for you though. If
okay.
your plans to go trade, remember that Horseman Exploratores, you get bonus damage
Right.
against workers, which
Yeah.
includes trade, right? So like,
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
know if you. This is a weird thing. Like, you could go Hippodrome, but I actually don't think you need Hippodrome. I think it's
I
just
don't think
better
you
to
Hippodrome.
go like Javs and then open stables, right? And that has been a rising build in popularity. In fact, Recon, one of the players we'll be playing today in the qualifiers, was the one that brought this into the meta. The whole idea that you would go, he usually goes Lombos Horseman, but I think it's better if you're going out your base to go Horseman Javs. There's even, I believe now, a Beastie Cutie build order on this, which, in fair due to him, he actually even attributed the build to Recon. Like, Recon was the first one to think of it.
Mhm. Yeah, and I like going Javs here as well. I think it gives you poke against if you can get one set out quickly, which it depends on where the tower rush is, because if you do go for your berries become another target for the Mongol tower rush. So it is potentially an issue. But if you are able to get your berries, maybe you get that first Jav pack out, and it's really good against the Vils. It can poke down the con. It can slowly take care of spearman masses. So with the defense of the TC, so it's really good defensively. And then you obviously have the camels as the follow up, right? And the camels being so good against a lot of what Mongols want to do in the castle age. So we'll see what the game plan is here. Game coming up soon. Oh
Yeah.
man.
I think if me and Micah goes for a Rax opener, that'll guarantee it'll be Western contract, because then you have a unit that you counter already, right? But just a slight
Longbow,
delay on getting
right?
this one started, guys. Like 1 minute to go. You know how it is. Start qualifies. Everyone is just muddled around getting their games actually off the ground. Remember, we've got plenty of series going to be casting today. The goal here is to be at least 4 series in before we call it, possibly 5. If you don't see your favorite person, I'm sure someone in the week will be covering them and kind of recapping the games. But
Yep.
for now, focus on the Mirror Micah. Even if he gets through this second map, we're talking Hillendale, where it is likely to be Delhi versus Chinese. Even Ibids versus Delhi is actually a really good matchup for Ibids. All you have to do is play that short feudal game where you build a few units to be present and get your golden age up, and then you rush tech. But China should be the no-brainer there. I mean, I still am baffled that China ever got buffed. But it's one of those classic things, right? Like, I think Ottomans were getting nerfed at the same time when the Imperial official change got made. And then it revealed just how good China was as soon as Ottomans were removed. But guys, it's time. Game number 2. Myriad already on match point. Mia Micah, he tried to play the first game aggressive. But what better way to try and follow that up than picking one of the most aggressive civs in AoE 4, because they literally have no other option. It's Mongol time.
It's Mongol time. And the first thing I want to see is Myriad's base, and oh boy, it's pretty safe. All right. Well,
All right,
yeah, we'll see how this
so
goes, right? So the gold is in
yeah.
the back, which means that the Mongol tower is going to have to kind of start maybe on the berries in the south here and creep around the backside, but it can feel so risky. Your reinforcements are easier to get cut off, stuff like that. I feel like it just opens up options for Myriad in terms of how they deal with it. But we'll see. I mean, Miyamake is a very clever player, right? So I'm sure there's ways
Honestly,
around this.
just build a pasture.
Do you think so?
Yeah, I don't think you can do anything with this. It's like the berries and the gold are close by, but like you're wrapping around a tree line on the backside anyway, and you have to remember, like, this was a hard build to still make work for Mongols before they nerfed the stone gathering rate. Now you just have less guys, but all right, Miyamika's gonna do Miyamika things. I mean, we saw this guy last game. He loves A-click. A-click very fun, so we're returning to that. Myriad should scout this out, and I wouldn't be surprised if he has an early Rax coming down to contest it. It might be that he just rushes the gold to get H2 and doesn't care. All right, yeah.
Yeah, I think part of the commitment to the barracks as well is that this is a strat that you have to commit to, kind of like in the draft, effectively, right? Like you don't really have the time to scout and adapt. You need the spearmen going before you're across the map with the con, right?
Yeah.
So it's really hard to say, oh, just build a pasture here. Like maybe with our information, you could argue that's maybe better. It's not even guaranteed to be, right? And
I
so I
think
think
that
you just
in
have to go
general,
for it,
though,
right?
right? Like, I feel like in general, the pasture build feels a lot better right now.
Yeah.
Um, it's tough, right? Because like right now, Byzantines and feudal age is absurd. Their timings, their inflation into a military force, and then their castle age transitions are really oppressive. And trade is very quick to ramp up, but even trade, I think, has its limitations against this civ. But yeah, Grand Winery in the way, and the Spearmen are at least coming. So the good news is because it's a Grand Winery, you can at least get value out of an outpost to block on the berries, but it's not really going to stop the Byzantines from contesting you, right? Like, at the end of the day, you are still talking about a Civ that already has a 10% eco buff that will be going up to 14% quite quickly.
And Miyamaka might get a bit unlucky here. He hasn't scouted the base. He might accidentally walk directly into the town center, which could be devastating. He will spot it just in time to take a lot of damage. Ooh, that's not a great start, but we'll see. Low HP isn't the end of the world, especially if they're just trying to harass some vills. But going around the long way, gonna see the stone on the north. The Khan gonna duck in, send out the crow. Or the falcon, sorry. I get my birds mixed up. The scouting crow, you know, famous. So he's onto the gold now with the Khan. And another spearman just walks into the town center, trying to navigate to the back of this base. Just one little mistake there, and this could be really, really expensive. There is no defense just at the winery. Not quite there. And another... Oh, man.
Okay, I think we need to go source ourselves an eyeglassware sponsorship because Miyamaka clearly needs to see an optician right now, or at least those Mongol spearmen do. Like, it feels like in a weird way he chose the most obtuse way to do this. When you consider, can we check his vision? I think he has scouted left side, right? No. Surely, like, you have to know, right? At this point, you're like, okay, if I just go around the left side, that's where the berries are.
Yeah, I mean, in the Grand Winery, it took its time to come up, and the berries are going to be slightly... that first berry is basically protected. I think if you go for a charge, you're going to get shot at least once in retaliation, right?
Yeah, well, the good news is, like, the food workers are on the berries, not on the sheep, right? So you don't die straight away, so you can kind of be annoying. What Myriad needs now, really quickly, is to get his level 2 system, because it's not even about the gathering rate, he just needs the buff. So that when those spearmen come in, you Akratoy defense.
Wow, he didn't go... So usually you can kind of duck in onto the repairs against the mining camp and just delay the death there. And just bait the spearmen into the TC. Myriad choosing not to do that at all does mean that the burn goes down, which is, you know, beneficial. And honestly, I'm kind of surprised Miyamaka didn't bring a Vil forward. Like, I think an outpost here could deny the berries and the gold. And you have the position. It kind of worked out as good as you could ask for with the setup. There's no outpost yet from Myriad.
Yeah,
just cisterns.
It's kind of interesting as well. Like he goes straight Limitane, so he's anticipating that he's going to be up against Keshiks here, and I love this from Miyamaka. Yeah, so this is even better. So like Myriad, he's built as if he's playing against the Silver Tree build. Yeah. So I feel like you go Spearman here expecting Keshiks, and Keshiks is only really sustainable against this Civ in this matchup if it has trade behind it. So like Silver Tree, Miyamaka just needs to be full infantry. If he gets one outpost on the forward, he has a very big advantage here when pressuring the base.
Yeah, and the Deerstones here are going to make that wood line quite a lot more efficient. You can see the Vil sprinting back to the forest, and the Lamatani going to try and run down the Khan, but so many spearmen. Yeah, the Deerstones is an interesting choice here. Just not even going to opt to try and trade in this situation, even though you have a bit of map control. The prediction here, of course, being that he's not expecting to hold map control for very long. Though he did deny the berries for a while. Like, we're pretty far from that first. I'm guessing it was longbow.
Yeah, I by the way, I do just think that Silver Tree is overrated.
At times, it can be, yeah, for sure.
It's such an overdone landmark, like even more so now. Yeah, the Mongols like early spearman ramp timing got nerfed, but this is still now a Civ more so than ever that has to play very aggressive. Silver Tree just plays you into that early timing, and if you think about the fact that we're in a meta that's very feudal focused, like your goal should be to try and close the game quickly. That is what you get out of the Deerstone that Silver Tree can't really provide.
Yeah, I mean, Silver Tree requiring that investment, right? It just like kind of, it's a sink on your economy, not a boost right away, right? And it does pay off over time. The first archers are going to come show their hand, maybe a bit early. The archers from Myriad are going to be there to defend, so we'll see how this archer micro pans out. The first olive grove on the field, well, two actually already, so... The berry's been effectively denied, though, and the gold just now going back to the gold. I don't hate this for Miyamaka. I think this is about as good as you can ask for without building towers, right?
Yeah, so the goal now for Myriad is he's rushing on the gold to try and get his hands on Undermesh. Like, Undermesh should be the priority here. You're behind on Archer count, and if you get Undermesh, those Limitane are stupidly tanky, right? But the big question mark for me right now is, like, what's the contract choice going to be? I feel like you benefit more now with this combat going Javelins. the the cool idea is kind of wild. I don't think he'll do it. Is like if you went Keshix and then ironically raided the enemy eco. But my issue with that is like I don't think his army's big enough to defend.
I mean, one of the reasons though, and the reason I don't like that is because Mongols are tricky to raid when they're doing a food wood comp, right? Like their town center has everything, right?
Yeah.
So I don't think you want to go try and raid Mongols. That's why they're able to get away with aggression like this, is that the counterattack options are really limited for the opponent. Like, even if he sent archers forward, what would they do, right? Like, his wood line has the TC.
Wait,
so
it's even worse than that, right? Because the distance. Because, like, you literally, you just can't get on top
you
of them.
lose your units, yeah. If you get outnumbered, then you'd lose, right? So it's definitely
speaking
interesting.
of being outnumbered, this is an ambitious fight to be into. Myriad, that's a critical blunder. I don't think he thought Miyamiko was this much in, but all of a sudden now over a 3x advantage in military for Miyamiko and a big enough force that he could start harassing that eco line.
Yeah, the archer mass was there, and Myriad took a fight where his units were like kind of awkwardly on the other side of the wood line. So the archers kind of were forced into that exchange, and they lost out hard. We do have the mercenary camp up, so there could be that first option. I wouldn't be surprised by longbow or...
It's longbow. He went for Western contracts.
You already clicked it? Okay.
Yeah. So he's just waiting to pull the trigger now.
Yeah.
The cool thing, at least here, is remember he's been getting stone generation off all these buildings, so that's pretty cool for Arislit's defense. And Miyamiko is kind of fallen behind on spearman count now, is mostly archers. So I think at this stage, Miyamiko needs to drop the blacksmiths, and if he's planning to go in very aggressively, just prep a ram ASAP, or just get your hands on Steel Darren Undermesh for the dives.
Yeah, but the thing is, I think Myriad, he could. So this is the case with initiative where, if Miyamiko places cards right, he could sneak out of castle pretty soon, and I think he might be doing that. He's not producing units. He's seeing the overreaction potentially, right? When you see that outpost and the Arislits, you're kind of like, okay, my opponent has invested a lot of resources here. He's just adding in pastures. He's on gold. I don't know how much I love the no production into castle here.
Yeah,
but
so my issue is like you're doing this against a civ that you know has a very powerful economy and also an insanely powerful castle timing, right? So it's like if your plan is to rush this age up and start spamming men at arms, remember that Mira can try and do the same thing. But the difference is that when he does that, he's going to have a backline that's been scaling because of the olive oil detail, right? So like, you know, when you're talking about men at arms fight for the Mongols, you'll be running that into vet, lombos, and Drangin.
yeah, and so it's going to be a castle attempt for Miyamiko, and I don't see Miyamiko. I have no idea.
Miyamiko. I think it's Miyamiko. I don't know. We've been
that
going
makes
back
more
and forth.
sense to me, but I don't know. I'm making it up. Making it up.
Maybe
hey,
is it Miyamiko A? Because he's got the capital A. Nah, he's one of those cool kids. You know the ones that done like the XX username.
Yeah,
XX?
yeah. I get you. I
XX
get you.
360 hex scope bang your mom XX. Those ones, yeah.
So I think Myriad caught on to the plan. Moving on from that, I think he identified the plan here, and this could be a problem. His Miyamiko's army is completely out of position.
Yeah, and do you want to know why he knew for sure that there was no more troops coming? Myriad went for border settlements. No, he got border settlements. So like his vision, he saw nothing else coming in. He's like, okay, time to go. And this is also cool because now when this counter raid comes in, like all of a sudden the border settlements is going to inform him well ahead of time. But step redoubt is a choice. Miyamiko is going to try for a transition to Keshix, I think.
Yeah, he has 300 stone as well, so there's potential for production right away, but no building. So there's no what's going up in the back? Is that a...
Was that stables?
I think that was a blacksmith.
Oh, that's... Okay. Wait, what?
For what?
It's not often you see... Like, it must be Undermesh. It has to be Men at Arms then, right? Like, that's the only thing that makes sense here. Because he's got the racks down already. He hasn't built into his stables. Yeah, Men at Arms queued up.
There's only a few spearmen in this army. Only 4 spearmen forward, so the burn potential here is quite low. So yeah, once the man-at-arms are out, things could get dicey here. He's just going to sit here and kill the sheep. That is a PETA violation, if you ask me, and horrific detail. This is a war crime, unlike any other, and must be prevented, but this is a lot of idle eco. Oh, man.
I think the other thing to keep in mind is, like, if he just camps on that rack, you just kill men-at-arms when they come out, right? Like... Yes, you've got cast stage units, firm handshakes.
How many split? He split his army, though.
Yeah. So he's going to camp. Okay, that's cool. He's camping the goal, because, like, congrats, you built a step redoubt. It would be shameful if someone turned that into, like, a glorified wood drop-off point, right?
Yeah, and the Iron Undermesh is in, so these guys have to run.
Yeah, but tech up's coming, right? Like, it's really smart
Yeah.
by Myriad.
He's diving the wood line with the archers, though.
Oh, boy.
Oh.
Wait, what? Myriad, he's distracted by the men-at-arms.
And the Khan is tanking quite a lot here because it's a Castle Age Khan, so the Aerosmith's not dealing too much damage. Several vills go down. Insane play here, but the gold mine gets spotted, but the men-at-arms are there. There's only a couple archers, maybe a couple vills go down here, but honestly, not too painful. I mean, this long walk with the gold is painful.
Yeah,
but
you're telling me it's not painful. Like, you remember he's got Deer Stone, but typical greedy mother duckers. Like, the Mongols never get wheelbarrow.
Oh my gosh. Why did they never get wheelbarrow? So all the landmarks are moving around that, yeah, and the separate out's going to be functioning again.
So here's a cool thing as well. Like, Myriad could have got across to try and reinforce that with the Lombos, but what he done is he went wide on the right side because you want to keep these, right? Because you're up to 10, if you're up to like 15, it's very justifiable to just go for the veterancy ASAP. Because the veterancy is going to be good here. Considering the delays, Miyameka has been a little bit slow to get into his ranged armor upgrade, but it looks like finally, especially with the help of the step readout, he's going to be moving into it. Myriad, he's getting ready for those Vikings. I mean, this is the thing that usually makes Byzantine so disgusting, right? Is how quickly they can scale into a premium army due to Conscriptio.
Yeah. The Cistern benefits are really, really nice productions, right? Production speed, right? And we'll see the Varangians are on the field, so we're going to have a little man-at-arm against man-at-arm battle, and I think we know who wins that fight, generally speaking, right?
Especially
it's
when
Varangian Guardian.
It's the production speed, right? Like, yeah, great.
Well, you
Miyameka
get
has
double
a
production still, right?
Yeah, but stone generation is kind of like poop on a stick, right? Like, at this stage, if I could have system buff or stone generation, give me system buff.
He's going for the dive again. The men-at-arm's just going to go straight under the TC, idling out everything.
Wait, villagers? What? Wait, what?
Whoa, they're trying to get into the outpost.
No. It's like everyone just got told there's gold coins in that outpost over there. Oh,
but there's crossbow out. The men-at-arms are going down quickly. Miyameka may have overextended a bit here.
It's only one crossbow.
Yeah, but still the men-at-arms are going down.
Yeah, but it's the Lombos, right? The Lombos are the bigger deal there because they're vetted up, so they actually hurt a lot. Even when you've got the ranged armor upgrades. I mean, actually saying that, you may want to look at Miyameka's tech. There's a reason this failed. He had previously queued up ranged armor too, and he cancelled it.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the end of the world. That dive was still effective, and now he gets wheelbarrow. Right, he's like, I do not want that to happen again. And here's the Keshik switch coming in. Keshik against
Wait, that's Horseman.
Varangian.
That's a Horseman switch. What?
Yeah.
I mean, it kind of makes sense, right? Because you saw crossbows, you see Lombos, but like, you're against Varangian as well. And
well, it opens up options. Maybe you go just dive and like burn olive groves or something. I don't know. Like, there might be some options for raiding here, but the Varangians are going to be a problem that you have to answer to. You have your own crossbows, but Miyameka's only made 4 so far.
Yeah, but so here's like the weirder part as well. Like, you went step readout to spend more food. What was that? Yeah, it's,
what was that pop-up? I don't think stream saw it, so I think
summoning a demon? Nah, we're fine. But yeah, so it's a little bit puzzling to me. Another awkward thing is he still has those pastures on the Uvi, right? And now there's an enemy army sitting there that, like, previously showed that they really hate wildlife. Huh. At what point does this become littering?
Oh, man. So the pastures are going to have to retreat, which is a bit problematic. There's not too many sheep. The archer raid on the south.
So the bigger problem here now is, like, even if you pack up the buildings, the amount of Lombos here will just kill the pastures, right? It's a lose-lose situation.
Oh,
Village in the meantime. A little bit of a mess there. Notice that there's a lot of men-at-arms chasing after 2 archers while this walks underneath your TC.
Yeah, this is a really rough situation here for Miyameka. He needs these men-at-arms in the front of the battle. They're going to be coming to reinforce, but it's going to feel a little bit late. The crossbows for both players are going to be the important unit here, the most important. As the Varangian fight going to get decided.
I don't get the horseman. I just still don't get the horseman detail.
I don't understand. Yeah, it didn't make a lot of sense.
I'm sitting here, I'm racking my brain. Like, this guy cancelled ranged armor 2 and then went horseman anyway to counter Lombos. And the Lombos are just killing him.
I mean, they are tanking some shots here. They're doing some loop-de-loop maneuvers.
Yeah, but here comes new Varangian. And now he's just going to walk behind them and let them soak.
Wow. The DPS from these longbows is so high in this situation. Without the second armor upgrade,
I want
getting
people
melee
to
attack.
remember. I want people to remember how far behind the Byzantines were in this game. Now, I don't want to say buff Mongol. I mean, he did admittedly build Horsemen, but maybe Mongol players are happy. This type of loss will probably get a Civ buffed. Because this looks pretty much done. Myriad is now returning relics behind this. The only upside right now for Miyamaka is he hasn't been idled on the gold yet. But like, if you think about it, he's reliant on 2 different locations. North side gold, south side food.
You know, someone separate out into the most food-heavy comp you can do. Right?
Yeah, but like you can build
Horseman.
5 pastures, right? Like it's great when you've got 5 pastures, Winston, because you have all this. Oh wait, the food isn't making it to the TC.
Oh, the Bills are killing it there.
They're like, we're hungry. We need food.
Well, under the stables, the longbows are going to be kind of easy pickings for the horsemen.
The problem is, if you look, the quantity of Myriad's army that are Varangian is increasing, right? And it's like. If Miyamaka was still scaling crossbows, pretty nutty game. But like horsemen are so expensive.
Yeah, it's such a food sink at this stage of the game. It's really hard to justify early castle, in my opinion.
Yeah,
and the range being idled out is also rough here because he can't add crossbows of his own. He could maybe try and sneak that away during one of these fights. I'm not sure.
This is like the sad reality of picking Mongols, where you're like, okay, I'm taking a bad fight, but I can always like reset and come back late. No, your buildings are out on the map. Defend them. That's the thing that really hurts. I mean, I have to say, I think Miyamaka might just benefit from packing up these pastures when he had a chance and just pulling them to the TC because he's just not getting value.
Yeah, I mean, the range not being able to function as well. Like, he needs that group. He needs... Well, I guess they were getting sniped by the crossbows, so maybe... the longbows, so maybe he was just thinking it's not worth it at all.
I think he went horse. Like the reason why he didn't go crossbows, is because of longbows, right? But like horseman as a solution just feels grim here, especially when you go for the step readout. Like I would have said a better option here might have been to men at arms spam and then build mangoes, right? Because like perfect against longbows, they're slow archer, and even the Varangian, they're a chunkier men at arms when it comes to armor, but less when it comes to pure health, which means that mangoes counter these units better than they counter normal men at arms. So yeah.
Yeah,
but I think at this point, I think he's going through the motions, right? Like he's sitting on 1,600 gold. Maybe he's gonna like type to Myriad, "Yo, bro, if I give you 1,600 gold, will you leave me alone for 5 minutes?"
That's ahistorical. That's not what the Mongols did. They did it the other way around. They said, "Give me gold." We're in an
alternate universe, okay? A universe where people try to rush horsemen in Castle Age.
Yeah, and the landmarks crumble as Miyamaka goes to the resigned. That's a 2-0. Or Myriad. Myriad looking pretty sharp here. A lot of value out of those raids, though, in these games. The Shinobi comes to mind. Man.
I mean, it's kind of what I expected here from the draft, right? Like, I think... I would say Myriad is the better player. But on top of that, the thing that really just didn't help is the draft made no sense for Miyamaka. So someone that was really cool, when you look back at the way that Myriad drafted, he essentially picked to defend a later pick. So he picked Byzantines first to protect the Chinese pick later. And then he picked the Japanese to protect the Ibid pick. Because I actually think Japan's a decent answer to Ibids. Because you basically castle rush, they go camel lances, you go Inamusha, right? So like if you look on the other side of it, Miyamaka's draft reeked of what we saw 2 years ago when he was actually quite active. It was kind of comfort picks more than anything else, the things that you're good at, right? It kind of reeked of that idea of like, I have 1,000 hours in this Civ, I will pick this. So
yeah,
it's kind of different approach there. It just shows you that Myriad, I'd say, is a more well-rounded player. That means he makes it through to the next round. But you know what? We're now going to figure out where we're going. The reason we're going to do that, you guys know how it is. The first round can be messy. A lot of people might not even turn up, so we need to just check on the brackets to see what's what. But while we're gone, it's a perfect time to have a message from our sponsor. And I think we've got a familiar face to deliver that.
Hi, I'm Pesty, founder of EGC, and let's just cut to the chase. When you purchase Surfshark VPN through our link during Master of Realms, you can pay as little as $2.09 a month and get 4 months free on top of that. And yes, I do know it sounds too good to be true, but it actually gets better. When you buy even the most basic version of Surfshark VPN at this quite frankly ridiculous price, you'll get their ad blocker thrown in for free, and you'll be able to use Surfshark on unlimited devices in your household. That's right, you can use your one single subscription on your computer, your phone, your Xbox, your TV, and on every device of every member of your household. And no matter how many devices you use your Surfshark VPN on, it will have absolutely no impact on your connection speed. And as far as I'm aware, Surfshark is the only major VPN provider to allow the use of one subscription on unlimited devices. Of course, there are also a bunch of other great reasons to use Surfshark as your VPN. Here are just a few. Surfshark have over 100 countries available on their VPN, so whatever location you're looking to connect on, you'll almost certainly be able to find it and connect at ultra high speed. Surfshark offers a full refund within 30 days on all of their products, so you can enjoy all the benefits of Surfshark totally risk-free, and if you decide it's not for you, simply contact them and get a total full refund. Surfshark offers 24/7 live support on all of their subscriptions. So if you ever encounter any kind of issue, they'll work to immediately sort it night or day. Alright, I think you get the idea. A world-leading, ultra-rapid VPN, unlimited devices, money-back guarantee, and all for as low as $2.09 a month, and 4 months free. But just one final perk by choosing Surfshark as your VPN and getting this great deal through our link, you are helping us create future AoE4 esports events. Surfshark are huge supporters of the Age of Empires 4 esports scene, so by showing them some love back, you are supporting us too. So to get Surfshark, a world-leading VPN for as little as $2.09 a month, just visit through the link in our channel description right now. Thanks everyone for all of your support, and we'll be back with more action in just a moment.
Let me just put in my credit card number 572156. Oh. No, I'm not paying for it. You go pay for your own subscription to Surfshark. Welcome back, folks. It's time for more of Master of Realms. And well, what better way to go to follow up Eminem than by going for a trash panda versus an elf? So a trash panda versus the most trashy mythological race in the Tolkien universe.
Did you just...
I'm making enemies today.
My gosh.
Okay, actually, in fairness,
Bruh.
I kind of like the Tolkien elves, but it is a classic. Like, you know, in a lot of different like D&D settings and whatever, the elves are usually the cowardly ones. You know, anyone who's played Small Worlds knows exactly what I'm talking about. But it feels like a small world, right? I feel like we see these guys a lot. Recon, Legalis actually making quite a few appearances in qualifiers before, just hasn't really been able to get deep enough. But this is an interesting matchup, Winston, because Recon hasn't really been as active at the moment as he usually would be.
Yeah, not quite as active. Just got some other stuff going on, but you know he's still playing RTS, right? So still going to be typical Recon. I think performance. I think is what we could expect today. Which generally quite good. So I'm excited to see it. Legalis, interested to see how he plays against Recon in this matchup. He's gone for Holy Island, and we got some hybrid maps in here.
Yeah,
as well.
so the Surfshark map draft has brought us to a new place. We've still got the familiars. I'm just going to be real, you Winston. Yawn. Like, everyone always going open. This is going to be the most predictable, like, map slot category to come up all the time. But
Yeah.
4 lakes. So the drafting order would have been Legalis, then Recon, then Legalis, right? So Recon wants 4 lakes. Why does anyone ever want this map?
Because they think they can get Japan on it, maybe.
Probably.
Or China.
So is
or
that
one of the two.
Is that then crafty from Legolas because he like went for another
yeah,
water
that-
map where you pick Japan?
If he can get Japan first, but maybe Recon just bans it then? I'm not sure. I'm not sure exactly what the plan would be here.
Oh, what if? Okay, so I don't think England's going to sneak through, but I'm wondering if Recon was trying to be crafty with English because they're surprisingly good on 4 lakes, thanks to the Abbey of Kings change, right? Because you basically just get a knight for free while you're booming eco.
Yeah, exactly. So the Abbey could be an option, but we saw English banned out last series. I expect it to be pretty banned. I think just because its flexibility on all these maps. So I think it's going to be one of those ones alongside Rus. Um, I'll be surprised. Do you think we're going to see many Byzantine bans in general, or no?
With this draft, maybe
Not on this
because
map. Not on this map set, but I mean just in general and today in this tournament.
yeah, well, Byzantines is probably the most egregious civ in the game right now from a pub perspective, right? Like Byzantines, HRE in English, I think are the like most toxic ones. Your Rus is what it is. You've gotten used to it, but I think like what these other civs bring is really frustrating. Roost is usually going to be a pretty safe ban either way, right? But like, yeah, wow, we look at that, pretty much on the money. But that does mean English makes it through, right?
Well,
So
no, Legalis lets Recon pick
oh
Biz.
wait, yeah, but he gets HRE, which
He
is
gets HRD.
interesting because last time I saw Legolas in competitive on Holy Island, he picked HRE there, and that was before they received buffs. But instead, he locks in one of the two meta setters we talked about. So this means now Legolas has a sick opportunity to ban Japan, and that pretty much gives him a very comfortable setting for Holy Island.
For Whole Island. Yeah, I was about to say that would get really cozy, right? Recon could still pick Itri himself, but that'd be weird. That's not very good. Eh, it might work.
Remember because like
Oh,
the
English is
situation
still
now.
open
Yeah,
for
yeah,
Whole
like
Island,
English is still
actually.
open, but like remember also the other details. Boom, both ban Japan. So like
Boom.
English is still there, but HRE is still there as well, right? Like remember, this is a crafty thing you can do sometimes where if you ban early, you set yourself up to pick it, and then you make your opponent's behavior predictable later because they have to mirror the ban, right? Otherwise, they're just giving it to you for free.
Euban's likely for Arabia here, right?
Yeah, I've seen a few people trying it 4 legs. Like, it's not the worst of idea in theory, but like it does just slow down your castle timing. So ideally, that's your dry Arabia civ. So he now needs to get someone for 4 legs. English is still there for both players. Hmm. Do you go for? I think you probably play it safe and lock in.
China. Interesting.
Yeah.
Makes
So
sense, right?
that's 4 legs. Yeah. Recon. He used to play a lot of China. I haven't seen him do it much recently, but I imagine this is a flexi pick, right? Because it can be 4 legs. It used to be really good on Holy Island. I funnily enough think that actually Juji is a better civ choice now than China for Holy Island. The exception might be if
Beginning
Recon does a
tree.
Barbican rush.
You think that can be it?
Yeah, because
Interesting. Legolas banned out
yeah.
Mongols and not English here. I'm kind of surprised. I think Recon could just pick English here now and with one of his last
Well,
two picks.
so wait, Legolas
Or
has
Legolas could
second pick
pick,
there,
maybe.
right?
He
Because I
could pick
think
English.
yeah, I'm trying to
I think.
remember the order here. So I think Legolas, yeah, there you go.
No,
Recon gets English, yeah. So
Recon
that's
gets
what I thought.
English. Which
So
is weird. Like, what's the
that's weird,
Mongol
yeah.
ban for? I'm not. Maybe maybe it's a comfort thing. Maybe he prefers to play against English to Mongols. Mongols can put you in really uncomfortable positions, and Recon's a very like micro intensive player, right?
Mm.
He's going to be on top of some of these, early game
I
shenanigans in a way, and maybe Legolas just wants to put it more into his comfort style, which
I think it's
it
four
is micro
legs.
intensive as well, but not.
It's
Yeah,
it's about 4 legs, right? Like I think he just doesn't
passive.
want the Mongols coming in, outpost rushing him and starving him. That Abbasid pick should be his 4 legs. Like we historically used to see that a lot, right? If you remember, they're
Interesting.
very powerful. The cheap docks, the
Mhm.
power of the military wing opener is just as good as it ever has been on this particular map. Um, Rounding this out, you want to have a little bit of depth to your drafts. I could see, I mean, Delhi would be predictable because it would play Dry Arabia only, right? So you want something that can play multiple maps. Zhone, in theory, is a pretty cool idea. I've seen a few people experimenting with Zhone now on water maps because
Oh,
she can
really?
go range form to get the coup de grace on a kill, and
Oh,
there's a lot of value in those kills, right? Like every single ship is really expensive. So like maybe you could see, I don't know if you do it on 4 legs. Holy Island is very risky. It's the type of civ choice that makes a lot of sense on things like Canal, for example, right? Because there's an easy way to kind of snipe anything. But if one player does pick it here, I'd expect it to be Recon. I just don't like Joan's chances with the new English build, right? Like I think the English fast castle build counters her hard.
I also don't think Recon would pick Sean here. Just
Oh, I think that's a comfort pick from Legolas. He used to play a lot of Ottomans. So,
Malians.
all right, we're not going to see Mullins.
Yeah. I guess he's just picking
Recon's
it. Yeah,
happy
so
with it, right? Like he's got
yeah, he got
everything he needs
English.
here.
He
Yeah.
got English in China, which, early on, I really think if Legolas had banned English instead of Mongols, he could have had one of the water maps be very much so Civ favored, right?
Yeah.
Potentially. I mean, it depends on Recon's comfort level, right, with the English play,
Is
given that he's
this?
been a bit inactive since the change. But
Yeah.
I don't think he's gonna struggle with it, right?
Yeah, I think this is going to be. Is it Byzantine's Ibid's opener? It should be.
It's got to be Biz for Recon, right?
Because I'm trying to remember. Marlians versus Ibids is still a really good game for IUs, right? Like they can just. Because the thing about Marlians is they play defensive, so Ibids just take map control and get relics for free, which is what you never want to give them. Whereas like Byzantine Ibids, Byzantines can be really bloody annoying for Ibids because of the early lombo pressure.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, there's a lot of options.
Yeah. Outside picks from that, maybe Legalis considers Abbasids if he thinks there's some greedy build
On
in mind.
Arabia
Like Abbasids Marlians,
in
right?
2024.
Ever since the
Sorry.
buffs, man. Like you know what?
I
People
mean, the
quickly
first
discovered.
Ritz buff is big, right? Like moving
Yeah,
into the mill. Yeah.
because now you don't have to feed your villagers anymore, and you can put it all into like a fast tech up or an army. Like actually a surprising build I've seen that's pretty effective against fast teching civs is you go Culture Wing 2TC. I've actually seen that beat Ibids, which is like crazy because if you remember, just before the fresh food stuff change, Ibids hard countered Abbasids.
Wait, what? You said, yeah,
Ibids
yeah,
used to
okay.
hard cap because Abbasids do not like fast
Right.
castling civs, right? Because you
Yeah.
can't stop it and you can't mirror it.
Yeah.
But that changed
Well,
everything. That small difference has actually changed everything.
yeah, we'll see. Wait, when you said 2TC Culture Wing to play feudal, or do you try to FC after that?
No, you go FC after that.
Yeah, okay. So it's the
Like
2TC FC build with
basically,
Culture Wing. Yeah,
I think military wing is a little bit overdone. You need to assess whether your opponent is going to try anything on the map. And like Ibids, I don't know why you use that one because that's not going to appear. But like Ibids don't do anything, and you can't pressure them, right? Like
Pick Malians. Sorry.
they'll go for like a desert raider, but you can build like an outpost to deal with that anyway. But yeah, it is going to be the Malian opening. So the Ottomans is an interesting detail here. I'm pretty sure as long as Recon doesn't play 2022 Recon, he'll win this.
No, you want 2023 Recon.
Yeah, no, I want actually like full on balls against the walls 2024. You know what I'm talking about, right? Like old school Recon. Like, we used to just call it like we used to say it doesn't make sense that you're a trash panda because you're actually a turtle, right?
Yeah, he loved the late game play, right? But
Exactly.
I don't know. I trust in Recon here. I think.
Yeah, I think you
I
attack
think the
fast there,
Malians
right?
have a plan. Yeah.
Yeah, because like the thing with this is like you can actually even beat the Ottomans in feudal age because Ottomans are trash in feudal age now, right? But what
Much
we're
weaker. Yeah.
probably going to see here is a Musafadi build, which is it sounds a little bit unorthodox, but like people have actually started moving away from Sofa spam into Musafadi spam, assisted by either archers or warrior scouts. The logic there being is like whenever you went for the Sofa build, you were trying to make quality. That's like
You just go quantity. Yeah.
that's like years ago playing StarCraft and picking Zerg to not just spam units, right? Like no. Your goal is to get lots of units, right? Get it to the point their frame rate goes down to 2. You want that many on the screen, and that's what the Musafadi spam does so damn well.
Yeah, I'm actually a big fan of making Musafati like not almost exclusively on Malians. My play on them is a bit weird. I really like spamming the Musafati as much as possible. Especially on Arabia, it surprises a lot of people. I think sometimes even really solid players, right? So we'll see. I mean, I think Recon will be creative here. Ottoman's probably going to be the expected build. It's just, I haven't
So,
seen this matchup in a long time.
ooh,
I
you know,
have to be honest.
there's one way I think you
Have
play
you
this as
seen it recently?
Ottomans. Okay, Winston, you know me, dude. Like I literally stream 40 hours a
Yeah,
week. I see
yeah.
too much AoE4 recently.
Have you seen this matchup recently?
Not. I think I've seen it twice, and
Right, it's not that common though. You know what I mean?
my feeling is the way you play this is you 2TC.
You
You
2TC.
immediately 2TC because when you 2TC, like if you remember the counter to Malians, people start to discover this fast castle. The counter to it was you 2TC and do a bit of feudal pressure, because
Mhm.
then the Malian player can't just triple mill drop and fill ranches and rush. They have to be present. And you ever get that feeling where you know you're up against 2TC and like you're getting blocked from your win condition, whether it's an all in or greeting, and every minute that passes, you're like, his economy is bigger, his economy is bigger, his economy is bigger. It's like when when you've just been to the gym and you've gone in the showers and you're coming out and you're getting dressed and the guy comes out and he's got like the full six pack that you're hoping to have one day. And you look and you go, wish I had those abs. And then you just like look away. It's like, damn it, I really wish I had those abs. That's how you feel when you're behind on economy and it keeps scaling. So that could be a cool way that he forces Recon to kind of panic and change to his strategy.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I've given up on trying to have abs. It'll never happen. Too much RTS.
I'm trying, man. I done like rock
Sadly.
climbing the other day. Like I'm proud of this. I only scraped one of my. I don't know what is that part of your hand, like just below the finger. I don't know what that is.
The inner knuckle.
Is
The
that
upper
really
palm.
the name, or are you just making that up? Yeah.
I have
Like,
no idea, dude.
Opposite side of where my knuckles is. Yeah, I only scraped
Yeah,
one.
the knuckle. It is the knuckle, right? That is your knuckle, right?
Yeah, I mean,
It's just
I
the
guess,
other side of it. You think of the knuckle as the top part, but there's this part too, right?
Yeah, but I only scraped one of them. I'm proud of that. But like, yeah. I'm trying to get in shape, but these boys ain't got no time for that. Okay. The beautiful thing about being a sweaty ass gamer that sits in the basement not doing anything like active all day, you probably don't have enough time to eat either, which is why they stay slim. Boom.
Oh boy.
You gotta be proud of that though. I still remember one of my favorite people was F-Chan in Apex Legends, where the camera will come to him and the guy has like what I call pro gamer arms, which is like the most noodly like biceps imaginable. There's nothing there, and he'll just be like really really owning it,
Yeah. There you go.
All right, so we're going to find out in a few seconds who's going to be owning in this series to open up. It's going to be Stan Dry Arabia. If those just tuning in, map draft by Surfshark has completed. We have our maps selected for this one. The way it worked, we had these map categories. They picked of the options from those. So hybrid speaks for itself. Water is a water focus. Open is Yawn, Dry Arabia, Coastal Cliffs, and I always forget the third one. But we start off with Dry Arabia. I'm predicting, by the way, Winston, we are going to see a lot of Dry Arabia today. I would be surprised if it is any other pick in the open format, but it's time to see it one more time.
Yeah, let's see. You know how it is, KP. Players are always gonna go for their preference, what's comfortable, right? And Arabia is one of those things where if you give players the chance to play it, they're gonna be like, yeah, sure, why not?
I feel like, but to that point, I feel like, if the logic here is, oh, yeah, you go with what you're comfortable with, if you know you don't have as much experience as the other person, you should do the opposite, right? Because, that's where I'm always a really big fan of new maps being added to tournaments. Because it stops this elitist cast element where, you don't mean to, but you're gatekeeping the competitive element because now you have to have a million games on Dry Arabia to qualify because otherwise you're just too far behind. We're talking about a map pool where we're going to have Migration, Archipelago, Kawasan's coming back, Water Drake's make his first appearance, we've got Coastal Cliff still in again, Floodplain, Socotra moving out. All these new maps means things are going to get wild fast. The people that you expect to be the front runners quite easily could end up being the people falling to your wild card with this format.
Yep. I love it. I love the style. I think all these cool maps, especially as we get into the larger sets, the Bow 5s, which we'll get one later today for sure, right? I think we're going to start to see some of those wild picks come out because, like you said, players are going to have to start thinking about not just how to, win their own game, but to beat the opponent, right? And sometimes you beat your opponent by doing the unexpected, by coming in with something
like picking
cool.
Ottomans and...
Yeah, like picking Ottomans in this day and age, right? Like we generally don't see the Civ that much. Like I said, like you said, you're casting every day, all day, and it's like you've seen this matchup twice recently.
Yeah,
help, right? No, but no, seriously, I feel like I don't see this matchup very much anymore. It was a very common one, right, when the Civs were new, but.
Yeah, when it came out, I think
Ottomans
were seen as OP, right? Like, I think people thought Mullins was OP, and then everyone discovered that Archer spam build for the Ottomans, if you remember, the double into triple archer range with Sapahi, and that just kind of took over for a bit. But the interesting thing these days is, Malians back then also, if people discovered how good the immediate military school opening was then, they could have just shut down Malians at 5 minutes. It's a bit harder now because they did buff the houses that you place around pit mines for the Malians a while ago.
Yeah.
But the reason why you make this play with the Ottomans, it's just the go-to opening because not only do you get the opportunity to attack your opponent, there's a second element that the Canadian brothers have put a lot of spotlighting on recently, which is the deer shoves. So what you're probably going to see here from Legalis is he'll walk over, he'll burn a few houses, because that's so valuable. And then he'll walk back to try and shove his deer towards where he wants to drop a second TC.
Right, yeah, the spearmen being the unit of choice there, right?
Yeah.
They have nothing else, nothing better to do, but they have this economic benefit if you use them right, and it's just sort of like professional scouts but cheaper, and then it's a unit at the end of the day, right?
Yeah.
So it can always help defend the TC placement as well against an early raid. So it's like the flexibility here is still quite strong. Obviously, what was it, like 12 seconds was the nerf per spearman or something, which is pretty
Something like
significant.
that, yeah.
It was a lot of seconds with the
Oh.
0.5x multiplier.
I've got a dirty idea, and you can feel free to mute my mic for 5 minutes when I say it. What if you just outpost rush the Malians?
That used to be a thing, but I think it gets
Look at
it's
the
like
spawn.
awkward. Oh, this
Look-
spawn, yeah, be okay.
Yeah,
You have all
like-
3 golds kind of in it. It's like ducks in a row. Like, look at them, and they're all following the mama duck to the right, the big gold mine. Sorry, that's weird. Never
No,
mind.
you know what that is? That's like, you know, the comics when you have the little bubble forts. It's like ... and then the big fort is just gold, right? It fits the Malians perfectly. Yeah.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it's like ... gold. You know, it's exciting. So we'll see the Tressa, the early range gonna come up. This could be either. This is usually like 1 or 2 archers just to deal with the spear.
Yeah.
Could be a jav, but not really relevant or needed. Kind of excessive.
So mining camp's coming in. So this tells you one of two things. You're either going for a fast castle build or you're going to TC. I really don't like when people go immediately for the mining camp before dropping a production building, unless those are the 2 builds they're going for. And I don't think fast castle is the way you want to go, because this is something that Recon can do. This is going to be Warrior Scouts Archers.
You think warrior scouts?
He's
for sure?
he's all in feudal.
He's not on. Yeah.
I literally watched him do this type of build against Core when he was playing Abbassids on the ladder the other day, and it's stupidly effective. Like it's kind of weird to watch. Like you watch it, it's like this makes no sense because Warrior Scouts, like, they don't get bonus damage against archers, and he's going to be building them into Sapahi plus Spearman. So it is a little bit funky, but you have to remember because Legalis is going to TC, he actually won't have much military to defend with.
Is Legalis going to?
I think he might pivot when he sees the archers and this Warrior Scouts. I hope he
he's
does.
building the mining camp. Yeah, I think you're
Yeah,
right.
he built it a while ago. Like, he's been a little bit slow to gather on it. I think he maybe had it queued, but didn't move across. But we've got blacksmith stables. This is a lot better. This is what I want to see. So this is now a pivot into military schools, if there was a consideration 2TC. Because I think if it is fast castle, you have to do 2TC. But this is a new generation of Malians, my friend. Like, did you know they could do more things than just build cow?
Just cows. Yeah, so we'll see. The Warrior Scout upgrade is in, so they've got their big Tamba, which is a really cool weapon. Look at that. Slap. Slap. Oh, I love it. And yeah, the Spearman going to be forced all the way back. No TC yet for Legalis, like you said. It's not even really close. He's sitting on quite a lot of wood. Might need a range of his own.
Okay.
I don't know.
He definitely needs a range of his own. Because
Yeah,
did you
right?
also know that despite the fact the Malians are in the feudal age, they actually have Wakandan technology? It's the Warrior Scouts. They have nanite technology to heal themselves. So, like, if you go full melee comp, a good player can just microwave injured scouts on repeat.
Yeah.
Right? Like, it's actually
it took me
tilting.
a second. That whole Wakanda.
You're like,
I
"Wait, what?"
was my jaw literally dropped. I was like, where is he going with this? I was like, is it like Musafati going invis? Like what tech are we
Dude, that
talking
works
about?
too. Look, see, yeah,
Yeah, right?
I swear, like, someone in the office didn't tell you that the Malian idea was basically inspired by Wakandans.
I did not know that. So the second school coming down, this one's pretty far out, and the Warrior Scout count is getting higher. If Legolas ever gets pushed off this gold, that military school is a prime target, and they're expensive and annoying to replace. The stone count is getting quite high though, so we could see the TC soon. Likely, on the north side there near the deer, on one of those deer patches.
I just think you can't do the TC.
I don't think he can, but why is he mining stone? Like, he clearly wants one, right?
I think he just forgot. He's going for he's waiting for the extra military score, right? So he thinks he won't be able to gather the stone later. So he's prepping because he's scaling a military force now. He will get points for an extra military score, right?
I see. So he mined.
He's pre-prepping because the way this
He
army's
pulled,
scaling,
yeah.
you'll get blocked on the stone, right?
Okay. That makes sense. Yeah, he did pull the vills. So
And it's like a liability because even if you thought you could gather there, it means you have to leave troops here to defend
Uh-oh.
because you're against Warrior Scouts.
Uh-oh.
Warrior Scouts that are
Uh-oh.
feeling like a nibble.
Oh, he gets the surrounds. Recon with the pickoff and feeling good. And Javelin's now in the town, the ungarrison bell. The Javelin thrower's behind this, which is interesting because we still haven't seen a range yet from Legalis, but Recon may be predicting that a bit.
Oh
the
my god, he's
boom
already
going
almost
well.
3 ranches in as well. Like it's
Yeah,
kind
this
of
is
wild
going
when you
well.
look at how many military units he's got, right? You're like, huh? Like mathematically, what? But you have to remember these are only 90
Scouts.
resources each. Yeah. So it's the beautiful thing though is with that movement speed, you just saw how easy it is to kind of pinch targets.
These walls.
Well,
What?
that's an ambitious idea. A, because of the length, and B, because like if my
You got
opponent is
scouts on the map.
spamming warrior scouts,
They
that
can
means
just burn
yeah,
it.
yeah, like they're all
Or kill
torch
them, yeah.
units. Oh no.
Yeah.
Well, the good news here, Winston, is that he almost half killed that scout, so that's going to really come into effect when he engages with him again, right?
Here's the raid from Legolas, though. The gold mine is exposed. The Spahi don't really get a good surround because Recon had that. You noticed right away, but 1, 2. Oh, only one Vil goes down. Legolas really needs to find these picks if he wants a good shot, because like you said, Recon's eco is just scaling, scaling, scaling. It doesn't show in the bar at the top. It looks like it's a dead even game. But Recon, with these cow booms, they don't show up on the top, and each of these is a lot of eco.
And you have got military schools to offset it, right? But it's the feudal age, which means the production rates are out of this world. One thing that is very ambitious from Recon is the fact that he's up against Sipahi and refuses to build Dontos. And this is the point where you ask me why.
Yeah, why?
I don't know. It's just a very weird choice, right? Like, I think he's taking the hardest route to try and address Sipahi. And if this works, like, it's going to kind of make Marlians look busted. I don't think they are a busted civ, by the way, but, like, if he actually somehow holds back mass Sipahi just building Warrior Scouts and Jabs, it's gonna look like it's spitting in the face of the counter system, basically.
We'll see. I think it depends on the fight the Spahi get to take. If he has enough Spahi, they will do quite well in the right situation. But the upgrades on the Blacksmith are starting to come in for both players.
This build for
Eco
Recon
upgrades.
is so weird.
He
Sorry,
went
I just
full
can't get
eco,
away
too.
from it. Yeah, but it's the fact that he's building like mass javelins and not mass archers. And like if your goal is to eventually go castle anyway, you want mass archers anyway, and your opponent has built spearmen, right? And you do have more range to work with, I guess, but like you've got a huge lump of scouts to body block in choke points anyway.
The ambitious wall off will complete because Recon's been playing quite passively with his units. He needs to protect the gold mine in the front.
Yeah, you know.
Also, notice Recon never took a second pit mine.
No. I mean,
He wasn't able to.
Who needs gold when you're buying scouts?
I
It
mean,
would have
it's
helped,
still-
but yeah.
It's still eco, right?
I think it's because he saw his opponent was going Sipahi early, and if he goes for the second pit mine, then he has to play defensive straight away. So he's trying to set the pace. But yeah, when this game started, I didn't really have this particular build in mind from either player. Like, it is mass melee on the Ottoman side. And then Recon has decided to build
Jabs.
no counters to anything.
The jabs are weird. The jabs are odd to me. I mean, maybe they can snipe them better with their high damage, if that's what he goes for.
Yeah, I think he's like trying to play range and just use Warrior Scouts as a body blocker, right? Like, these are his Hanzos, and here's his Reinhardt. I mean, the problem is, he really needs to get some chunkier boys in there. I love the fact we've now got Sofas getting added in. Needs to respect the Spearmen as they come on through, though. It's just this really frustrating comp, right? Because when Legalis attacks like this, if he doesn't kill something, he gets tilted and doubles down, right? Yeah, like he has to go in.
But this is a good fight for Legalis, I think. At least cost effective. He's good. The Sipahi just get to absolutely melt. The Spearmen were in the front taking a lot of the damage. I don't know if he'll win this fight, but he's going to neutralize a lot of the army here from Recon.
It's expensive. Like, so this is the deceptive thing. I'm going to have to spit in the face of your thoughts. Like, oh, wow, that was a great fight for the Ottomans.
I think it looked good. I mean,
yeah, but
it wasn't great, I guess. Yeah, there's still a lot of units on the field. But isn't he just behind now, Eco? Like,
yeah, but what did you
Eco
kill?
for Recon is so huge.
What did you kill, Winston? Right? You killed scouts.
he killed... What? Like,
and you lost Sipahi and Spear. Like, the scouts,
20 scouts
cost practically the same as the Spearmen.
But like, there's even a but there's even like there's a window that shows that on the bottom left. He killed 500 more resource value. That was a good fight. right?
But it's the eco, right? Like you already
Yeah,
highlighted
the eco. Yeah. I think the Recon is just so ahead eco-wise behind this, right? Which is really good. Oh,
And also,
this is
the
rough.
other
That's
thing
a
you
lot of
didn't
jabs
compensate
now.
for is the health bars, right? Like, how many of those health bars are almost dead? Compared to the
This
Warrior
isn't a good
Scouts
fight.
that can just heal.
This isn't good. This is not good.
Oh my
Oh, he's
god.
just hard committing under the jabs.
This is done. Get me out. Stick a fork in him. This is pretty brutal right now. Legalis needs to find a pivot point. It's kind of wild, right? Like, Recon anticipated an Archer transition, and Legalis never went for it. And you'd think that would give him an edge, but these Warrior Scouts are just so weird right now. I've seen Recon now do this to multiple players. Even when people counter appropriately, it's still winning.
Yeah, well, I mean, we'll see. This next fight gonna have to be on the defense for Legolas. He's nowhere near Castle Age, and look at Recon's income. Recon could honestly stop
think he
producing.
commits. I
You think he just full
commit.
commits to feudal?
It's kind of weird, right? Because like you'd think it's bad because you're reaching a point where Legolas is getting more and more of these Vizier points. But to me, I'm just seeing a comp that's just too one-dimensional, right? Like Recon, finally in the year 2024 has discovered Donzos. So he has a full comp. And Legolas still doesn't know that archery ranges are a thing.
Owls in food per minute for Recon right now. That is just insane to me.
You know what that sounds like to me? More cavalry,
More
only
cav.
not warrior scouts. These ones are more chunky. We've got Sofa mass coming in.
Yeah, I think the combination of the Sofa and the Scout here is going to be massive, and you can see the army value now. It's 1,000 more resources now in army value for Recon. So this fight, Legolas is going to have to take a really good engagement if he wants to hold here. He's pushing out, maybe a bit unwise, but he's going to be making this play into the center of the field, trying to aggress on the
Recon's not
center.
gonna fall for it, though.
Oh, this isn't it.
No, I love the fact that Recon looked at Legolas's army comp. He's like, wow, Spearman and Premium Cav are good. I'm going to do that too. And the pincher, he lets him
just
walk
goes in
into
the
the
middle.
center. Oh, there's no easily getting out of this for Legolas.
Oh, that's a wipe. Okay.
I think this might be a GG call. I mean, by some miracle, for some reason the meta never got prioritized down here. That's how far ahead Recon is. He wins that fight while letting Legolas maintain his aura the entire time.
Yeah, we kind of laughed at the jabs earlier, but he's up to 12 now, and they deal a lot of damage. So, you know, you get enough shots on the Spahi, and they will chunk him down.
No,
And
we can
it's-
still laugh at the javelins. I
It's
think
a bit
it was
weird.
100% meant
Predicting
because-
archers, right?
Yeah, exactly. And then
And they
Legolas
never
like,
came.
ah ha ha, you think because my name is Legolas, I use archery? No. I'm just an A-collect boy with melee. So it wasn't... I don't think Legolas was wrong in this choice. It's just the weirdness of what Recon does in the Marlene opening with these Warrior Scouts right now, I think is going to catch more than just a few players off guard.
Wow.
So we're nothing Warrior Scouts game, right? It's
no,
a
just
weird one.
nerfing Recon. We have it. We have the tool to do so. We can make his units have less health.
What, if name Recon?
If name equal Recon, lose game.
Just add one of those for like dev sides. If name Winston Waffles, give an extra 1,000 food starting.
Well, I already did that a while ago.
And it's all waffles, baby.
And nobody knows until now, and I told you all. No, I'm just kidding. Of course not.
Legolas is trying to find it out in Castle Age, by the way. But
That's crazy. There's no way he has enough time for... What,
No.
you need 3 minutes for the Meganol? No way.
Well, with
No
the army
way,
this
dude.
size, right? Like, when you try to tech up, you're just going to die. And not just that, I think Recon legitimately could just beat you to Castle Age if he started right now.
Yeah,
Oh,
on it
oh,
too.
okay, this is pretty cool from Legolas.
Oh,
This
the
is one
hunt is
move.
on the north.
No, this is sick, actually, because right now, Recon is in full reaction mode. So now Recon's going to have to choose Castle as well. He can't go for an all-in.
Oh man, if those Spahi had actually gone north instead of south here, chasing those vills, like, look
It's
up
so
there.
hard, right? Like, you wouldn't expect that many villagers to be that far out the base.
But that's where the
yes,
food
but-
is, right? The double hunt.
Oh,
right?
sure, but like you're talking about a civ that has ranches and cattle they can build, right? So like most Malian players won't do that. It's
True.
really smart by Recon because it's unexpected. I'm always a fan of that, and it's saved him here. But Legolas, credit to him, saved himself from annihilation straight away. Mehmed
MIA
now
coming
on
in.
the way.
Yeah, with the MIA, if he can buy enough time, I guess a Mangonel could help against the Javs and the Archers. Like, there are 30 ranged units in Recon's mass right now, so a good Mangonel shot or two could be problematic and could slow down Recon's advance, which case Mongols getting in, sorry, Ottomans getting into that Castle Age rhythm could be good, but the Spy here are going to get cut out here.
Oh boy. There's a pinch shot. The fact infantry beats you back here as well. Looks like he'll be able to pull away somewhat, and he has got at least one kind of clutch up potentially. He did just pull the Janissary points, but I don't know why I'm calling it a clutch up when he's almost tripled up in military. Like, it's just going to lose them straight away.
What? This is going to be a devastating fight. I mean, Recon could just blow open any of these walls here.
Yep, I'm trying to figure out, like, so this is the thing. Usually we see this Janissary play as like a clutch up to either close a game or recover a game. I think this might be the single best example I've seen in a long time where it feels completely and utterly irrelevant.
It's irrelevant. You have Javs already on the field.
Javs and Archers,
does he just burn down the MIA here?
Do it. Do it now. Starts with the blacksmiths. I mean, that one doesn't really matter. I'm kind of surprised he stopped off for that one. He's going to slow the Mehmed, but...
I think it's just the first thing. It was just in front. It was just the unfortunate building.
True. Like, do you really want... I said Janissary suck here, but do you really want to walk into choke points against them, right? Like, you're kind of just giving him a chance.
You can avoid it. We do have the Janissary company? Yeah, it looks like that got sent.
This is bad. This is really bad. He has to fight right now. The tech out complete. It only takes 30 seconds for these to come through, courtesy of the Malians. So Legalis knows the fights are not going to get any better for him. He comes out of the choke point. Now, funnily enough, the Janissaries are just being ignored. Jabs have finally realized it, though.
Now. Yeah, he's got it now. You can see the Jabs have focused down the Javelins. The meta still stands even. And there's still 5 Jans, or 4, so they're still doing decent damage. And it looks like the hold is going to be in. There's some fills lost, though, on the gold.
Yeah, but this is also just like wave number 1, right? And there should be more troops trickling across. In fact, you can see them on the map right now. Not just that, imported armors is coming in soon, and you've lost practically all your Janissaries. Like, you actually need to queue them up right now.
But this was an incredible fight win for Legalis.
Yes.
Like, look at the destroyed army value now.
And
like,
by the way, like a lot
10,000.
of that, I think was on Recon just not targeting. Like those javelins.
That was a weird fight. Yeah.
Yeah. This whole game has been weird.
This game has been weird, but that fight was a bit odd from Recon. Yeah, I agree. It wasn't that bad, but like, yeah, like maybe very slightly better targeting could have.
It's crazy as well because he baited Legalis out of the choke point, right? Like, that's what made it even wilder, is he got the fight he needed, but then it's almost like Recon just A-clicked and then went to do something else.
Look at the recovery from Malians here. Like, he's just
back up.
He's back up to 40 units already on the field. The Mangonel almost out. It should be out in just a moment.
Yeah.
In which case, you know, maybe there's a hope here for Legalis against this ranged mass.
Yeah, it's interesting because I think Legalis, like, maybe this is another one of those bait moments. He started with men-at-arms spamming, and I think he was hoping that there'd be a Musa Fadi reaction, but Recon hasn't fallen for it. It's just Donzo so far.
Yeah. And keeping that archer mess alive that he has. The food in the north gonna get spotted. The Vils in retreat, running for the hills, but Recon, is he wise to this maneuver? We'll see. He's hunting him down. This could be a lot of eco lost. It's currently 60-60 eco. And if you presume the mill schools cancel out the cattle, which they don't, it's almost even.
You could pray.
You could maybe think it's even, but if these bills go down, the eco difference is going to get
in Imperial Age. So we're just
He's looking
600 resources away from being enough. I think, actually, the thing that Legalis has done really well to keep getting in this game is raiding. So
is he going to find him?
Ooh. I mean...
They're on the run!
Wait. No, there's no way he didn't see that.
Wow. He sneaks on by. Legalis getting... Oh, man. The stealth button belongs to him, not the Musafati.
I think Legalis is a night elf. I don't know how he done that. Super sneaky, man. I mean, he's just going to hide off in the trees on the side now.
The fight now gets forced out. He sent his army to defend the eco, and he's going to take the engagement out here in the open.
Is this a
good Malians get the surround.
I mean, the numbers are against him. Just look at it. Like, this is the power of the Malians. The flood. The full Zerg mode activated. And I have to admit, like, this is the point where, like, Ottoman's early castle just does not feel that great. You need to reach late castle, that production ramps up big time. Losing an army like this could just be enough to put him over the edge.
I think a Mangonel got picked off somewhere. Like, I think his reinforcements were getting cut here because he lost a lot of units. Like
Yeah.
a lot. He's down to
And-
10 units. What happened?
Okay, so here's another wild thought for you, right? Is that despite that really good hold by Legalis, to show just how far ahead Recon was even at that stage, you're against Ottomans and Castle Age and you're spamming Sophis.
Yeah.
That's considered like a throw in an even game, right? Because
Right,
Janissaries kill you. Yeah.
Jan, right.
But that's how brutal this is looking right now. I'm struggling to see how Legolas is now meant to get back into this, especially the size of the army coming in. I think this is the conclusion point. The weirdness of 23 minutes of Recon's Malians, I think, is about to come to an end.
What a pleasure, though. What an interesting game to watch, right? Like,
I love it.
so many neat things happened. I think the way that Recon played that was really creative in a way. I know you mentioned that this is like a thing that some players have been doing recently, and
No.
I
This is
think
the
it's
thing that
really cool.
Recon has been doing.
Recon is
him.
multiple players depending on the day.
That's true. He's the was it the rack attack? Then he's the Recon. He's probably got another
exactly.
sniper as
If you
well.
look at the ladder, I think there's like 5 of them, right? Well, I don't know, or does this change his name? Anyway, interesting game 1 in this series. So that was the Arabia game, and now we get to even different maps. So now I believe we go to Holy Island, in which case we might see China or English for Recon, if I recall. And
So he had English, China, and he got the Byzantines, right? No.
and
Yeah.
he has a Ubids.
And then
and
Legolas has
Juji.
HRE, Juji, and was it Abbasids? Dude.
Ayu-
Oh wait, sorry, Ibids.
Abbas,
Ibids.
yeah, Juji Ayubids. Okay, interesting.
So this is on Holy Island. This has to be Juji versus. Is he gonna go English? Yeah, dude. I mean, he goes China, but he could have went English here if he suspects Juji. If you think about it, because like English hard
Yeah.
count as Juji. That's surprising. So I think that tells us Recon is going to go English on 4 legs. But then again, like he could have done China, but he definitely wasn't going to do Byzantines. I feel like Byzantines was just to remove options in the beginning now. But Juji versus China is not one we see very often. China used to be one of the kings of Holy Island, but ever since the variant Civ came out, it feels like Juji took their place.
Interesting. Yeah, China versus Juji. We have the Chinese Civil War on Holy Island, right? The 2 Chinese variants, or China and its variant, right? So it should be an interesting game. Trying to think about how this generally plays out. I feel like Juji is a bit favored in the early game, surely, right?
That's what I'm thinking, right? Is that the meditation guy is a nice little influx, but I'm not sure if I can really bank against Imperial Academy. Imperial Academy is kind of bonkers. It baffles me that ever.
Landmark.
Yeah, but it already was, and it got buffed, right? Because it has a discount now, so you almost save a third off of your Imperial officials. So by the time you have 4, like it's the same cost as 3. That's a huge difference. Then you add in the gold generation. It means that even if Juji go for like a few Chuganu early on, you get pushed off for gold. You still have other ways of getting gold to recover. So a little bit of a tough one. I think wider civs, I'd still say Juji is better than China, but in this matchup, I think I slightly favor China.
Yeah, especially if you take into account the player, right? And how Recon has a bit of momentum here. He's got to be feeling much more comfortable, confident, right? So we'll see how Legalis is able to handle that. He's kind of on the back foot. He has to win this game and the next one. And knowing the next game is either against Biz or English has got to be kind of like, oh. Right.
And I know some people were asking about the format. So just to recap that for you guys quickly, the Master of Realms event, maps have been separated into 5 categories. The way it works is that one player picks a category, and then within that category, the other player will pick one of the maps. Now, in the qualifying format, there's only 2 choices in that category. The main event will feature 3 choices in that category. So you'll keep seeing these tags of like hybrid, water, or open. That's not because we're just trying to be a bit more user-friendly on what things are. It's so that there was a selection of category here. So there they are. Wow, amazing. So if I'm not mistaken, and I'm sure production will correct me if I'm wrong, I believe it might be Moving Out, I don't think is in the qualifier. I think Water Drake might not be in the qualifier. I'm pretty sure Migration's not in the qualifier. And it might be Woodwall and then Gorge that aren't in the qualifier. But someone will correct me if I'm wrong. So when we get to the main event, these will all be up for grabs, and you basically you have to go through them all first before you repeat. So in longer series, when we get into like the BO7s, BO whatevers, that's when you'll see them come around themselves again. But really big shout out to Surfshark. Like they've been working with us to sponsor for a second event in a row, which is insane. That shows how much they believe in you guys. So believe in them and definitely take advantage of our EGC TV code to get yourself 3 months extra free. And it works out like £2 a month. And it's a way that you can support us, because what that says to Surfshark is that you like them sponsoring AoE events and you want them to sponsor more. But yeah, pretty cool that we're going to be going into Holy Island again. You know how I feel about this, Winston. I mean, maybe Migration will replace it as my new favorite water map by the end of this tournament. But for now, Holy Island is king to me.
I really like Migration. Definitely my favorite. I think it offers just the most craziness, and I think there's still a lot to be explored there. I think there's generally some crazy builds that different civs can do. You know, you have some fast imp civs, right? Which is like crazy that you can fast imp in the Bowchad, right? Like, and there's other strats as well. And I just think it just offers so much like opportunity for shenanigans, and I love shenanigans. So that's it for me. Oh man, Holy Island.
If you say shenanigans again, I'm going to pistol whip you. No,
what
do
about
say
shenanigans?
It again.
What's wrong? Why can't I say that?
Do you not get that reference? That's was it Super Trooper? I keep saying shenanigans.
I haven't seen Super Trooper in like.
It's Brian Cox. He's like, if you say shenanigans again, next person say shenanigans, I'm gonna pistol whip. And they go, hey Tommy, what's that nice restaurant downtown? He's like, you mean shenanigans?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I'm a
Whoa,
boomer.
Recon
Anyway.
getting good. Oh my gosh, Recon getting good.
This is nuts, right? Like, China has the advantage here out of the gates because of that as well. It's the vision.
Yeah.
If you change the vision between two players and switch, you'll see quickly that one is kind of riding a bit more blind than the other.
Oh,
man,
that's
such
crazy.
A dirty thing actually about China. I think it's like, this is the thing. In your mid-level games, that type of detail probably doesn't matter as much. But if you bother to optimize scouting and understand the dance of scout mirroring, then that's where China looks a bit OP. Because you always see your opponent scout first, which means you can try to cut them off ahead. So, dog drops as expected here. Remember, both these civs do have the 10% increased production speed, rather. One thing I want to check, Recon, did he go for the... No, okay, I like this. I was about to say, did he go for the Imperial Official early? I think you can sometimes justify it on water maps, but I hate when I see this on land maps. There's been a new build coming out with China where you don't build an Imperial Official at all, and you build the Academy first. Honestly, it's worse. It's actually just worse on land maps. But here, when you're moving into a lumber camp, with how long Dark Age should be, it's definitely worth getting an IO, because right now, there's usually have an advantage.
Yeah, I think the IO is worth it. I mean, waiting till you have the discount, like you said, I think is very valid. But for just the first one,
for a water map as well, right?
Like, yeah, exactly. Just having it early is good. I don't know when you want it necessarily. It's like it's kind of weird because your villas are kind of all scattered around.
I think you queue it up now, right? Because like you're done with the straggler trees. So now if you don't have him, you're just missing out on 20% more wood. Maybe not. Is Recon just... How many boats is he building then? Because that's kind of weird, right? Like if he goes up to say like 6 boats without an IO, that feels like a big disadvantage.
Just queued up another one. Yeah, he's got 11 on wood now. So potentially going to have a later age up. But I guess maybe he's thinking he can get away with that.
Yeah, I'm a little bit perplexed by this.
What happens with this next 100 wood? Is he just going to queue up another boat?
Yeah.
Or is this a 2-dock build?
There has to be a second dock, right? Like, I think he's just ramping.
Oh, village.
Okay, village, yeah. But, like, the weird part to me still looking at this is, like, no IO. I think this is going to give Legalis a huge leg up at the start of Feudal.
Look at that spot. Look at that spot for...
Don't you just love this map? What a great map. Everyone's like, Juji underpowered? Guys, just pick Holy... Oh, wait, that's not in the rank pool.
Just put a bunch of minerals next to each other, and you'll see Juji has a lot of relevance.
Yeah, like they're a sleeper pick on Rocky River, actually.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, because Rocky River, the resources want to spawn in the center, but they don't spawn evenly because of the sacred site in the center that pushes more resources on the flanks. So, like, I'd say about 70% of the time, you can usually find a meditation garden placement that gets you like 120 plus resources.
So second dock for Recon. I don't think we're going to see anything crazy like a Barbican forward, right?
You could, because he goes Imperial Academy first, right? But what's interesting in this matchup, where I felt China might be a bit better, is China, to me, can more easily go into Horseman, whereas usually tends to like lead into Chukanu. However, if he gets enough fishing and gets a slight lead, that detail doesn't matter, right? That's the land-specific detail to me. And looks like we are getting the mini gun coming in.
Yeah, but this difference in build orders is really crazy, right? Like, Recon's building a second dock before even
It's so
stacking
greedy.
much food. Yeah, like, this is like a 2-dock fishing boat pump build.
Another
Is he
thing
gonna
to
try
keep
to,
in
like,
mind-
FC or something funky? Like,
That's what I'm wondering, because like if this turns into water aggro, really big advantage usually has over China is the naval arrow slits. You can't match that as China because you have to go gather stone, which you don't want to do.
Recon has a lot of sheep to fall back to, too. Like, maybe he's just thinking he can play greedy here. What's the
mean,
sheep difference here? Fully?
I
I
think
think
it was
it's
like 18 to
18 to... Oh, that is
12?
not a lot. 9.
Okay, yeah, 13.
Well, I guess there's 3 dead there, so, yeah.
And then okay, yeah, so 18 on club, 17 on club, so yeah, 22.
23, yeah, that's crazy, yeah.
Definitely.
Interesting, yeah, so Recon has options, so the IA coming in, like you said. I don't think he did an official, right, Recon? I don't think so.
No,
Yeah. So
but
just
it's like
waiting.
it's wild though, right? Because like this deep into the game to have not had an imperial official all that time. He's got what? I think that's 12 on wood. If he shifted one off, but that's a lot. Yeah, so he shifted one off just then. So it was 12, gone down to 11. But
He's
you compare on the other
swarming.
side, Legalis has had what consistently 10 plus, being buffed by 20%. So it's like if you think about it mathematically that way, if you're at least at 10, then that's 2 extra villages for idling out for 1 villager of production.
Recon has 500 wood. What's happening? Okay, Hulk coming in.
Wait, is he just? I think he's just waiting for like to see what his opponent's doing, right? There's no other reason you'd be holding on to this much wood.
Nice micro, able to keep it alive.
Oh, I
able
love
to
that.
keep
That's
it
sick.
alive.
The repair coming out, yeah.
Yeah, that was nice. That was cute.
So it's pretty much
Recon
on the way.
feeling a bit cheeky. That's our Recon.
But the annoying thing now for Recon is like I don't think you want to have to build too big of a sea force here because of the bite back when you go into dive,
I
right?
think
Like
you just defend, right?
yeah, well, because if you attack, look at Legolas's stone already. We're only at the beginning of
Right.
feudal age, and he almost is like a third of the way to having naval arrow slits for free. Right, that's the power of the double stone outcropping. I think he only went for 1 though, right? Or did he clip the second? Yeah.
Not
He
even
only got the
close.
1.
Yeah. He tried
Honestly,
to
I'm a-
prioritize the berries. Yeah.
I'm a little bit surprised. I would have prioritized the berry still, but I would have pulled away from one of the gold, so I would have got 1 gold, 2 stone. I guess he's worried about getting idled on land.
Maybe. So Recon is currently banking on the fact that his fishing eco is better, right? How much better is it? We have 4 and then 9
He should have a lot because he waited to tech up.
against 6, right? 7,
8.
8, 9. Huh.
We're a counting stream now. Can
I love
you count
counting.
to 10?
Hi. 10. 1. 2. Okay, no. So the
A,
engagement does
B.
happen. yeah. I love to count. Yeah. So interesting. Recon not even getting much of an advantage here. I'm a little perplexed by the build. Maybe something just didn't work. Maybe he forgot something. This could have just been a mistake, or maybe it's not that bad. Like he has, it's like equal upgrades, right? And the
It's
income
not
is just better for
bad
Legalis.
as long as you don't attack. I think if you start attacking soon, that's where it looks bad. So like Recon should just try to build enough navy to hold on, and then I think you fast castle. Because
Yeah, but Legalis
these
is
imperial officials.
committing to Hulks here, and there's no stone income, so the Hulks can take down the docks eventually.
It's so slow though. Like and
It's
the,
slow, but
the,
he
the
can
point is
push.
the point is though you will have a defender advantage, but I think that's about to go away. Legolas is creeping docks. So that's going to give him repair on the front line, but that's also going to give him what I call the Seagate Castle effect here, where he'll be able to get a naval arrow slit at the gap close. So it'll be very hard for Recon to even try to go in for small raids.
Yeah. And we'll see how long Recon's able to defend here. He's still outnumbered on the sea, but posturing has been enough for him so far. Legolas with a nice spy there, seeing the gold. Going to be able to tell if Recon is making a break for Castle Age, right?
Yeah, you know you can't rush it here. If you don't get any small lead on water, like it's just going to put you behind. But
The demos are flanking now. Legolas looking for the opportunity. He's going to hunt down those arrow ships so that
he
he
ends
can
up
go
pinning
for the
fishing
kill.
boat. I'm not sure if that was intentional.
Maybe he thought it was a demo.
Now, you can fall for that when the demos are in. You haven't fought them yet. Push comes in, though. Fishing's starting to be exposed. Recon's going to have to back that up. The demo ship is winding up for a pull there, but until the archer ship's removed, not a possibility. I feel like Legalis is winning this, though. Demo? Okay, I've changed my mind immediately. One archer counters out both. Now, remember, Recon also does have the healing advantage on his side. Legalis has dove in way too deep.
Yeah, Legalis going to take some damage here. He still has more hulks, more production, and it doesn't look like any player's going to be banking for this Castle Age anytime soon. It's going to take a bit. It's going to take a bit, another couple minutes at least before we start thinking about that. Although, as I say that,
Starting to stockpile, yeah.
Recon stockpile looking a bit healthy. Maybe there were some Vils in queue or something that I missed. But yeah, it's got a lot on sheep. Yeah, interesting, no mill for the drop-off bonus with an IO.
Do you just go Imperial Palace here? Clock Tower feels so good. Because if you don't immediately win, then like you feel bad you went Imperial Palace, right? But like it would tell you where everything is. It would tell you the work account and everything.
But like where everything is, like he knows where everything is right now, right?
His scout. Like, wherever the workers go, right? At any given point. You also would see any attacks coming because you have to remember Imperial Palace. Like if you drop it near the AK vein, like towards the stone near the AK vein, you will basically see the entirety of the map.
I think personally I prefer the Imperial Palace over Clock Tower in most cases, unless I need it.
I only like the Clock Tower when you think the game's going to get stagnant, but like the whole idea of fast castling here, if Recon does it, is that you're looking to end the game within 5 minutes of teching, right?
Right. But our bees going to be the thing that does that?
No, but that's what I'm saying, right? Like in 5 minutes, like you won't use bees, and you know.
Oh, the demo. Oh, this demo's getting close. This demo's getting close.
It's not good enough.
Some damage dealt.
I mean, practically none, right? Like, it's just going to get healed up now. But this many Springle ships can start sieging buildings. So, like, Legalis is going to be forced to defend.
He did get the arrow slits, like he said. The Seagate defense.
Yeah, it just makes that so hard now for Recon to sneak by. We have got the demo pump on the way, though. And, Legalis only has 2 archer ships? Don't you just love going up against China, where, like, the galleys and the Springle ships kind of look the same? It's always fun. So much fun. You can tell I've had a Tilted experience with this. And Palace.
Feudal Palace.
Okay, you do not see this often, but this is sick. Recon with the reaction to set up the outpost, he will be able to defend against it. I think Recon might just go Castle now. Like, now that this is happening, you don't have a good Feudal Age answer because you haven't got Song, right? So you can't build Chukanu.
Yeah, but you also just have the outpost, which is generally enough.
Whoa. One good hit was missing the second, though, that really would have hit him over the edge. Does have a Springled lead now, though.
Yeah, I don't know. This is Recon maybe overextending a little bit. The concave here for Legalis looked okay. Recon smartly playing away from the docks now as to not like be in range of the instant demo pops, but with all said and done, Recon still with more ships.
Yeah, but...
Oh, he's hurt. He's not healing at the moment, so one goes down quickly here.
My worry, though, is, like, as this goes on, now that you've seen the Palace Guard creep, can that not just happen more? It feels like such a free, easy little win. So I think Recon's going to feel pressured to try and take these fights quite fast.
I mean, Legalis can't afford the Palace Guards.
Not right now. Demos rallying in a weird way, actually, would have been beneficial to just go straight across and cut him. This is expensive. I think you need a good demo here. He's going to try for it now. In fact, the Springl's almost cleared up straight away. There's so many of them. It's so difficult to get a good demo hit when the Springle ship count gets this high.
Yeah, you have to move in with like 4 or 5 at a time, right? And Recon just isn't waiting for that moment. Neither is Legalis, to be fair, but it is what it is.
I think Recon just needs to rally demo straight in. Like, new ships keep coming out from that dock to the left side and going south. Like, this to me is looking like a Legalis win.
Oh, for sure. Legalis has 14 war junks here.
Recon's still flowing way too much.
Oh, the demo is coming in?
No.
They're just going to cancel it.
Like, that right there, if that demo hit, that's like the Austin Powers scene where the guy won't get out of the way of the like really slow truck. You know, where he's like, no! Move!
But look at this fight. Half of Legalis' ships aren't fighting in these engagements. He keeps
getting
having
bogged
this
down.
messed up issue. Yeah, where his ships in the back are getting stuck, and Demo comes in. Recon not paying attention to that one.
I like how I
Still,
just sat
even
there
with
like,
the issue,
are we meant to detonate here?
yeah, but Recon's almost got Castle Age. He's gonna queue up some
I mean,
demos instead.
but what do you do with it? You're gonna have no food now. I feel like if you go castle, you're dead anyway.
He has all the sheep, but I think he's been using them.
Yeah, but it's like the raw eco lead. Like, if you think about it, Recon has, what, probably 14 fishing boats? So you're about to lose a quarter of your economy. I just don't see a way that Recon gets out of this. It would take a miracle or a blunder, maybe a demo ship to claw him back in. The problem is the Stringle ships are just clearing up these docks so quickly. And now we're down to, what, 2 remaining in the corner for Recon before he's forced off of water.
And this could be huge. Recon is looking at the Castle Age. He's just 100 foot away, 200 foot away. But Legalis has built a couple more Palace Guards. If Recon gets sloppy with the positioning here, these Palace Guards could come in at just the right time to deny the age up.
And I'm wondering if
Force a really
Legalis
safe
is...
position.
I'm wondering if Legalis is considering a tech up now as well. Like, this is such a huge lead. He has to understand that Recon only has one way out. And yeah, it's in this situation, I agree with Clock Tower. The Palace makes more sense when you're able to attack. You have to defend now, and Recon knows it. What did we say about Recon? What is he comfortable with? What is his favorite way to play AoE4?
Turtle, turtle, turtle.
You're the turtle, baby. Pinch in the corner now.
Yeah.
Last stand, but you're frontlining with archer ships. I don't think I need to say anything more about this.
Yeah, it's not really the best way to hold, and the demos are coming in. The archer ships, only 2 remain.
Demo comes out, but oh, Legalis, just so clean, so quick.
Yeah, he's playing real smart here. This is really clean from Legolas. I mean, he's gonna win the water at the end. Well,
No,
two more demos.
he's gonna win the water.
Yeah, he's gonna win the water. Demo 1, though, how expensive is Recon gonna make it?
There's just nowhere for the fishing boats to
No.
go. So, like, even if you didn't lose these
Bad
docks
fishing
now,
boat.
you've lost all that economy. And Palace Guard raised.
Bounce?
Recon's queuing up Lancers. That's rough because, like, now you've given your opponent a way of countering you an age behind. Not that he's going to remain an age behind. Shaolin Monastery now in the way.
Yeah, I keep thinking about this water and how much of this came down to that kind of odd build from Recon for water. Felt a bit weird, but
Yeah.
it ended up looking kind of okay, but he was always down just like a couple of war junks, right?
I think the
Just didn't
Imperial
have as
Official at
many
the
Springald
start,
ships.
right? Like, the Imperial Official at the start was the really big part that he has control over. But, like, the other detail I'm not surprised about, it's the Arislets and then the Palace Guard. Like, those are 2 cool reads by Legolas in this game. And now, with the tech up complete, I think we're going to be quickly on our way to a game 3. Like, this is a very hard one for Recon to claw his way back into. Impressed with Legolas, though. You know, I did mention going into this, Recon is a little bit rusty. He hasn't been playing as much at the moment. But I hadn't seen Legolas anywhere, so I wasn't sure if he was playing as much either.
Mm-hmm. So some big greedy walls coming in from Legolas. I like this play. Just grab the relics while you can. He's got some Shaolin monks on the way, but Recon also going to be trying to supervise out some monks of his own. So we got a bit of a relic race going on. The knights should be pretty good here at denying this, but the Shaolin monks can hold their own in the right situation.
As long as there's only one knight finding them, sort of. Right?
Yeah.
Like, if 2 come in, they're just going to die. And it's always annoying, because, like, when you got those monks, if it's an archer or something, you might be able to walk away and heal. But against a knight, they just stick on top of you so easily.
Yeah.
Recon's got
And-
a lot of food, bloody hell.
In the meantime, the water has been completely won by Legolas, so completely cleaned up. So at some point, we could see a deletion of some of the ships to free up some pop space. It's not an issue right now, but if you forget, we've seen this before. When players forget about it, it can really start to add up and be important. So we'll see how long that navy persists there.
Yeah, time being, we just got a few spin running into mass lancers. So Legolas, in a way, is kind of giving something over here. But remember, he can long-term afford to throw away more units like this because he's the one with fishing.
Big raid on the woodline there with just a single lancer killing an IO. We got that nice split screen action for you. Look at that production quality. Ayo.
Wow.
Gotta love it. It's actually really cool.
That's what
Oh
the
man, this is
Kickstarter
something I
funding
always
got you
dreamed of.
guys. Look at that. Mwah. Yeah, it's
at
pretty
this.
cool as well that he went for the Imperial Official. I actually think going for Chinese Imperial Officials now is bad. That's like not worth it. Villagers are better kills, right? But Zhu don't have the Imperial Academy, right? They actually have to sacrifice villager production when they lose an IO, and it costs 150 resources. So it's definitely the right
Yeah.
call to go after the taxman.
Yeah, this is nice. Interesting position. So now we're kind of banking on Recon getting a really good engagement with the Nesta Bees, right?
Yeah.
Don't be too fooled by the military pop at the top. That tug of war bar is very much so offset by the naval still existing on the field. So I think Recon has a decent army here against what Legalis is fronting. Only 10
He has a
crossbows.
problem.
If they
He has a really big problem, which is like this Nesta Bees idea is great when you're defending. But
It's
he's
really hard to
coming
attack
out.
with.
Yeah, and like he's going mass lancers, but my worry about that is
Relic.
remember he doesn't have fishing. Lancers are not cheap. There is a lot of sheep, but when you spam like this, your food disappears fast.
I think without any cav, I legitimately think if he wants to push with Springolds, he needs to have a relic with a monk and just protect them that way. Like I think he needs to do something like that, kind of a little all in.
Oh, big raid!
Oh wow.
Wheelbarrow's at least there, so Legolas should be able to walk this one off, but still, it's going to cost him dearly. And remember, because the walls never went fully up, he just can't run, and now Nesta Bees the flurry!
And there's going to be a follow-up shot here if Legolas isn't careful.
He gets out.
Oh, he gets out just barely.
But the problem there
could turn
is,
here potentially.
The wild part there, I think, is like the way that he's kind of spread his comm. Legolas doesn't have the numbers to turn for a fight now. This many spearmen against this many lancers and Palace Guard, you just die. So now you're trying to run away. You're dying anyway.
Yeah, and the raid on the wood line here. Recon's just going to stick the fight here, put the Palace Guards in the front, the Knights in the back. There's a Wololo on the side here. The Shaolin Monk going to be able to
get nothing.
Push them back. Well, he pushed them away, right? At least
he pushed them away for 10 seconds. They're coming back. Winston as is Recon in this game.
Oh, Recon's looking so good here. He has the momentum, and he is pushing in. The gold mine getting pushed. The army getting wiped. The two cav armies finally combined on the center of the screen. There isn't enough here. The bees set up shop outside the meditation gardens.
You can't take the fight here either. Right now, Legolas is going to be crying for mummy here as the shot comes on the back and the crossbow count gets immediately cut down. Legolas at risk of being eliminated early here in such an unexpected way.
Yeah, I mean, Recon just really found the space and timing to build an army, and I think his army is way better at this stage, right? Like, the two Springolds on the field are going to be important. He's been supervising them out, and we'll see if they're able to get the picks off. Oh, he does get one shot, but Recon notices in time. And the Knight, cheeky little raid, finding the food on the north again. Legolas with no protection here.
This is like
just passing. Never mind. Never mind.
This is like Pavlov's dog fury. Like, this hungry lion has discovered this area is unguarded. He can just keep coming in and eating gazelles. He's gonna do it all day. Oh my god!
Did you see that? So he forced the spearman into spear wall with the attack. So the charge was forcing the spear wall. The Springolds come forward right into the Knights.
He's blowing up the meditation garden as well. He's like, I mean, I'm not coming to you with these Nesta Bees. You can come to me. Looks like the Springald isn't going to be safe either. This is just insanity. What Recon has done to Legolas in this game. I still do think China has a decent shot against Yuji, but after the way this game opened up.
The Vills on the gold.
Big hit. No textiles.
The Vills on the gold everywhere. All the Vills.
That is blood gold right there. Woo-hoo-hoo. Legolas. I mean, the crazy thing is that military count still looks so big until you realize it's 8 Springald ships and 2 galleys.
Yeah. He's got 6 crossbows and 5 spearmen for real. I don't even think... Are those even... Wow. Recon with quite the turnaround. We questioned how valid the push-out would be, but Recon just had the Knights in a couple of kind of messy engagements for Legolas, right? He walked right into the Nesta Bees multiple times, and that just wrecked his army and forced him, even though he had maybe a slightly better economy with the water, it forced him into like reproduction rather than really having that big mass that could take on Recon. And the raids from the Lancers were really good. There wasn't really any counter threat on Recon's eco, so yeah, Recon I think just really clean win there. That was impressive.
I think it's a sick comeback, because I feel like it was a comeback. The idea of what Recon's doing with Castle Age, it makes a lot of sense there, but it looked like he missed his timing, right? He got pushed off of water before he really had any value out of the castle. I don't want to focus too much on the mistakes of Legolas, because it's a lot of praise more to Recon, but there is one error I think that came out of Legolas, and it's that he tried to plant onto the map very quickly, against Lancers. You saw him try to get those short walls up that wouldn't even stop the Lancer raid. Then he goes on Deer despite the fact he has fishing. I think that's where things really started to go bad for him, is that he went for an infantry comp and then had to go super wide. So, small little lesson in that from Legalis, but you can't take anything away from Recon here. Like, killer instinct. And for a guy who really just hasn't actually been that active in the last few weeks, I've talked to the lad, and in some ways he's felt a little bit demotivated. I know many players have felt that way at the moment. To just come in and make a recovery like that just shows you the payoff of years at this point of hard grinding AoE4 and understanding how to get out of every hole.
So Recon will advance to the next round. We'll see how he does. We can probably try and keep up with the brackets later. But we already got our next set here in the round of 32.
So map drop by Surfshark has already been completed, and we get Chaos. I knew. So you know me, Winston. I like to drop a few deets, little suggestions, and I literally, if I scroll up, what was it I called it? It's like players which will provide entertaining or weird things. Corvinus, Dragavan, Faye, Mio, Micah, Kiljardi, Recon, and Anatan. Here you go. Here's
Faye.
the weirdness. Archipelago's coming through, which I believe. So was it not? Yeah. So Sassy picked, and then Faye picked, then Sassy picked, right? So Sassy picked Chaos and Open, but when like somehow Sassy wants to join in on the Anarchy. We were actually going to see Archipelago for the first time, and I want to say like over 6 months. I think was the last time we saw it in competitive.
Not well. It depends on how you define competitive. If you're talking about EGC TV, yeah. I think it was obviously in BC's tournament thing.
Oh yeah, that thing. Yeah.
The champion one where you rotate all the maps eventually.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, but like in terms of the big wide tournaments, they've qualified.
Yeah. It depends on it depends on your levels.
Because I think last time we saw it was it before the expansion? I think it was the last FCS tournament before Salt and Sen got added. It was either Archipelago or the other one. It might have been the other one actually.
Yeah.
If you remember, it literally just turned into a Bouchard Fiesta.
We're trying to. Yeah, I think I know Merlin and I really wanted to do an Archipelago tournament because
I
think there's viability.
Get out.
Okay, yeah, that's a Merlin and I guess all the thing. We'll be the only two viewers for that.
I'm gonna do you a favor here. Just pick Floodplain instead. That map is gonna be fun, especially with some of these picks. Things like Order of the Dragon, Mongols. Well, yeah, we'll have to see. We do open up on Dry Arabia, and it's
Roos
already weird, right? Like Archipelago's in there. Roos doesn't get saved for it at all. We're just going Roos HRE. This matchup, Winston, favors Faye by a lot. It's very difficult for HRE because if they do the fast castle build, you're always going to do 2 CCs the Roos, and all you have to do is wall off the relics. And as I'm sure you're fully aware, those 4 or 5 Palisade walls are a little bit broken. They cost the same amount of wood as normal Palisades. They have double the health, and the funnest detail of all to me is the fact that they build 33% faster than normal Palisades.
It's a quite strong wall that the Roos are able to put up, but they don't have access to stone walls unless you get the.
If you're stonewalling relics against HRE, I've got bigger questions.
We're talking about it later. We're talking about, you know what I mean. I mean, in the concept of the Civ having walls or not, never.
Yeah, but it's that timing though. It counters HRE's burst point, which is relic play, right? So I wonder, is Sassy gonna try and do like a feudal all-in build? Because HRE, that's their new trick in the script. Historically, they've already constantly been getting dumped by Roos because they go for this fast castle build. So that's what I want to see, a curve point there. What might also be cool, I've noticed Roos players have started going back to Golden Gate when they're up against the HRE. Something to think about. It's time to cook, though, and I know she's going to be cooking. Faye in up against Sassy. We open this series normie as can be in Master of Realms. We're going to Dry Arabia for our open format. Faye on the Roos and Sassy on the newly powerful HRE.
It's funny because I cast a lot of these EGC TV tournaments, right? And I rarely get to cast Roos games because it's almost always been permanently banned for like the last year
and a half.
I was gonna say 2 years maybe, but not quite.
At this point, I think across the course of the entire game, it's now probably the most banned Civ. Like I think it's surpassed like Roos. Yeah, because you had Roos early days as well, right? Like after Age of Springald and the whole such has got nerfed, you had a period where things like Mongols, I think, started to take the lead. Delhi as well. But
Mongols.
yeah, Rus historically is most definitely the most banned civ in the history of this game.
Which is crazy, and it's cool. We get to finally see the Civ again, right? So let's hope. Let's see how this goes. So Faye also very creative with some of the Roosh strats. So excited to see what she's got cooking for us.
Double scout opening from Sassy to try and contest the deer stack makes a lot of sense. Looking at right now, Faye, it's not too bad of a start. She has found her back deer stack. She's moving to it now. Your goal here when you're the Roost, by the way, you want to trigger the wheelbarrow research, and then you want to assess whether you have about 150 gold before it's 2/3 of the way complete. If it's not, you then cancel wheelbarrow. There's no worse feeling than you being like 20 gold off of the tech up when you have 400 food, because if you're waiting for passive gold, you're basically idling yourself by like an extra 30 seconds.
I think we're going to have the comfortable, looks like 2 wolves going down uncontested means comfortable wheelbarrow here, I think.
Yeah. But she's not going for it, so I'm starting to think this is the Golden Gate build.
The Golden Gate is back on the menu. You know what's funny? People forget, but that used to be the meta, right? There was a time when the Kremlin was considered complete garbage and unusable. Can you imagine? Think back to that time.
Yeah, the Kremlin back then, because you didn't have the gremlins, right?
Yeah, there were no gremlins.
I think it also didn't have all the upgrades it had. I think it might have even had less tower range or something like that.
Yeah, it was a really weak landmark. Also, the influence range was like the same as like an outpost or the wooden fortress. So it was just one tiles. So it's like you had to put it on your wood line. It was super limited, restrictive, and it offered like no flexibility. But now it's a completely different story, right? Kremlin is crazy strong and useful. Still probably a little strong.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit too good still. But like fun detail, my favorite Kremlin game actually is still back in those days, and it was when Kazva used to play.
Kazva built it forward, right? Was that one?
Yeah. There was a game, Mongolian Heights. It was Recon was on the HRE and Kaz was on the Rus, and he legit just drops a Kremlin right next to Recon's gold, and then proceeds to build wooden fortresses around his base. I miss that guy. He had the most over-the-top aggro builds imaginable. But looks like we are going to be getting Kremlin.
Kremlin, yeah.
But why? Wait, she's not spending the gold, though. That's kind of funky.
Are see like an early stable or something?
Yeah, but like Double Knight's wild. Yeah, like Double Knight. So one Knight into TC makes sense. Double Knight here's a bit funky. I mean, the gold is fort spawning, right? So maybe this is like forcing the outpost drops, and you feel good about it then?
Faye's generally very like on top of these Dark Age builds too, right? So it's like
that was a polite way of saying she does some really weird all-in Dark Age builds.
No. What I mean though is like, I don't think this is like a mistake of just forgetting to click it. I think there's intentionality behind almost everything, right? Like,
for sure.
That's what I mean by on top of. Like, has an idea for this. So I'd be really surprised if it's just forgetting wheelbarrow. There's got to be some grand plan.
Yeah,
we'll see how effective it is, but there's a plan.
You do normally see like one Knight or two, but like if you think about the timings here, what, dude? This is fast castle in a different way. There's no way you put that many people on gold like that, right? So this should be 2 TC fast castle.
Unless it's just for one drop off because they were here. Because we don't see the mining camp yet.
No, and she's okay. There are so many questions, and that's what I love about Faye games.
Yeah, right. I love it too.
Like I've literally watched this girl go mass Mangadai against HRE with only outposts, right? This is the wild stuff she does, and
we have 300 gold now.
Yeah, but this is 2 TC on Sassy's side, right? So this is kind of intriguing because I think Sassy is going to go feudal all in, and that's smart because fast castle it kills you. It's basically suicide for HRE. You just can't do anything.
He's trying to bait this scout. You never like having the scout just sitting there watching your first production building go up because you know the counter building is going up. It's like we all know this part of the game, right? It's the scouts are coming back.
She's just trying to bait him in a little bit, not for the TC, but so that the scouts could get the backstab. But Sassy. No I mean, the funny thing is, like, if you see him reacting once or twice, you're never going to catch him not reacting, right?
Scouts, the option we didn't consider.
Oh, for God's sake, no.
What? 2 TC Pro Scouts?
I can't. You know when it's just now you're like, oh yeah, of course, that's why she won all that gold. But at the same time, in this type of game,
In this economy,
At this day and age, that's not how
in
Pro Scouts works.
2024.
I mean, the
Okay.
funny part about it is like Pro Scouts makes sense if you're not rushing the TTC, right? My issue with this is like your timings feel a little bit off because Sassy should now be able to get the TC down on the second deer stack before you get your scouts over there.
So this is like
what
an
the-
OG build.
No, yeah, but what is Sassy's TC placement? That is wild. That is
Far.
so far out there.
Yeah, that is. I mean, he has the time, right? Like Faye's not doing anything, right? So he has the time to just take
That's a
what he
lie,
wants, right?
Winston. She is doing something. She's garrisoning scouts in a TC line.
Well, it's interesting. I like this build is something we used to do. Like this was the one of the strongest way to play was not with Kremlin, but you'd go Golden Gate, 2TC, FC, Prof Scouts. Prof Scouts has since been like doubled in cost. Scouts now walk much slower. Like we're talking, this was one of the OG builds for Roos,
Yes. Do you want me to Giga Brain it more for you, by the way?
right? No.
No, yeah. She's gonna melt your mind.
Okay.
My girl gonna melt your mind. Here we go. So she dropped her stables. You don't need her stables if you're going Pro Scouts. You've got Hunting Cabin. But look at what Sassy built a lot of. He dropped Arax in response and has built 5 spears so far. So like what Faye just done there.
Horse Archer.
Yeah. But like what Faye just done there is she baited. Now it's gone up to 7. She baited an insane investment out of him. At this point, he's spent what was that? 244 AE. He spent 560 resources on countering something that doesn't exist.
Yeah. And like the Spearmen are never going to do anything offensive. They're never going to touch the TC. The Woodline. Wait, the Woodline doesn't have a wooden fortress on it, does it? Or did she build one? I actually have no idea.
No.
Is that in range? Oh, she built another lumber camp, I think.
Okay, yeah. It's buffed. But like one interesting thought here though is because of the pro. You mentioned Pro Scouts got nerfed to where it used to be. When you move this slow, you can kind of dodge Spearmen a little bit, but you're against marching drill Spearmen.
Yeah, they can run it down.
Yeah. So I'm curious.
This game's so good.
Yeah, I think this is like a game of she's basically kind of like these guys might as well be dressed as shinobis because they have to sneak around. If Sassy reads where you're going with the spears, you're not going to get the deer.
Yeah,
And
but you
you'll
can
get
always
killed.
drop them. There's only one deer. There's 2 deer left there, and now Faye's going to move to the deer in the middle of the map where I think there's already some guards. That
But
guy
Winston,
is.
You,
What? Hold
Follow
up.
me,
Okay,
lads.
okay,
I'm
okay.
going to give you a tutorial on how to carry deer. But like, here's the thing. Remember, when those spearmen charge, they actually move quicker than a scout that is not hindered by a deer.
Yeah,
right?
no, you have to stay far away. Oh, we're going sneaky.
Are you kidding me? It's like, hey,
All right, lads, we're going in sneaky beaky like.
Solid
Yoink.
sword. I don't want to hear us.
and Sass
Wait.
he's like, hey, come back here.
this is really the perfect moment for Faye to come in on the east side with another deer, like to another scout to get the deer, right? So you
Yeah,
just kind of
we're
tug
going
it back
in.
and forth.
We're going in. This is bait. Sass is like, oh, I'm gonna get one, and then, bait. Yoink.
I mean, it's just gonna lose one, but
I mean, at this point though, it's all just this is all bonus, right? Like you've already gotten your 2 deer, right?
well, you went 2TC, right, and dropped on the gold. So like, you definitely need a lot of food because this is fast castle with no additional food access.
Yeah,
can we
but
check
they
the
already
sheep count,
got
by
the
the way?
north pack. She got 6 or
Yeah,
5
but-
of the
but
one on
check-
the left.
Check the
It's already
check the
12
sheep
deer.
count though for Faye because this is very important. Like, if she doesn't get these deer home, how starved is she? Yeah, no, she needs every deer she can get in this game.
Yeah.
And she's also losing the race to castle, by the way. Wait, why did she? Just 400 stone.
I thought so I was going to talk about this. It looked like Faye was considering doing another TC at one point.
Which,
But-
in my opinion, and I know opinions are like buttholes, everyone's got one. I feel 3TC is terrible in every game right now for us. 2TC feels so much better, especially if you're in a matchup where like Relics is an objective.
Yeah,
right.
We're with HRE.
Yeah. Like, definitely Rage. Like, I've seen it in Roost Mirrors, right? 2TC versus 3TC, 2TC always wins. Because the Relics is a permanent element you both want. It's weird when you think about it that way. Like, villages are temporary.
We're
Relics
gonna
are
get the
permanent.
yoinks.
Oi, where you
There's
going
still
with
one
that?
there. Isn't there a deer right in the middle of the screen?
I don't think she can see it.
That's a deer, yeah.
Has she got maximum shrubbery details on?
Yeah, like we do. Oh, we're coming in.
Wait.
Bait.
This is so dumb to watch. Abbey of Trinity and Relics are on the way, by the way. Wait,
No.
wait.
Disaster. Wait, Trinity.
Faye.
Oh, we are really going back in time. This is
Faye,
like,
please.
oh my gosh.
Okay,
This is when.
Please go
Sorry.
ahead. No, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
This is a build order. This is a really fun build order for me because this is like my favorite build order with Roos. Like I did this build order so much, like way back in the day. Oh my gosh, I think it was in one of even like the showcase matches. I did this exact build. I mean, obviously it was very different. It was like almost a different game at this time, but like, yeah, this is. Oh,
Have you ever,
I
like,
just
have
love
you-
this.
Have you ever just like gone Roos, built 15 monasteries, and spammed warrior monks?
So, I have tried. It doesn't like work very well because, or did we change it? I forget because
I mean-
there was a time when it didn't apply to other warrior monks because I tried it a bunch and I was frustrated.
Okay.
Did we-
I think it
does it apply to them now?
I think so. I mean, you know, I'm kind of
Yeah,
glad
it's
that
been
that
so long.
I'm glad that build isn't strong because it would be really monk-s.
I see what you did there. Whoa, production buildings.
Yeah, on the secondary TC, which like
Because he
remember.
needs them.
And by the way, check Faye's vision. She lost all the scouts, right? So she doesn't know about this, and she's building into horse archers, so she's gonna get immediately counted.
I think the problem here is the number of relics, though. Like Sass, Trinity into no relics is sad, and Sass is getting all of them.
Yeah. Yep. He's so confident he's getting all of them. He's literally just standing here staring at the rain. It's like, wow, so much gold when I drop this in. I mean, he can just go imp, actually. Like, I've seen this type of game before. This is reminiscent
yeah.
of when
You just go
Faye...
imp.
Yeah, this is reminiscent when Faye tried to manga die and fast imp H3 player. It's the same thing, really, if you think about it.
Mm.
Like you just die to static defenses.
Yeah, this is rough. I mean, Regnitz getting 4 relics is like not a bueno situation for Faye here. Gonna be
What's
banking
our way
on
out?
units and economy, right?
Yeah, I mean, is it weird that I would have
Oh.
liked it more if she built more scouts? Because then it is the really old school. You remember that old school build where you massed horse archers and frontline with mass scouts?
Yeah, when the scouts just had way better stats.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's similar to like what Recon done earlier with using Malian scouts as a frontline. It's the same logic, right? Like
Yeah,
they
but
do
warrior
damage,
scouts
it's
are
more-
like.
Oh yeah,
good.
they're better. But like the reason you build them isn't because they kill things. The reason you build them for your army is because they tank, right?
The horseman. Yeah, that makes sense. Horseman switch for Sass though, against crossbow. Yeah, I mean,
It's a dream, man. She does not know what is happening. Sassy is such a
Yeah.
crafty bugger.
yeah, this is weird.
I mean, it's like it's weird because of how well Sassy played this. Like, if you look at Faye's vision, still, even if she's looking in all the wrong places.
Oh, I also never thought about that, but because Faye didn't go those 1 or 2 nights,
Yep.
never killed the boars.
True.
Which is like one of the values of those knights is like if they get low at some point, you just YOLO it into a boar or something, right?
Yeah, and then they return the cost. That's why like 2 night
Yeah.
openers are so good. But yeah,
Right. Yeah.
it's something I just didn't like about this build. Like the Pro Scouts idea seems cool, but I feel like she was split between that and the 2TC. And even though that stables detail seems Gigabrain, as we mentioned, with like marching drills, Spinman can chase down Pro Scouts easily. So I feel like it's the type of thing that's Gigabrain against any other Civ that doesn't have more movement speed on their spears.
Yeah, it's
So,
interesting.
how does she make this work? I mean, that second TC has like, what, 20 villages under it now at least? So that could be a target, right? If you dive that TC, there's not many defense points and you've gone mass horse archers.
I think you lose everything to 12 horsemen.
Yeah, like maybe the
Oh,
horsemen
maybe
are
not.
okay, the horsemen are there. So I was like,
Yeah,
maybe you wait
that's
for
what I
them
mean.
to
They're
leave.
literally
Yeah.
right there. They're just chilling.
Well, the good news is those scouts will see it. By the way, you know how I said that old school horse archer scout build? She's doing
I don't want to think about it. I want to think. I don't want to recognize that you're right here.
the key is to
Congrats.
get in
That
the
is cool.
mind of Faye. The best way I've found to get in the mind of Faye here, like to understand the strategy she's going to go for, you basically need to line up 6 shots of Sambuca in front of you.
Oh, we're getting warrior monk techs.
Yeah.
Sorry, we're getting them from the Trinity.
Yeah, she
That's
went for
exciting.
the duration buff.
The duration. Yeah.
But yeah, as I was saying, so if you want to understand Faye's like builds, what you need to do first of all is you have to line up 6 Sambuca shots, make them doubles,
Ow.
and then you need to just speed through them, right?
What about shots? Why are you talking about alcohol?
It's how you get in the mindset of the Faye builds.
Okay.
Because
Okay.
like
I
the
understand.
problem is like she does very wild things. So if you think about it too logically, she's gonna trick you. There you go. Trust me, I know. I've watched a lot of Faye games.
Sass has so many res. We are booming.
I mean, it's imp, right? It's just
Yeah.
classic cruise mode. He's even walled up.
Does
Oh
he-
no, the
can he
perfect
go
counter to horse
Elsbach?
archers.
Can you go Elsbach at this point? Like, do you even need
No.
Swabia when you have 72?
You go Swabia.
Are you sure?
Yes, because you're still up against this many horse archers, and if there's a few breakthroughs on the wall, you're going to lose villages, right? Like, going Elsbach, like, what is the point in Elsbach on Dry Arabia? Like, I beg you this, explain to me. What does
It
Elsbach
sits
secure you?
somewhere. It's really annoying and it
It's
never
really
dies.
pretty, I guess, yeah?
It
Like,
never dies. How do you kill it?
I mean, I just take Sacred Sites, because they're going to build that Elsbach
Well,
in your
I
base,
mean, yeah,
right?
we're down to 9 minutes. Like, at some point, Sass has to age up, right? He's sitting on 2,000 gold. He's not making units.
Stop
Do
the
something.
comment.
You know what I mean? Like, he needs to like have a plan, right?
Oh wait, is he going to ramp north with the Horseman? Because that would be sick.
Yeah, the horseman coming in from the top would be really, really good for him.
The Horseman coming in from anywhere would be great, but they went east.
They're
Bad
coming.
timing here. Yeah, they're
So,
coming
yeah, now-
slowly.
Okay, I now see the validity of the Swabia because the horsemen, the horseman archers have gotten that breakthrough that you so accurately mentioned.
So if Faye just goes north and south now, Sassy's in big trouble.
Has the buff? Oh no!
Yep.
The last warrior monk died.
Yeah, but this is exactly why I wanted to split them off and run different directions. Like, you know, it requires more micro, and I am aware that this is usually when Faye is sleeping in the day, but it feels like the way you play this is you go into 2 or 3 different locations and kill Eco.
Maybe.
Now, I would love this if Faye was
We're gonna run
prepping
into
another
a
unit
wall.
behind this, but do you know what Faye is doing right now?
Spaskaya on the northern gold. Interesting. That's
Now
right
you-
where she's leading the army.
Yeah, so it's interesting because you might ask the question, why?
Oh wait, what?
Anyway,
Where did the horseman?
wait, does he know? How does he know? Can we check his vision? I'm so... Oh my... Dude, Relic
This is
Outposts are
huge.
OP! Relic Outposts are OP!
Oh no. Oh
It's-
no.
I mean, it's 28 villages. This is not enough to stop it. It shouldn't be, but it's going to cost her. I've been saying this for a long time. Everyone's crying about different things about relics. The thing that is absurd about them is the vision buff they give when they're garrisoned. That is vile.
Wow, and 10 bills just go down like that, countering all the raids. I mean, the raid from Faye didn't even do damage. Only killed 3 bills total so far. And I think some of those are earlier, right?
Why you gotta do it like that, man?
What?
Are you saying horse archers aren't OP? Damn, I need a time machine. Like, if you check the second TC of Sassy, though, you'll see the outpost I'm talking about, and then you'll understand
that
why I'm
was
saying this is
crazy.
OP.
That's crazy
So,
that
so
that's
from there, check the vision, and then just drift across. That's that outpost. That outpost right there sees all that. That is
Why?
because Imperial Palace looks so good. HRE needs their own, right? Like, it needs to be done.
What?
It does.
I
do
had
too
no
many
idea it
things.
was that much. Yeah.
Well, because I think the tooltip says 25% or something like that, which doesn't sound like a lot until you remember the vision's already pretty big on an outpost.
What is that? Palace of Swabia coming down. Somehow Sass had like thousands of res, and maybe it was just panic, or maybe he was just doing some other investments.
Yeah, I
I'm
think
not
he's
sure.
cleaned up the horse archers.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have a little bit of a competitive game, but like at the end of the day, you are sitting in the game now where you didn't go for the optimal siege, and your opponent has 4 relics as HRE, right? It's like Faye's holding on, but she has big issues. Like I wouldn't be
Dome
surprised
walls.
if she just dies to horseman floods. And
What? Oh, in case a raid comes. Yeah, that's smart.
I love that. You don't see that often anymore, but it's a really smart idea considering your opponent has no range units.
Well, Sass is... I mean, 4 relics with Regnets is just so good, right? And these outposts are only going to get more stubborn. We're getting all the Warrior Monk upgrades. Oh, wow. You even see Gallop coming into play here.
Does Gallop even work? Like, I'm still trying to figure this out. Like, did it get fixed recently? Because some things were wrong with it. Like, I'm pretty sure that it didn't give the extra tar range. I think it's been fixed. Look,
Does it not give range? Are you sure? I think you go to 7
It was
range.
definitely bugged before. Like, it might have been fixed now, but I remember last time earlier this year, it just didn't work.
We'll keep checking an eye. We'll keep an eye on that.
But, at this point, most Roost players would be considering how good Streltsy would be, right? Anyway. Not Faye. Faye is of one mind here. The Pew Pew ponies are the way.
I mean, they're mobile. They can be good against HRE here. The Bombard's coming forward though. Eventually for Sass, he's got the siege. He's got the defense.
So I'm just gonna say it flat. Faye would have won tournaments if she played competitive at the start of AoE4. This was a no-key strat.
This was, I think, the best strat for a period of time.
There's the Gallop. Click on. We want to see the tower range.
Oh,
wait. So it turns out upgrading your horse archers removes Gallop. No. Like, it's meant to be, what was it? Is it 10 seconds or 15?
Yeah, it's a...
Okay, 8 seconds. It might have ended, but the timing on that was a little bit sus. Who would have thought upgrading your units is actually a negative? But
I've never seen that before.
I just love it. I've never seen that before. I swear it wasn't me. But yeah.
Moving on.
It's an interesting comp from Sassy, by the way. Like, he genuinely thinks there's a switch coming. There's no other reason you build crossbows over archers here. Even hand cannon is actually would make a lot of sense for the HRE now.
Yeah, bombers are coming forward. Spaskaya has a lot of HP, but it does
like
go
a
down
Spaspire. Sorry, that was one of your
goodbye to the landmark.
Yeah.
Wow, not even gonna try to attempt to repair. If you're just gonna leave it and wow, just
looks like a Spaspire to me. Okay, I'm gonna stop now.
Wow,
a fair game, ladies and gentlemen.
That was interesting. I have to think about how some of those engagements went. I think obviously the biggest issue there for Faye was the timing, and just not having relic control. Like, you could see the intention was, oh, I'll have Abbey of Trinity, and then the warrior monks will get all the relics. But it was just a minute or so behind, right? And that full minute is just so much time for the HRE with map control to get the relics, and map control with just a few spears. Wonder if maybe Faye could have mixed in a few feudal units at some point. I'm not really sure. It's kind of hard to say.
Winston, shut up. We've got to predict what's going to happen next. She can only build one unit on Archipelago. We must choose a unit.
Bow Chad.
As Order of the Dragon.
Oh, I was backwards.
Hear me out. You proxy racks the enemy island and build men at arms.
Man at arms. Proxy is possible if your opponent really doesn't pay attention to certain things.
I'm getting in the mind of Faye. It's got to be.
You think this is the dream? Is to try and get across?
The only negative is that means you have to do mind work instead of Archon, right? I don't know, dog. I've watched a lot of Faye, right? But
it could happen.
It's kind of sad actually, because I think Order of the Dragon are pretty good on Floodplain. What you do, it's the same logic though. It's just kind of different. So the reason they're good on Floodplain, actually better than on Archipelago, is when you play Archipelago, your opponent can get fishing boats to inflate their eco on water. On Floodplain, there's no fishing, but there's water, and you can build boats, right? So what you do is you use your inherently better gathering villages to build military vessels to supplement your army, which fixes a lot of issues for OOTD. It fixes their population inefficiency. It fixes their movement speed issues. It's a really powerful strategy. Mark my words, you're going to see more players on Floodplain using docks to build military ships because it's surprisingly effective.
I think so as well. Yeah, I mean, yeah, the ships can be cost effective against units in the right situation. I think archers can generally do well against certain of the ships sometimes, but like you said, it can be tricky, right?
It's the movement speed as well, right? No, archers 1.78 movement speed walks away, right? It's very powerful. I feel if someone does that play, your only move is horseman, but we're gonna have to see if we get there. We move into the second game of this series. Sassy, there's usually Legacy, Faye with Order of the Dented, and no, you proxy this. Look how close they are.
But where do you build it?
You legit.
Sass doesn't
Wait,
notice.
look to the left. There's a tree line you can build them behind.
You think you just sneak it there?
I think you might be able to fix a rack there.
Hmm.
Or do you just go horseman, actually? Like a gilded horseman diving around that base?
It'd be very annoying.
Mhm.
But is it lethal enough? Like, a lot of the economy is on the water, right?
Okay,
we'll see.
so definitely men-at-arms then.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, in theory, right? Because if you clown car, then the boats don't do anything. Because you have 50 ranged armor, and the best you can do is 35 damage. And, like, let's be totally real. If you're ramming, aka clown carring there, and your opponent builds demo ships to counter you, your demos do, what is it? Is it 80 damage, I think it is, base? Against a 320 HP ram. That's not a good trade, right? Because you have to build 4 demos at 160 a pop. So you've then spent 640 resources to kill 200.
We are deep in the theory right now.
I'd tell you, you
talking
have
about
to
a
do this.
situation where Faye has built a barracks. So just to go through the layers that you have described.
Please.
Faye has snuck a barracks onto Sass's island without Sass noticing.
Mm-hmm.
She has then produced men-at-arms, gotten siege engineering, and is building rams specifically to fight the dock. At which point, we are noting that Sass will build demos to kill the rams.
Wow.
Attacking his dock. That's the logic flow that you've gone through?
Winston,
is that
is
correct?
a sick build. Have you considered entering these tournaments?
If I did play in tournaments, it would not be with that strategy.
See, that's
I
why you
wouldn't
lose.
pick OTD on the map.
Did you
I
like
think.
how I've, in a very subtle way, complimented myself by having you say my build back to me?
I'm just saying, the build, like... Do you think that's what's going through their head right now, is how much damage a demo does to a ram? Like, is that, like, your logic flow? Because
I watch a lot of Age of Empires 4. I got time on my hands in the early game. Faye, though, what? That's wild. Boar at the start of the game like this. So she's definitely going for a fast feudal.
Yeah, boar is interesting, actually.
I'm sorry, we Minecraft villagers now. Well, we'll find out quickly if this is an emerald-worthy build. Looking at the fishing as it is, Sassy's gradually... Okay, are we literally just going to for the next 10 minutes of commentary? Alright, that one was a bit creepy.
I said, like that was a yes. A
really?
yes.
It sounded more like a
No, it was,
Can
But
we just
I
go
had
back
I
to
had
making
more,
Bassid noises when they build a House of Wisdom, please? You know that? Ah!
Jeez,
Anyway,
KP.
Order the Dragon.
Just out of
Fucking
nowhere, you had
Tech
to
Up.
scream. You just had to. You just couldn't
That
do
wasn't a
one cast.
scream,
One,
that was
I
like
asked
an,
for one cast without the screaming.
Look, buddy, I'm a shoutcaster. All I do is scream. Anyway, we've got Archon on the way, as expected. So the reason you do Archon instead of Minework is even if this was, say, like a proxy Rax and Men-at-Arms go in play, it really sucks to play Golden Cuirass. In fact, you could say it's ass against Chuganu. Because damage reduction doesn't matter when the damage can already be reduced down to 1, right? So it's just maximum damage still on you. Medigarden, though, I think Sassy is a bit annoyed right now. Imagine if that stone was just like one more tile across.
Yeah.
Eyebrows.
Eyebrows? Okay.
What do you
Yeah, I think... Yeah, you do want stone on the Medigardens. It is super valuable, so a bit surprising to not see it.
I think the bigger, curious one to me, though, is like, we didn't even mention it with this Archon. Faye is dropping the Archon Chapel next to the stone.
Castle drop. That's what it is. We're gonna
Boom.
we're
So
gonna
there we go.
mine 900
Proxy
stone.
Rax, Castle Drop. That's how she gets the base on the enemy island.
That's only after the ram has killed the second dock after surviving 3 demo hits to be precise.
Of course, we're not insane, right? Like,
Yeah. If there was a 4th demo, then this whole build would fall apart. But that's not gonna happen because we and the players have all done this math out in our heads multiple times.
I'm wondering, like, you do bird rate
Just
here,
moving
though, right?
on. Okay, fair enough.
No, because like I'm thinking, like, Regnet sucks on this map, like really badly.
Regnants?
Yeah, Look at where the relics
It
are.
depends. You can snag them still. Like it's sneaky.
Really?
Yeah, you send a transport and a monk, and you go get it.
Yeah, but like it's a return on investment
prelate.
logic. Like, how
Sorry.
long does it take you to get the value out of that play?
I mean, on a map where there's limited resources are good.
Dude, you have 16,000 gold on your starting island. Chill.
On a map with limited resources are good. You can use a market.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, my master's wrong. You have 20,000 gold on your starting island.
Mm-hmm.
You know when like Goldfinger, if he was real and he's playing AoE4, this might be the map he chooses. You know.
Oh yeah, you can put the relic in the dock
Yes, you can. But
to
like,
get a bit of attack speed.
no, I thought of that, but like, Balon, stick to making maps. I'm kidding, my friend. It's like my brain was like, that does sound cool, but then it was like the amount of setup time involved in that, like idling a villager to send them out to drop a dock on each island and bringing a prelate there as well, and then garrison those relics you go around. Like, how many boats behind are you by the time you get the attack speed? Right? Because like, that's a lot of investment to get your garrisons going. And you're right next to the enemy base. Like,
Yeah,
maybe
this kind of spawn is tough.
yeah, that's my thought. Is like, if this was separate, maybe I could see it. But this is one very claustrophobic spawn.
Can you hear me still?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, my video dropped.
Okay, I'll explain what's happening in the game to you right now. They really like archer ships. They've built archer ships, and now they've realized you can't win the game with archer ships, and they're building something else.
All right, I am back.
There we go.
Sorry about that. Technical issues. On my end only, thankfully. All
We
right.
got you back though.
Oh,
It's
yeah,
okay.
yeah, yeah.
It's like the game, surprisingly enough, has not gotten weird after 8 minutes, so we didn't miss anything.
Are you disappointed that Faye didn't build the transport yet?
Yep. I mean,
I do think there is validity in transport plays. I think there's a strat where you can hide eco, hide a TC. You just send one vill or a couple vills, and you go hide a TC.
Wait.
One of the other wood lines.
What is Faye building near her tree line?
Oh, that's
On
a
the left.
small
Oh,
wall.
okay. So she thought she was going to get land right.
I'm surprised by Order of the Dragon on water. I guess I haven't really thought about it, but like I guess their eco is pretty solid, right?
It's really strong. Because like H3 has a timer because they move out of range of Arkan and they're bad, right? But like
Yeah.
this is almost like an anime, like the power to win was in us all along. Like Order of the Dragon villagers, the power to win is in you all along, right?
Whoa, that's spicy.
Love the double arrow slit. So we finally got confirmation
Yeah.
of what that Arkan placement was all about. She wanted to be attacked. She's Joker in that scene where Batman's driving towards him.
And gets 2 war jugs off the back.
She didn't lose a
The
single
arrow
ship,
slits
right?
finish the snipe out. Sass slightly overconfident there and misjudges the DPS just very so slightly. And the final arrows come in and kill those 2 war junks.
So
That's
Sassy,
actually huge for Faye.
Yeah, but
He has
here's the
no
interesting
navy.
part. Like Sassy is not actually realizing what's happening here. He's going for more military. He needs a lot of
Regnets.
demos. Like you just need mass
Regnets.
demos. You can't break this position with free demos.
We're going to see the Regnets.
Ooh, you know what else is sick? Think about where those docks are placed and how really, really sucky only free demos is going to be. E-repairs. Like, you actually can't kill those docks. It's impossible at this stage of the game for Sassy.
1 vill.
There's
Oh,
5
okay.
vills.
There's
They're coming.
some lads coming. Okay. I was like, this is a very slow. Okay, we're pulling.
This
pulling
guy's the
some
surveyor.
lads.
He's getting the permits. And it looks like
So
we've got
what's the play?
Jesus, the permits came through.
Yeah,
18
the
villages.
Well, okay, so what's the play here though? Like upgrades into like, or are we trying to fast in? Like, what's the plan?
Like, that's the thing that concerns me. Because fast imp was what I thought she might be considering. But like, don't you let, in a way, you let Gigi reach imp as well, right? And then there's Bauchuans.
because isn't Sass just gonna attack the second Faye hits up?
No, because naval arrow slits. Remember what I said? Like, free demo ships can't break this position.
No, but you still idle all the fish, and then there's no imp for Faye.
Yeah, but she's sneaking docks on the right side, and if she just sets up a second group of fishing boats over there, I'm not sure Sassy's going to realize it. She's already got fishing on the right side, right? So that's
Yeah.
really crafty by her, actually. So he'll fall for what you just said. He'll be like, "Oh, I'm idling the fishing, but there's still food coming." Demo's moving in though. Sassy Both sides demos like, I'm not willing to die for this.
Another day.
Next time.
So
Dive's
the
coming
first
in, though.
relic comes in. Yeah. Wow, this is a
Okay.
crazy dive.
Wait,
Straight onto the
what?
hooks. It's the big shots.
She didn't
Into the
even,
dock.
She didn't
Does
even
it-
move.
Does that make the arrow slip better?
No,
Can we see the
it
vision?
buffs attack. Wait,
Yeah,
actually,
but, like-
you might be right in that detail. Like double check that. I've never thought about that because no one
Yeah,
ever
we've never-
remembers the garrison it.
Yeah, we also
Demo.
like it wasn't a thing. Like
Yeah, click on it. No, click on the. We want it, and then hover on the relic because we want to see if it gives the extra stats.
oh no, this.
I don't
dock
think it
is gonna
does.
die.
No, it just gives the attack speed. Yeah.
Should it buff?
Trash. Absolute trash.
Should it buff the arrow slip?
No,
'Cause, like,
no, don't.
I mean, I'm just saying. Should it?
Well, Sassy has realized that this is completely pointless. He's now teching up.
Yeah.
And
his
this
own
is how you win
monastery.
the game. Jazz hands.
No transport yet from Faye to go
I
far.
mean, how would you go and transpo ship this?
You just
right?
go sneak it. You have the dock on the right.
With Sassy basically having control of your dock
You'd
area.
be surprised. You'd be surprised.
Are you suggesting Sassy is ignorant?
Not sassy. I'm saying anybody could fall.
Are you
for
being
it.
sassy about Sassy?
Oh, there's emergency repairs on that dock, right? It
Yeah,
doesn't quite-
it's this is what I mean. Like this is why the whole demo play doesn't work. You need to bring like 8 demos, which is insane to think about. Like the expense of that, right? To kill a dock.
Mhm.
E-repairs is crazy, man.
It's a super strong ability.
And it's been nerfed time and time again, and it's still that good.
Mhm.
So dock creep continues. Shallow Monk is on the way. Sassy has got the military ship upgrades coming in. Faye has some boats. We won't talk about how few that fleet is massing. It's a very baby-sized fleet right now for Order of the Dragon. Oh my! What? No, cancel that tech.
Fucking brigade! Fire stations.
You
is
never
coming
see
in.
fire stations. It's like
It's out of combat healing on all ships, right?
yeah, it's one every second. I
Oh, we're
think.
going for the relics.
Oh, here we go. Wait,
This
no,
is the
that's
journey.
not just a prelate. Wait, is it? Okay, sorry, I'm an
It's
idiot.
one.
So that's 4. Okay, yeah. Ignore me. I'm disappointed. I really wanted to see a dock drop here.
A dock, yeah, dock's there for more emplacements, stuff like that. It's all relevant. Like you laugh, but like this sort of play, like if the game stalls out, which it doesn't look like it will, but if the game were to stall out, this sort of thing is important. Did I drop and rejoin? I don't know.
I think you're lagging. Yeah, you've gone robo mode.
Oh no,
right?
you've gone robot. No, you're
No,
robot.
You're robot. All right, we'll get back to this, guys. Luckily, not much is happening because they decided to go David versus Goliath here.
We're both robots
you
arguing
need to
about who's the
reconnect.
robot.
You need to reconnect, Vodka. You
No,
legit
you
need to
need-
leave and reconnect. I think we're good now. We fixed it. This is like, you know what this is? This is the future when androids exist. Alright, we good now?
Yeah, can we do here?
Alright, well, if this isn't good, I'm just going to cast this from the stream anyway. It looks like Faye is being pushed up against the edge on the water side. Demos might be able to reset this, considering they have got spawn advantage. She has gone for some outposts as well. So basically, Faye is playing a tower defense game, and Sassy came to play an RTS.
And sorry about the technical issues. Looks like we have resolved it on our end.
We
We
got
had
there.
some. Apparently, we were both robots. KP arguing about who the robot
Everyone
is.
was robots. Like, dude, this is the future if androids ever exist. It's like a Fallout scenario where it's like, I'm not the robot, you're the robot.
Yeah, no, we're just both. It's like the cats pointing fingers at each other meme. You know, just like no, you are.
Oh yeah, you know, like those scenes
Yeah.
in movies where it's like, they're the fake, shoot them. No, they're
Yeah.
the fake, shoot them.
Exactly.
So we have got 2 relics so far, Faye, which honestly is kind of better than I was expecting. But
The landing.
dude, this is the true Normandy right here. One shallow monk.
One man, one dream. Can he survive? He's going in, and they heal themselves, right? So like, there's some validity here to this idea.
Wait, he's killing
He's
villagers right now,
killing.
Faye?
He's killing Wills.
Dude, he's actually killing gilded villagers as well. Those are much more tanky.
Oh my gosh. And Demo's coming across. Faye's
Oh, no!
completely panicking, not paying attention. The Demo's caught out of position. Now the Demo's for Sass moving in as well. Going to be taking the dive here, forcing the fishing ship to go idle.
Is that it? Like, she's completely outnumbered here.
Oh, the ships.
Demo's going in against
the panic.
galleys.
The panic.
Against galleys. Just shoot them.
Oh my gosh. But the
Is that
defense,
Shalamong still alive? I think he finally died. But he killed like
went
what, 3 or
down.
4 villagers before dying.
Temple of the Sun coming in. All right.
Yeah, I think the
Some
sun's setting
exciting
on Faye's
stuff.
empire though. Like, this is brutal right now. Like, being an age behind now's Order of the Dragon is the biggest nightmare you can have, especially when your
Balchads.
military is so small. Yeah, Balchads as well. I mean, Faye isn't one to just immediately GG, but like, I wouldn't be surprised if she does. And wait, where did our score overlay go? Give me that. Oh, we
don't
still got it. We can't see it. Ignore that.
We can't see. It's okay. It's
So
okay.
yeah, reminder, folks, these are Bio Freeze and Sigil Elim. So Faye will have to go again tomorrow if she falls here.
Yeah, there is another entire qualifier, and the imp comes in,
And
and
she'll be
Faye
going
taps
there.
out. So to tomorrow. Oh man.
Whew. So that was, I mean, I'm disappointed. I'm just going to say it. You know, the proxy racks would have won on the game.
The proxy racks would have made it really spicy, and I do agree with that.
It was a cool idea, though. Like, what we were talking about, the whole idea of the static defenses with E-repairs is an unbreachable point. But Sassy done the right thing. He went for a play, realized, wait, no, I'm being an idiot. I can't break this. So he just goes back and techs up, right?
Mhm.
At that point in the game, I think like Faye needed him to headbutt that defense twice more without teching, and then she gets the relics and can build a lead. So like, her strategy is cool, but in reality, you're kind of relying on your opponent playing incorrectly for it to win.
Maybe. I think there's also ways for Faye to play that a bit. Like I said, I think Archipelago is a map where the full exploration of what's possible hasn't really been done still. And I know that sounds crazy, but I legitimately think there are ways that you can play the entire map in sneaky ways where you can hide eco, you can hide docks, you can get arrow slits up everywhere, you can play kind of this weird, like, robust turtle that is very difficult to take down. And I think that sometimes players don't always think of those things because they're just thinking the opponent will see it. Whereas on these maps with the stealth water, with the limited vision of ships, with the speed of transport ships, and with the way the islands can be set up, I think there's a lot of options there still. But that's just my take. My hot take is that there's ways to play Archipelago still.
I agree.
But, we'll see.
That's why
The
my
proxy
strat.
racks.
Yeah, exactly. You know what Faye lost in how long was that? Like 16 minutes. My strat loses in 8. More efficient, and that's all RTS gamers care about: being efficient. We're going to be efficient on the breaks here. Just a few minutes, and when we come back, we got a really fun one here. Baltoon up against Aval next in Master of Realms.
Now that will be fun.
Hi, I'm Pesty, founder of EGC, and let's just cut to the chase. When you purchase Surfshark VPN through our link during Master of Realms, you can pay as little as $2.09 a month and get 4 months free on top of that. And yes, I do know it sounds too good to be true, but it actually gets better. When you buy even the most basic version of Surfshark VPN at this quite frankly ridiculous price, you'll get their ad blocker thrown in for free, and you'll be able to use Surfshark on unlimited devices in your household. That's right, you can use your one single subscription on your computer, your phone, your Xbox, your TV, and on every device of every member of your household. And no matter how many devices you use your Surfshark VPN on, it will have absolutely no impact on your connection speed. And as far as I'm aware, Surfshark is the only major VPN provider to allow the use of one subscription on unlimited devices. Of course, there are also a bunch of other great reasons to use Surfshark as your VPN. Here are just a few. Surfshark have over 100 countries available on their VPN, so whatever location you're looking to connect on, you'll almost certainly be able to find it and connect at ultra high speed. Surfshark offers a full refund within 30 days on all of their products. So you can enjoy all the benefits of Surfshark totally risk-free. And if you decide it's not for you, simply contact them and get a total full refund. Surfshark offers 24/7 live support on all of their subscriptions. So if you ever encounter any kind of issue, they'll work to immediately sort it night or day. Alright, I think you get the idea. A world-leading, ultra-rapid VPN, unlimited devices, money-back guarantee, and all for as low as $2.09 a month, and 4 months free. But just one final perk by choosing Surfshark as your VPN and getting this great deal through our link, you are helping us create future AoE4 esports events. Surfshark are huge supporters of the Age of Empires 4 esports scene, so by showing them some love back, you are supporting us too. So to get Surfshark, a world-leading VPN for as little as $2.09 a month, just visit through the link in our channel description right now. Thanks everyone for all of your support, and we'll be back with more action in just a moment.
Welcome back to Master of Realms. Had to rush around do a million things because when we park ourselves in our seats for this, we know we're in for quite the treat. Round of 16, best of 3 still, but some notable and familiar names. Baltoon versus Aval, and the map draft by Surfshark is already complete. And Winston, it's happening. It's not lame dry Arabia. We get Coastal Cliffs and we get Socotra.
Yeah, so Baltoon pulling in the chaos here. That's really, really fun. And Aval made Coastal Cliffs, right?
Yes.
Right?
Like
that's funny.
Wait.
Right?
Isn't Baltoon the highest seeded? So he would have chosen open, and then Aval
Yeah. Aval was like, you know what? I'm not picking Arabia. You're picking
I know this map quite well.
This is my house. Yeah, no, this is fun. So it's really cool. Yeah, so we got Coastal Cliffs, which, if you don't know, it's very simple map. That cliff there, the water does not come into play because the cliff blocks it off entirely. We have Holy Island, which we've seen a few times, and then we'll see potentially Socotra, depending on how the match goes. So should be exciting in terms of the civs. Baltoon getting Roos is really big. He'll be playing HRE in the first game. Also has some Mongols and Shushi's Legacy in the draft. Aval, though, with Malians, Chinese, Ayyubids, and Malians.
So this
Why
is
are there Malians twice?
Move on.
Moving on.
Start
Malians,
in the gap.
Chinese, Ayubids, and Malians?
All right.
We'll
Well,
move
that's just
on.
how OP they are. We got multiple times. These two players are OP Chads, though. Baltoon versus Aval, an EU showdown in the round of 16. We kick off on Coastal Cliffs, where Aval is clearly favored, not just because he picked the IBIS, but because he made the map as well.
Yeah, and keep in mind, this is not a water map. This is in the open map category because it is a land map. Essentially, the water is a decoration. There's this massive cliff, and it kind of cuts off portion of the map, making it feel a bit tighter. You don't have as much space laterally to move. The opponent's kind of in a bit more of a funnel towards each other, but it is still very much so aggressive, as we've seen so many times played on this map. So Baltoon with HRE, Avely with a Ubids. What are your thoughts here, KP?
So I think it's quite interesting because typically IBIDs, like in this matchup, I've been struggling to find a way that HRE can break IBIDs quick. And I'm not alone. Like every time I've seen this, even games where HRE is somehow looking like they're holding on, it's very difficult because if you turn it into Castle Age Rush, you lose. Because there's already Desert Raiders out by the time you reach your castle, so you can't play Knights. And then your opponent can go Camel Lancers, right? So they just dominate. The thing that might actually give Baltoon away on this map is typically the reason IBIDs can't be broken at the start is because they get arrow slits with outposts on the gold. That might be more difficult for Avali because the stone spawns further away. Unfortunately, it turns out like he's probably got a little bit of code in there. If name Avali, when spawned, spawn stone closer, because for a map that spawns stone loose, his looks a lot closer and a lot safer.
Yeah, potentially even wallable in the early game. If he wanted to build just a small wall there, he could wall to the stone, then to the wall.
Yeah.
And keep himself pretty tidy against any HRE melee units. We'll see, though, if Baltoon is bringing out archers, right? Obviously, that would be a lot harder to wall.
I've seen players open men-at-arms, and I hate it. I think you should open archers, because archers are quicker, right? And, like, if you think about it, for raiding advantage on gold especially, like, why would you ever go racks first? It feels like a quick way to just screw yourself over. We'll have to see, especially against the Desert Raiders, the other thing. Like, I don't know if you know this, but a Desert Raider will actually beat a men-at-arms.
In melee?
Yeah, because the 5 melee armor. Because it's like your base damage is, correct if I'm wrong, I think is it 8 or 10? I think it's 10 in Feudal. But like half of that is mitigated, and then in return you have, I think it's 3 melee armor? No, 2 melee armor in Feudal, right? And then your opponent hits for 13.
If you go ranged mode, though, with the Desert Raider, and then don't...
Oh, you tickle. But like...
And then you don't kite, then the Men-at-Arm can win.
There we go. So what we're saying is just Avali needs to suck, and then the Men-at-Arms can win.
Exactly. There is a path to victory here for the Men-at-Arm.
Yeah, and it's also beneficial because by going melee, you kill them quicker. Like, theoretically, if you kite, you don't take damage at the range, but the problem is then you let your opponent get a second men-at-arms, and then potentially a third men-at-arms, or like 2, 3 archers, right? Like, the funny thing about Desert Raiders, because that melee mode, is even if archers are coming towards you, if it's one archer, you just melee him, right? Like, it's so obvious when you think about it. You can do 7 damage, or you can do 13 damage.
Yeah, for sure.
Deal. I'm just going to go and stab him in the face.
Dealio.
I like those odds. So Arkan coming in from Baltoon, and it is just going to be on the wood. So we should be getting... I mean, it could be Castle. I just don't see why it ever would. I feel like this might be one of HRE's hardest matchups. Because, like, your 2 most viable strats feel screwed from the beginning, right? We already mentioned why the feud doesn't work very well. And if you rush Castle, like, your opponent will beat you because Castle Age Rush for HRE equal going Knights, and your opponent can just go Camels.
Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, I'm trying to think if Avely does anything surprising here, or if it's really just mill into growth, right? Reinforcement into growth, I think, is the plan, right? For sure.
Yeah.
Is there any variation?
Game, right?
Is there any variation potential here? I mean,
sure, if you want to lose. There's always options, right? But like the sad reality is right now, with the way IBIDs have been tuned, there isn't a real option. Yeah, I've seen some creative builds. Like one, for example, Anatan does a lot of, is he goes Dervish in Feudal and then fast castles, which is really smart when you think about it. And that makes sense in games where your opponent doesn't have any sort of like aggro tool, but also doesn't have anything you can aggro, right? So like, let's say it's an opponent who you know is going to outpost his own gold. There's no value in a Desert Raider. There's a lot of value in having 2 dervishes sitting there waiting to pick up relics, right? Similar to like Ottomans with the Imam pool. But, you know, if you go for the Desert Raider opening, you are always going growth. The only time you'll see something alternative, like advancement, is when you got forced to.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I love that. Aval, I mean, I want to praise him for at least kind of recalibrating afterwards. He did exhaust one of the berry bushes accidentally, but you just saw him shift there. I'm honestly, I'm like that teacher that's always disappointed, right? It's like I've watched a lot of players going growth wing and they just exhaust all the berries. Like we're talking even people like Puppy Pool will munch through 5 berry patches and be in Castle Age.
Yeah,
And
it's hard to remember, right? It's a weird micro trick, and it does help you. Like it gives you a bit of food. I wouldn't say it's like the most important thing, but it is good.
More food.
Yeah, if you do it, if you miss 1 or 2, though, it's not the end of the world, right?
Yeah,
like,
but I'm talking players who are like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then like they're literally down to 20 berries on the last one when they tech up, right? That's 500 food, which is kind of nuts when you consider that you're playing a condensed strategy. So like you're not going to be able to go, I'm out of food and run out onto deer, right? So every little does help there because otherwise you're giving your opponent an exposure point, especially in a game like this where, as we talked about, like H3 had 2 options. Balon is going to be going for the feudal one, and he just got siege engineering.
Which is weird.
No, it makes sense, right? Like you have to break the gold. So like the problem though is Aval scouted him all the way, and he sees this. So Aval should just focus gathering gold and then pull away.
Yeah, because if he can get enough for like 2 or 3 camel lancers, right?
Exactly. You know what you do here, actually? Like, not even camel lancers. I think you either go 8 Gulams, or even better.
Oh, Gulam, yeah.
Even better. You just get gold for blacksmith techs and veterancy on archers. Like, you can just build archers and win this now.
Oh, right, yeah. There's a lot of options, for sure, right? Like, there's multiple ways of handling it. I love how the Desert Raiders, are
picking reinforcements.
Picking off reinforcements as they come. We're going to see...
tilting.
Clown car is on the way, and you see Aval there pushing a lot of ills onto gold real quick. He's got to he's got to soak this up. He's got the tower to buy some time. There's no walls in front.
By the way, like,
it looks like he tried to wall in front, but realized he wouldn't have time.
It almost looks like misclick. Villager's going to pull out the torches though.
Oh,
yeah, you just commit here. If you're going to make this play, you have to burn it down, right? Because you haven't got enough room to save everyone. Desert Raider's coming. This is sick. Remember, melee damage 13 per strike. They'll clean it up quickly. So Outpost isn't even going to get taken down. Villager count has been dented, but remember, with Growth Wing on the way, he's going to replace the losses.
Well, 4.
Please
going to become 5.
All right.
Okay, so he'll have a 1 villager. Like, it would be a 1 villager advantage, but what happened to the eco count?
What happened to this scout, and how did he not die there? He just walked underneath the enemy TC and out the other side.
So Gulams is the play. Double Brax.
Yeah, but like the problem with Gulams here is you really need blacksmiths as well. Otherwise, marching through archers will kill you, right? And like another thing is that not only now is Balon 6 villagers ahead, he's Arcan buffing, so it's like substantially more than that. And also, if you have a look, I don't think Aval has he got Golden Age 1 now? I don't think he's got enough buildings. No, so he hasn't even got his 10% gathering rate buff. He's a mile behind on economy.
Oh, yeah.
That was wild, man. It's crazy as well. Like, if Aval wanted to take this approach, I think you have to double outpost the gold.
Yeah, right. Or just like run.
Or
like he had a lot of gold in the bank. You could just run. Or
that's what I thought he was going to do. I thought he was going to pull 10 to gold because he scouted the ram before it even been built. He scouted it at the beginning. So I thought he was going to rush out to gold with 10, gather enough for veterancy and archers, and then wait. Because like, what does H3 do after they take control of the gold here? They have to go back and tech up.
Yeah. So Balon has, or sorry, Aval has now like kind of evened out the Vil count, but Balon has effectively negated the strategy. It feels like in a lot of ways, right? There's no camel lancers on the field, which means that the threat from Aval is going to take forever to materialize across the map, right?
Yep, he's back again.
He's like, hey, this worked pretty well, and there's no wheelbarrows, so this lock. Yeah. The Vils just trundling along like little trolls. They're not going to be able to do it. 2 Vils go down super quickly here, so again, this attack is going to be worthwhile. A 3rd Vil, oh my gosh.
When you watch villagers with without wheelbarrow rather, walk like that, you kind of wonder if the torch is just going to fizzle out before they reach them, right? Like,
yeah.
So long.
Like, man.
It's like maybe it just burns their hand, they drop the torches. It's kind of wild. Baltoon's in a pretty good position now. Like, Aval, I can't believe this. He's building a Manjanique at 10 minutes in the game with 4 military units in total as the Ibids. That is how bad the position is for him. You do not do this because, like, your goal now is to be out on the map, right? If you go Manjaniques, you're not out on the map. So Baltoon should be able to just soak up relics now.
Yeah, and these golems are going to be sad against the move speed here. Although, well, just going to walk back through the man-at-arms.
Yeah, but this is what I mean, right? Like, you just kite him indefinitely. Even when he charges, you never get touched here unless you micro.
Unless you walk into the main canal.
No, that's fine. If you walk deep enough into it, it can't hurt you, right?
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, I think Marching Drill is kind of showing how OP movement speed is. Like, that's the biggest takeaway people should have right now. Your education point is that of all the stats in AoE 4, the most overpowered one is movement speed, by far.
Yeah, probably. Depends.
Think about it,
right?
Like,
it depends.
Because the thing about movement speed is movement speed gives you options. And options are good, right? Like, if you think about it, at its core, RTSs are about options and being able to constrict your opponent's options and choose optimal ones to counter. Well, it's the same reason why, like, theoretically, things like Horsemen can be S tier and Feudal is because if there's a bad fight on the horizon, they can leave the fight, right? That's why Ghazi is always the first go-to unit for Delhi, because they can raid. If they see a good fight, they can take it, and if it's a bad fight, they walk away.
Yeah.
Marching Drills does the same thing for HRU on an infantry basis.
Man, this feels so awkward for Aval, right? Like, he's got... The Dervishes are out. He's going to try and contest the relics here, but Baltoon just hit up, so Baltoon's not going to be far behind with the Regnets. And, like, you'd expect the Dervishes to be out a bit earlier, but with the Manjanique being a core part of how Aval is going to fight the Archer Mass, you don't really have the mobility right now to take these crazy on-the-map fights, so we'll see how the relic collection goes. Aval trying to protect the one in the north, trying to get greedy here, right? Just trying to get all of them. He's got to try.
Awkward though, right? Like, having to build a Manjanique because your opponent has 9 archers.
It is weird, right? But
I think he thought it was an all-in feudal, maybe. Like, he was expecting 10 more archers on top of what's here, but I really like the men-at-arms archer comp, by the way. Like, considering you're up against Gulems here, when you get heavy maces and you think about how chunky you are, the only thing that Balton needs to be careful of is he does have a blacksmiths. I think you've got to get melee defense. It's so valuable up against Gulems.
I mean, the power of the Dervish right now, that's about to be 3 relics in for Aval, and it looks like both of the relics left on the map are going to be defended. We could have an empty Regnets here if Baltoon isn't careful. It looks like the one in the north will get defended here.
He needs to be fast in the center, though. Like, this is kind of awkward. Another big problem for Baltoon is he doesn't have a scout. So if you check his vision, if Dervish is wrapped wide on the right side, he can get the safest relic. Okay, pause that, actually. He has got God tier vision, so he does see into this. So that's at least hard to sneak, but the 4th relic's been yoinked.
Dervish, it's idle. It's idle.
Wait,
it's idle, though. He's not moving it.
Thank you for shooting my Dervish now.
That's actually huge. If Baltoon can get this relic now because that was idle, that is absolutely massive. We do have the Manjanique setting up, though. The shot comes true. Bang. 2 units down. And
Dervish is crawling out as well. Like, he's going to get this. It's going to be a 4-1 relic game. That is atrocious for Baltoon.
Yeah.
Also, keep in mind, like...
Take it home. Take it home.
No. Are you about to do the full Adam Sandler? Why won't you go home, relic?
Just take it home this time, please. Well, you don't want to risk it, right? Like, Aval's in a position where if he does get this relic denial, that's a win condition, potentially, right? If he gets all 5 relics and the Regnets does nothing for Baltoon, that could be a game, like, there's a potential there, right? The micro. And it does nothing.
I mean, we said this Manjanique was pointless, right? So
and the Camel Knights are going to get forced back.
You know, in a way, isn't this freeing? Like, you know when...
Yeah, like army can be mobile now.
Exactly. It's like, you know when you have to go... You go for a walk and you take, like, old grandma with you, but it's like it takes 2 hours longer to get there, so you don't get home in time and you miss the EGC tournament games that kick off at 15 GMT. Should have just not brought grandma with you. Stick her at home. Let her watch an old Westerner. Could have finished your walk, felt healthy, and been sitting down in time to watch AoE4 games. Boom.
And this Relic in the North, still not grabbed.
I'm
Regardless of the
perplexed.
grandma status in Ava's army, there's
No,
still...
those are the grandmas still walking slow behind. Like, he has got an
Yeah.
extra prelate, and he's building a third one. So I do not know what they're doing right now.
Well, one might be in the chapel that he's
He's
not
got it.
willing to budge on.
No,
right?
he just picked it
He
up.
just grabbed it, yeah.
But still, it's
There
a
it
one
is.
relic pull versus 4.
That is huge. And now the berry's going to get short up on the south. Aval has a chance here. After what could be only described as a disastrous feudal age.
Yeah, it's kind of
He's got a
as
mobile
well.
army and units.
Like, Aval's building into crossbow camel lancers, which I think favors HRE, because their comp is men-at-arms crossbow. Like, it's just more cost-efficient to scale, easy to blob, and you'd think when your opponent has this many crossbows, you just build archers, which makes sense, because if you're building camel lancers, they counter the men-at-arms. That's the logic, right? Is you charge in and then leave, and then charge in and then leave. So, a little bit of a confusing composition for Aval.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what would be good now?
A Manjanique.
Yeah, see, you're a smart gamer.
Yeah, it's once you get to like 20 crossbows, that's when I start really thinking like, okay, is this what I need? Because if your opponent starts putting on pressure and you don't have an answer, fighting into the crossbows with the camel lancers is gonna feel very bad, right? So you need an answer to mass crossbow, mass ranged.
You ever considered like
number is going
Ivids are like the master of illusions? They're like props on a movie set, right? Because you have the Manjaniques in fire form that look really scary but don't do anything against units. And then my favorite one is when a Tower of the Sultan dies. Because it looks like it should kill everyone nearby.
Just a small nuke going off.
That's what I mean. It's movie props, right?
Uh-oh.
Oh, this is a rough fight. Aval, he wasn't expecting Balon to just send it into the base like this. And the Dervish is griefing him on the retreat with the Ghulams there, so yeah. I think he's going to get idled out on the farms he just set up here. Oh, man. He has at least got the berry gathering on the south side, but I mean, Camel Lancer raid. Some return damage being done. And backstab's coming in, but...
dive.
Well, I think he's got enough left over to hold here, though, right? Like, I don't see how Aval now fights him here. Because it's mostly crossbows, and you've got Camel Lancers. Still, those other Camel Lancers are doing God's work. Like, goddamn.
Yeah, he's making big progress over there.
Wait, no, don't lead him down. Alright, he has got double outpost up there. So that's at least going to be safe. I'm still not sure about Aval's position here, yeah.
The macro is weird, 1,000 wood.
I think
he's falling apart.
Was he prepping for a Manjanique again? It kind of feels like it, right?
Okay, we're spending the wood. This is good. I think he'll be okay. It's just, yeah, the Vil count's even. Aval has more relics.
The military is not even what's
half the army. Yeah, it is rough. We have to find a solution to that. I think it's got to be the Manjanique, right? Like 1 or 2. But he doesn't have a workshop. He could build a workshop, right, and just train it like that. I don't think he has the time to idle his army.
No, I think he's fine at home to do that. You build it quite fast, right? It would be bad if you were doing it with Camel Lancers, because you want Camel Lancers to attack. Then again, his Camel Lancers are stuck to defend because his Gulam line just isn't big enough yet. This is brave, though. Balon, it seems like a weak defense, just double outpost, no arrow slits, but the amount of time you'd waste burning this down would lose you the game. So I'm glad he didn't go in, and I'm not glad to see this. OP landmark lightly on the way, because when I see someone holding on to 1,600 food, and they're playing HRE, they only want one thing.
HRE players only have one thing on their mind, and it's relics.
It disgusts me every time. Wait, no, it's not relics. It's the Love Hotel.
I know, the Swabia, but that was the switch up. I tried to
there you go.
Unexpected. I was like, hey, the 1-2 puncheroo, you know, didn't quite work. That lumber camp tilts me, but we're gonna move on.
Oh
no, the one in the middle, like just build a farm. He built a farm 5 tiles away, out of the influence of the Akin.
So imagine if, and Balon wouldn't do this, but a certain undisclosed player has done this before, where they meant to build a mill, but they built a lumber camp instead, right?
Oh, maybe.
I always like to say, if you're that type of gamer, you're definitely a person that needs Surfshark. Because then I don't know who you are when you make that mistake.
A proud sponsor of this event.
Love
oh,
it.
man.
That's a greedy Palace of Swabi location, by the way. Like, the Camel Lancers just casually walk in. Remember, they have more vision than standard cavalry. So if he just charges this right now, he could kill like 7, 8, 9 villages and slow the tech timing.
Well,
but
I think
he doesn't.
there might be an issue for Baltoon here, and it's usually not one HRE has, but it's gold access. Like, he's only got this gold on the north, and if he doesn't have middle of the map control, like if Avely's able to get that back, Baltoon could be in really big trouble. This map is low and light on the gold and the minerals in general, right?
Yeah, but like right now, Avely's army just gets countered by food wood units. Right? Like he's massing horseman crossbows, so if Baltoon has to build spears archers, he actually wins.
Yeah, the
kind of
horseman
fun.
switch is interesting.
Yeah. Like, especially at this stage in the game, I think farm-wise he's about 10 to 15 in. He hasn't got that many yet.
The camel lancers get spotted, and back into the north they go. Big army in the center now for Avely. Avely? I call him Avely, but that's just me.
So I asked him in person how to pronounce his name, and do you know what he said to me? He said,
No.
whatever you want to call me, you can call me whatever you want. And I was
Wow,
like,
that's power.
what? Damn, I didn't even buy you a drink yet. Like,
Yeah,
all
what
right.
the heck?
Yeah.
That's bold from Avely.
That's dangerous as well, because a caster can come up with anything. I could call him Ave LY now, right?
That's bold for KP's side piece to say that, you know? No.
Hey, what happened in Heidelberg stays in Heidelberg. Avalene now going in for the dive to try and like keep the eco down a bit. That gold issue you talked about, it's important that Baltoon holds here. He needs to wall this side as well. That's when you can strip options. And I mean, Avalene, he started to scale into the horseman, but he's still mainly an army that can't break through wood walls.
Yeah, there's no walls here just yet. The cannon emplacements are not yet set up, so maybe Avely thinking this is the time to fight. But the man-at-arms, the upgrades are coming in.
Crossbows are just being ignored for upgrades completely. It's all about men-at-arms flood now. I mean, it makes sense, right? Like, cost efficiency of gold on a limited gold map.
And the horsemen really just didn't do anything here. They frontlined, they took a bit of damage.
They died.
Hey, yeah. Yeah.
It's almost like we've seen horsemen in Castle Age before today, and we didn't like it.
And now Baltoon doesn't care, right? Because he just has the cannon emplacement coming in, so this army is... He could just back up, right?
And Avalene, look at his economy. Like, congrats, you spend, what, 2,000 food on horsemen? And you don't even have full farms, so like you're not going to tech up anytime soon. This is very cruise mode for HRA. It's kind of crazy. Like Avalene played this so well up to the full relic point. But it's like it's classic Iobid brain, where it's like you know how to play up until you've grabbed relics, but then you actually have to get off the script, right?
The transitions are hard, yeah.
Yeah, it's like you have to get very creative at that point. Most players expect to just get the GG by the time they get the relics. But Baltoon done a really good job of holding on in this, and now it's looking very HRE favored for I'd say like the next 15 minutes. What are those horsemen doing?
They're scared of spearmen, rightfully so. So Avely, man, I wanna like this, but I think you're right. Like you said something very apt, I think, which is HRE's in cruise mode, and even without relics, I'm kind of getting that vibe here, right? Like,
like he's already fast, right? And they're so much better than yours as well.
Unless Avely can somehow hold until gold becomes a problem.
Exactly.
Which seems so far away at this stage, right? Like, we mentioned it, like, yeah, if he doesn't have map control, it's a problem, but I think Baltoon's going to get map control at some point and be able to hold. Although, we say that, Avely has 52 units on the field.
You know what would actually help Avalene with remassing these horsemen? You know, we focused on farms. He should just go get the fish, Winston. Damn it. Ah, he can't get them.
Yeah, they're just out of reach.
If you got a very long fishing rod, maybe. It's a tough one here, right? Like, this is the rough stage of the game for Iobids, because I think they actually have, like, decent power points in Imperial. But, okay, yeah, dude, no. no, get that off my screen. I don't... Pumbaa, kill it, please. I don't want to see this thing.
It's our baby.
The Tower memes. Guys, this Culverin's coming already.
Oh. We're leaving it behind. It takes too long.
Yeah.
I mean, he does have Sacred Site control, and...
Wait, do you want me... I'm going to teach you to see something really powerful. Like, this is power play right now.
Okay,
so that Tower of the Sultan, what you do is you follow it with the camera. And then you tell chat if they don't drop 25 gifted subs, you'll keep following it.
No, you tell them if they...
Yeah, look at that camera. Look at what it's doing. Look at...
We're rumbling, boys.
Anyone getting motion sickness right now? 25 gifted the next 2 minutes, or I let vodka loose on you guys. So we've got mangoes now being queued up as well against mass crossbows. I mean, the horsemen seem like a good idea, but like you're running into mass elite spearmen now.
The culverin. How many shots does it take for a culverin to kill tower?
So
Like 5?
yeah, it's not much, right? It's 85 base
4?
damage, and then like, is it 100 bonus? So
I think it's like 5 or 4. I forget the numbers.
I think it's 5.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you do 145 damage per shot, and they have 800. Is 800 health on the tower?
800, yeah.
Yeah. I feel like
Big
wait,
boy.
no, but you've got ranged armor, so like it
Yeah,
takes
it
quite
might
a
be
few.
more.
Yeah, I think
More, yeah.
I'm gonna have to say I
The
think you're wrong
dervish
there,
is
my bro.
so slow. The
I think
dervish is just
6.
crawling. Oh, a shot lands. Not too much from it. The culverin gonna take down this manjani.
Unlimited spears. Baltoon is living the HRE life as if he was a Byzantine player a few months ago. Dude, is this Baltoon playing or is it Fitzy here?
Oh
This
no!
is like his favorite build.
Oh,
Well,
the
that
raids
Tower
on
of the
the
Soul
side, though.
was totally worth building. I think we can agree on that.
What do you mean? He's doing his best. He's shooting.
What was it Yoda says? Do or do not. There is no try.
Down he goes.
Horsemen have almost broken through the wall.
They're getting out repaired by a couple vills. The Springald's coming in, trying to fight the Mangonel and the Culverins.
Okay, he has
The
gone through
raids
the
are in,
wall.
but these are Swapia vills.
Yeah, this is
Swapia
fine.
vills,
He just needs to kill 40 villagers with this raid, Winston.
anything
in
is
20
possible.
seconds.
Everything, most things are possible.
Wait, like him not going through and instead coming back?
He's gonna flank the Culverin and the
Where-
crossbows.
where
Here comes
are
the flank. Here comes the flank.
But where are the spears?
He's coming in.
This game
There
is
are
getting
none.
weird.
There's only
Avali.
24.
I mean, he can mop this up right now. Like, this would be a huge advantage for him if he can do it. Gets in on the
He
siege.
just has to not get hit by the Mangonel right now. If he gets hit by the Mangonel, not too bad, not bad,
That's
not
fine.
bad, not bad, not bad. Yeah. He did
Sounds
lose a
good.
lot of horsemen in that.
I'm a little bit perplexed where Baltoon's production was at there. It felt like the spearman spam slowed down, which is kind of crazy when you consider it's 130 economy. This should have been like a non-stop spam at 200 pop at this stage.
Maybe something happened. Maybe he got housed. Maybe it was just the pressure of the fights and
Probably
the
the
raids at the
rewall.
same time.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think he sent like 20 villagers to rewall. You can kind of see there's a lot of people clumped just north of this position. Yeah, there you go. Okay, so keep drop. He's trying to block the Sacred Site win condition. Avalis does still have a very big age issue though, right? Like, the issue I'm seeing in this game is eventually he'll reach pop and then look for attack, but then he's still locked almost 2 minutes away, right?
On the keep goes up.
And, you know, I always
think
talk
you're
about
right,
the
yeah.
idea of, like, fake Imperial and real Imperial. You're about to see real Imperials, not just the Elite Spearman upgrade. Elite Army Tactics is now on the way. That is where you can literally just win a fight with Spearmen on their own.
Yeah, exactly. Baltoon's getting the ideal setup. It's a bit light on upgrades overall, simply because I think the situation, like, no
You
right.
mentioned the gold issue before, right? Yeah, it's like he's starving himself pretty quickly here.
He's sending a lot of vills to the stone on the left. That's really funny looking. On the minimap, you see that? It's just like 30 vills all in a hike.
I mean, he's keeps creeping, right? Like, it's pretty smart.
Especially with
If you-
HRE, they're so stubborn. Oh, he's just...
Yes.
We're walking under the keep. We're gonna
All
fight
right,
under the keep.
stabby time, boys. Those are Gulums versus Spearmen, by the way.
Yeah, that's a lot of spears.
Keep in mind, Avali has been decapped though, so his win condition's gone now. This
Yeah,
is where the game can really fall apart because he doesn't have a ticking time bomb here.
And if Baltoon gets the golds, then, you know, 4 relics for the Ubids aren't quite enough, right? So it's like, if this game is going late, then Baltoon's positioning is now really solid. He's got the keep on the south and on the north to kind of constrict the movement. He's taking up a lot of these minerals.
You know what's kind of interesting here is actually like if Baltoon just went
Barns.
Horseman instead. I mean, I guess he doesn't need to because he's ahead on age, right? So his mangoes are uncounterable because of Culverins. So that's kind of smart because if you go Horseman, your effective DPS is lower than if you go Spearman, right? Due to EAT.
Mm-hmm.
That's why we call Elite Army Tactics EAT, because like compared to any other upgrade, it eats everything.
Yeah, no, it's kind of interesting, right, KP? Like, Baltoon, overboomed, not overboomed in like a negative sense, right? But he went up to 146 Vil.
He done HRE, yeah.
Yeah, so he's doing the HRE thing, which is going to give Aval time. Like, he's not going to have a massive army. And Aval has done kind of the inverse, where he has 72 pop. Like, Baltoon can only have half of that in his total military before he just kind of caps out, right? So we'll see if Aval's able to kind of use his military mass to his advantage. But in the meantime, Baltoon is just slurping up the wood in the middle, which is going to be a problem for Aval eventually, right? And the
like,
gold.
Baltoon does have a big edge. Although Aval is in Imperial Age, we have to remember, like, once again, do you have Imperial? Is it a real Imperial? Until you've got your Unitex, you're not really in Imperial Age right now.
Yeah, Aval prioritized like Tithe Mines just a moment ago, so he's trying to like still secure his economy, and Baltoon's been 140 Vil for
I'm a
like
little
decade.
bit shocked that Baltoon is letting the keep get this low, right? Like, the Culverins need to move up. This should not be a free siege for Aval. And what on earth are these stones?
Yeah, I don't know.
I think he's paranoid about
idea.
that. Yeah, I think he's expecting a Horseman transition, right? So he's kind of freaking out a bit. He doesn't want to have to deal with that, because that would end his game. Which makes sense if you think about the fact that he has 44 crossbows. Like, Horseman is kind of a
He
no-brainer.
kills it.
I mean, he shouldn't be able to kill it, no.
Oh, he retreated. Oh, he died.
The Culverin pushes him
Oh, he
away.
retreated, he retreated.
The one-man army cannon that marches out on its own.
Oh, almost gets it with the,
The most-
Culverin.
The most ambitious camel lancer I have ever seen.
Well, the Springolds took a shot, but went
Yeah.
down, but they didn't get it.
But Million Spears were able to mop that guy up, and
And here's the engagement. The Spearmen coming forward. They ready to YOLO their lives for the cause.
the Golems aren't upgraded yet. It's kind of interesting, actually, because at this stage in the game, the Ironbirds are subtly powerful if they have gold. If Aval can start adding hand cannoneers and Golems, it's GG. Like, it's actually insane how good Ironbird Golems are. Anytime you're talking about high base damage units, because of the logic of Sultan's Mamluks, right? It's like, because you kill things faster, because you have high base damage, you get the buff more often, and because your base damage is higher, you benefit more from a percentage increase. Does need to get that gold going, though. And I think...
This is tricky.
Is he slow on the gathering? I feel like he could have been a lot quicker with gold gathering at this stage.
Who, Baltoon?
No, Aval.
Oh, Aval, yeah.
Because, like, he's still not really an Imperial, right? He hasn't got the University Techs. He
Oof.
hasn't even got Elite Golems.
Yeah, he's kind of just behind. It's weird. It's because he's made so many siege weapons at this stage, and that's a really big gold sink. But we'll see. The pop is looking healthy for Baltoon. Some raids everywhere with the Spearmen now, which is unexpected.
I mean,
but
they are
possible.
everywhere. Like, look at Aval's army as well. He's sitting at the front of his base. He's not really reacting to this at all.
The
I mean,
Bombard's
not in a
gonna be
way that
extended.
cleans it up quick enough, right? Like, your 2TC versus Palace of Swabia, you are behind by 40 economy. I'm a bit
no.
worried the floodgates open too quickly because he can't even get the walls up in time. And if these stone walls can't go across the map, Baltoon is just going to march everywhere.
Oh, and this army got left unattended. Oh no,
What?
his control groups, I think they got messed up. And now the Vil count is so low for Aval. He's down to 84 villagers.
Wait, pause
Oh,
that.
this
Is he actually building that tech? The meme tech?
Siege carpentry, yeah.
You never see
I mean,
this.
it's happening.
I mean,
It's interesting against all the melee troops.
yes.
but
In
it's-
theory, that tech would be cool to see against. You know, I think you need something that's anti-melee. But like the problem is the only thing there is Culverins, and Culverins already have
Overruns just
like
don't
melee
care
armor.
about
Yeah.
siege carpentry, right? Yeah, it's not a big deal.
I think it's a really hard tech to find a position for. Maybe if it was like an activatable ability as a one-off. But yeah, like, there's not enough abilities to activate to defend this. Aval, I think his army is just getting split up. It feels like the micro is a little bit off. Crossbows finally arrive, but the amount of ground you've given over here. Remember how a few minutes ago Aval was ticking that timer? Now it's Baltoon's turn. 8.5 minutes away from a tech from a 6-fight victory, and on top of that, we've now got a Lance neck switch coming in.
Yeah, that's going to be a really big deal, I think, right? Like, I don't really see how Aval holds this anymore, I'll be honest. I think everything's just coming in for Baltoon, and like you said, the Landschneck switch, and to me, more importantly, is all the fortifications coming in, right? We got chemistry, we have cannon towers, we have the outposts everywhere, you have Culverins to defend. I think it's going to be tricky for Aval to find some sort of path forward where you actually kill the forward position now for Baltoon, right?
Exactly. And I think if we check the House of Wisdom, 'cause I don't think we ever looked, he went for Advancement Wing, right? I'm guessing it was Advancement Wing. Yeah. That's how
Yeah.
he's able to sneak it, right? Like, it's so hard to afford 3,600 resources as IBEDs. But, like, the issue is, if you're going to Advancement Wing, you haven't got any big perked, right? It's not like you went Atabegs and you've got chunkier units, at least.
Yeah,
It's a poor man's
there's
game.
yeah. This was a rough approach. I mean, we're finally getting some of those final upgrades in, right? Incendiary coming in, that'll help. He's got 50 crossbows on the field. It's gonna make that's a big upgrade for him here, right? Like that could really help in these fights.
And arms in again, though. He's at least going to react to it quick enough here. The problem is, it's still not Stonewalls, right? I could see possibly a way if Aval Stonewalls quickly, because then instead of chasing to the back of his base like this, he'd be pushing the Sacred Sites.
Mm-hmm.
That's my big question mark. Is like, where is your golden solution for breaking this? Like, you've got 2 Culverins, great. No Bombards, no Trebs. Your entire army is ranged. Now, I don't know if you know this, Winston, but ranged units are pretty bad at killing castles unless you have Chuganin.
Yeah. No, for sure. There's not a lot of options here. Gonna have to. He's going for Trebs to try and outrange the Culverin, but I don't know. He's got his own Culverins up, but I feel like this is a situation where Baltoon should feel quite comfortable.
Yeah,
Even
it feels so
it's
slow as
crazy
well.
because, I mean, tell me if you said late game Ayubids versus HRE, but Ayubids have 4 relics. Usually you'd say that Ayubids are in an okay spot, but I think just the way this game has been going and like the amount of upgrade deficit that Aval's in, stuff like that, it kind of just points the other direction, right?
Yeah, it's also like the gold situation isn't as good as you think. Because you're talking about 4 relics, but Baltoon has 1, so he's at 2
He has the
relics.
Yeah.
And then he has the Sacred Sites.
And the middle golds, which he's
Yeah, but
slipped up.
like even just passive gold, right? He has more gold per minute than you.
Right. Well, yeah. It's close, right?
It was,
Isn't
what,
it the
100
same?
gold per, like, Sacred Site, if I remember correctly?
Yeah.
So,
And then 80. Yeah.
so he's
Yep.
ahead. Like, he's
Yeah,
literally
about
got
20,
40 more
40.
passive gold than you do.
Oh boy. Lance next coming in. There's already on spread formation with all these crossbows, so
This is wild. He's built mass meta arms into mass crossbows. So he's basically allowed himself to get countered, but he doesn't seem to care. And that wall.
it prevents his Culverins from being out Culverined, right? It lets him kind of sit up, and it lets his Mangonels be really threatening to these crossbow masses. We see one shot coming over the wall here. Now the Culverin's poking through. Oh man, I think we're gonna see Avaley tap out here soon. This fight can't go his way.
No, and this type of game exhausts you because you're looking at it like, well, he's basically countered by me. I should be able to win the game. It's so frustrating because the castles, like the problem is to do what you need to counter the HRE here, you're basically saying you have no solution to A, siege, and B, defenses. It's one of the most tilting ways to lose a game, and Balon almost just becoming his signature move now. The gate, power sables, I see him do this so often. It's so frustrating to deal with. It just always gives him a soft reset and an unfair advantage as a result of that.
Yeah, these forward walls just trying to be as annoying as possible and setting this up. The Culverin count just 1 for Avaley, not going to be enough to really push back the Culverins from Baltoon, who's on 4. Oof.
He's looking a bit lost now as well, right? Floating 1,000 gold, sitting on 2,000 plus wood. He's now going into Springald, so his goal here is to get overkilled by the Culverins and then kill in return. Or, to put it another way, he's hoping that Baltoon micros like a goldfish.
We'll see if that happens.
He will not. Dude, Baltoon is one of the secret chats. Like, I feel like this guy never gets enough credit. He constantly has accounts in like the top 30. He's a god when you think of like free-for-alls and team games, but he's just as talented in 1v1s.
Oh yeah, no, I've been preaching Baltoon's name for a while, man. He's an old AoE 1 player, actually.
I know,
A lot of people don't know that. He's from the AoE 1 scene. I played against him quite a lot in tournaments and stuff, and he's quite strong. It's a fun time, and I'm really excited. I love seeing his progress here. I think he's continually been improving, and I think his play, I think what's impressive is he hasn't really stagnated in terms of his like skill set and strategy approach.
Yeah.
Like some players like came in really hot, but they kind of like stagnated in how they approached the game. and then kind of fell off. Whereas obviously the top four, top 8 don't really stagnate at all. Otherwise they just leave the top 8, right?
Yeah, I
The
actually think
Reeds
if
and
anything, he's improved, right? Like, not
Oh,
just
for
that he
sure.
hasn't stagnated. He's gotten so
For
much
sure.
better in the last, like, 4 months. It's been impressive to watch. In fact, if you guys are wondering, like, where does he rank, just check, like, I don't know if you still call him this, but little cute detail, actually, his Smurfs are called Aval fan #1 and Aval fan #2.
Oh, that's cute.
So a lot of love between these two. And
Yeah,
I've
for
seen those
sure.
accounts up at, like, top 10, top 20 constantly. But yeah,
Yeah.
I don't think we'll see Aval in the top 10 if he can't switch it up in this series, because this is looking like a shellacking now for Baltoon.
I'm pretty sure Avali's not feeling the love from Baltoon in this exact moment. It might
He's
feel a little
literally
bit of
taking
opposite.
his wood right now. That's where we're at. Classic H3 Swabia play. Oh, I can afford to lose 20 villagers if I take away 5 trees from you.
Surprisingly, still hanging in here. He's like, I can do it. I can uncap.
Aval is that type of player, right? Like, he does
get
believe in the comeback.
I thought he had a trap
He needs
here.
a gate. Like, he actually just needs a gate there. He hasn't got a gate right now. So he can't even try to walk onto it to delay.
Oh,
Oh!
we're gonna YOLO. He has a
The
gate. He
Ram
said,
spam.
I have a gate.
All right, Jean-Claude Van Ram has entered the building, but keep in mind, like, his wood is quite limited on this map. You just saw Baltoon taking more of it away, and the army is marching across. Now, remember, as soon as you go on the site, it pauses the timer, and these Rams are going to take a while to die, but they are completely unguarded.
Yeah, the army is just not there yet, and marching drills comes into effect. Baltoon is here.
Hey,
Right,
remember
like,
at the
he's
start of the
here.
game when I said movement speed's OP? Agreed? Agreed.
Well, he also built the gate in the least convenient spot to try and be sneaky, so his army is just late. I think he could have been here a pretty similar time, or delayed the Rams by like 10 seconds. But yeah, no, it doesn't matter. I think he gets wiped here no matter what. HRE mass here is just so good. There's 2 Landsharks in that army, supposedly, and they have not
who
been
cares?
spent.
Have you seen the Spearman? 62, 66 more queued up. Let me know who's got the HR economy in this one. He's even trading right now. This one is done, but props to Aval. He at least tried to find a final strike to keep himself in this game. You can tell this guy plays some Dota too.
He killed the Wolves.
I mean, he did, but now you have to body the sacred sites with double castle. In fact, you need to body the top sacred site if you ever want to make this happen. He just doesn't have enough. So game 1, going to Baltoon. Remember, folks, these are BO3s. There's an opportunity to recover, but quite a bold statement to just go onto Aval's map that he created and just say the creator is not all powerful.
Never bring a crossbow to a spear fight is what I learned. Someone in chat said something similar.
I mean, in fairness, your spear reloads a lot quicker than your crossbow, right?
Yeah, you can always throw the spear like the Danso. Like, you've got options.
Well, game 1 will be a win for the Swede. But Aval, we talked about his draft, like, we're going to get a little bit of insight here, because when we first loaded up the lobby, it was telling us he had Malians twice. So I want to see some more draft diversity availability, and we'll be able to tell what his chances are from there, because I think next up, like, what was it? Did we have Chaos and Water with the options, right? I believe so.
Chaos, and I think we have Holy Island, and
it was I was about to say
Socotra.
Socrates. Yeah, Socrates would be someone else. So Socotra. The only issue there is I'm pretty sure Baltoon drafted China. Oh, no, Aval. Okay, what? Once again, why does he have double Malians?
I'm not sure. Maybe he just didn't pick.
Yeah. So, but like, here's the rough part. Why it was like what like that? Aval, China's better on Socotra. Like, China is actually probably the best pick in the game on Socotra.
Just what, for Barbican?
Yeah, Barbican. Like, if English isn't in the draft, China's pretty much default win at high level play. It's that good. It's a little bit like Mountain Clearing, actually, is the way of thinking about it. But even things like Mongols don't really. I've watched 1 or 2 games where it's Mongols China, and China just makes it look all so simple. The reality is that China can just supervise Iraqs and outmass you in Dark Age. So you just you either lose in Dark or you lose in Feudal. But instead, we're gonna have. Oh, there we go. It's got fixed. So we'll probably have. Byzantines versus what? Juji? if we go to Socotra. I think that's what it'll end up being. Big surprise here is the fact that Baltoon did not pick Zhuji for Holy Island, though.
Yeah, I think that's interesting. I mean, Roos is so dominant, and he's up 1-0 already. Maybe the thought process is here, if he just wins, the reason Roos is so strong on water is because their economy setup and just their rush timing. Like, if Avely's build order isn't perfect and he gets caught off guard a bit by the timing, then Baltoon could just win this 2-0 really quickly, right?
Yeah, it's so. I mean, Roos, we actually haven't seen them on Holy Island in a long time. The timing's really disgusting because they still have that classic convert your fishing boat for war, right?
Mhm.
And that's something that China doesn't have a clean answer to. The other thing that kind of concerns me is it's quite casual and simple in a lot of cases for a Roos player to just build a stables and pop one knight, right? Like, we have to
Yeah.
remember this is a feudal knight civ, and if all your attention is on water, you can end up just getting ganked and spanked on your tree line, especially if he ends up having to go for a tree line further away, or you wait to like 9 or 10 minutes, at which point the Chinese should have munched into the front tree line to a point where the TC won't protect.
Yanked, spanked, munched. What is going on here, Baltoon? Especially because, like
One
you
of
said,
everything.
the wood line can feel so exposed in this map. So yeah, just 1 or 2 Roost Knights can be really tricky to deal with. Again, why they're so dominant on hybrid maps, right? They can win the water early, and then they can follow that up with a really heavy hit on the land. They can go the other way around to do it in a different order, right? They feel so flexible. They can go 2TC. They don't mind playing a long feudal game, but they're also comfortable in an FC. So it's just so flexible and strong here. China obviously going to be really solid. We'll have to see how those water builds play out. I'm not sure I've seen Baltoon's water with Roos before. Have you seen him play water with Roos? Like,
Not with
does he have the
Roos.
timing down perfect? Because it's not the easiest build sometimes, right?
I feel like you just don't really see many people practicing Roos because it should never make it through. So I definitely haven't seen Baltoon playing Roos recently. His warm map play is pretty decent though. Let's
Yeah.
see if it's up to scratch though. Up against Aval's Chinese, a civ that we do see more frequently in tournament play. We go into game number 2. Baltoon already on match point here, and considering the Roos, we began this day talking about how they're the most broken civ in competitive and have been so for the longest time. Question mark now is whether they can show it here for a quick 2-0.
Yeah, because they're down 1 game already today. We were a bit surprised by them being
Well,
the
were we in
draft.
that game? Oh, yeah, the draft, but I thought you about to say we were surprised by them losing with the horse archer only strat. Don't think we're going to see any horse archer only approaches in this game.
Yeah, it's a bit less relevant on water maps, right? But yeah.
Like, in
We'll see.
theory, it could be more relevant. It's just you have to be in Castle Age already for that, right?
Mhm.
Whereas the scary thing is 1 or 2 knights in feudal, which is just so casually accessible. One weak point for the Roost that we always have to be cognitive of is Holy Island has really kind of brought into the forefront 2 things. Naval Arrow Slit's OP and demo ship spams to break everything, right? And we have to remember Roost do have some clunky demo ship hitboxes, right? Like, it's harder to get your boats close enough for maximum detonation damage because your boats are bigger.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was saying. I think China wins water long term, right? It's mostly about, well, it depends, right? Like, Roos's economy is also just insane. So it's like, it's not exactly one way or the other, in my opinion, but like you were saying, there are some small drawbacks to Roos naval gameplay. Their fishing boats are a bit clunky, their Temos are a bit clunky, right? Like, those kinds of things can feel bad at times, but we'll see. I mean, if Baltoon's build order for the rush here is down and he has the 2 upgraded fishing boats in his opponent's economy on time, I mean, the whole problem with Bruce and why people ban it on water maps is because it just wins right away. And we'll see. Like, I haven't seen Baltoon pull this off. I'm not sure. That doesn't mean he hasn't done it, right?
Yeah.
So I'm kind of just like, hey, he probably. I'm assuming he knows the build down perfectly and will execute with perfect timings. It's just a
It's
matter
usually
of.
enabled by how aggressive your feudal timing is as well, right? Like, on average, Roos have one of the fastest feudal age timings in the game because the bounty system.
Yeah, and here it is.
Yeah.
So 8 on the age up, Kremlin on the wood,
It's not even
covering the
close as
gold.
well. Like, Aval legit isn't anywhere near ready for a tech up himself. Like, he's going very greedy on fishing, which is a bit surprising here.
Only 3 fishing boats. He's adding the 4th, right? So
Yeah, I think he's pivoted now so to slow down the fishing, but already feels like the timing might be a bit off. It's a bit deceptive because you know the Chinese are going to build their tech up quite quick, but it might be one of those games where Aval just has to pull like 8 villages, maybe 9, to gap close the roost timing.
yeah. And we'll see. Baltoon's going to be up really quickly, but with no res. So
Also, he hasn't started moving a fishing boat yet. I think that's finally on the way. Yeah.
one's moving now. Yeah, so
So
he's
good
not doing
timing.
the double. He's doing one. Yeah, so he's doing this build. Yeah, this works. It's quite solid.
Yeah, because if you do double, like, you can barely afford it, and then you have no food for follow-up at all because you used all these workers to build, right?
Yeah, you have to for the double. It's a bit later, but you have less on the landmark, right?
Yeah.
So you
More
have
Academy
more res.
coming in. Only 4? It's a big gap now. The good news is Aval only built 3 fishing boats, right? So he can't get idled up and then lose ships. They can all garrison safely.
There's the Vil on the coast. Oh, there's
Okay.
a 4th ship. What are you talking about?
All right, scrap my point. Yep, we've got more fishing boats coming out. Bold move gone.
And here we are. Uh-oh, he didn't retreat. He did not expect this
Aval.
timing.
Oh, he's going to lose one of the fishing boats. He could also lose the villager. Quick pull away. Oh, dude, come on. Stop being a stormtrooper.
He was a stormtrooper. He didn't know how to hit the shot.
No, it's a warning shot, right? It's like, get off my lawn, but get off my fish in this situation.
Get off my lawn is exactly what that ship said. And now Baltoon has the advantage because his one fishing ship, 2 fishing ships? 1 fishing ship is working compared to none. But Aval has time now to train a boat.
Yeah,
And so
that
this-
requires resources.
Yeah. Well, he'll get it eventually. No food for the galley, so it's going to have to be the Hulk. Still no food for the Hulk, but maybe we'll get there eventually.
Yeah, he's actually just trying to desperately grab a little bit of shoreline fish here, but it's barely working. So it's kind of tough, right? Like, your timings are pretty bad, and your opponent already is on double dock. So now you can afford to just scale fishing, but then also put more aggro out.
Yeah, I mean, Baltoon's got to be feeling really good about this, right? Everything has worked according
Oh,
to
you feel
plan.
incredible. Like, look what Aval just done as well. Because he needs to ship out, he couldn't wait for a spring order. It's too expensive. So the typical way this play goes is whoever strikes first has a galley, right? And then you just build a spring order counter. Now you're building the bad thing, right? So it's not just a runaway. Baltoon can hang here longer and continue to be a pain in the ass.
Yeah, exactly. He can stick around for just a little bit, try and get some more damage in, force some idle time, and now he's going to go retreat, and he'll have his own dock repair, so he'll win the fight defensively. He's also adding in a Hulk of his own.
It's kind of dirty, actually. That timing was disgusting. I'm really impressed with this build by Baltoon. It's just kind of held Aval hostage now. Like, he had to make the bad boat choice, and he knows Baltoon's already going to be prepping the counter. So you don't get any counter damage in.
I did not expect it to deal that much damage. I think, like, I thought, look, because you'd expect Aval to have enough res to get his own war junk out, right? To hold that off, but like you're saying, he didn't. Yeah, and so yeah, Baltoon absolutely had a build prepped. We see the Kremlin popped, interestingly. Was there a threat?
I think he was trying to bait the scout in and snipe him, but it seems like it didn't work. He's walking across now, but
They
you have
don't
to
make
remember
it anymore, right?
Yeah, well, on this map, they'll make it to the gold to idle out a little bit. So this could be strategic, right? Because we mentioned that he's gold starved to get into demos and springolds. So if you just camp here for 30 seconds, it's actually pretty crippling for Aval's eco.
Oh boy. Aval is going to notice.
The pathing
Baltoon.
Oh my god.
And he gets a Vil kill.
Double
with
militia?
the militia.
Like, 2 militias getting a villager kill that close to the TC doesn't really happen very often. Idle time,
No.
yes, but an eco kill is actually surprising.
That Baltoon's all repaired up. He's going to be moving across. And that militia just runs into the woods and disappears. Yeah, because that was funny. It looked like he ran into the forest, but he
wood
timed
people.
out.
Yeah, it's just like, it's folklore, right? It's just a wood elf. He's in hiding. The interesting part, though, is actually if this had been one of those Ford wood spawn maps, it would have been even better for Roos. Because you always start on that wood line, right? So gremlins would be able to reach in and idle your wood.
Demo on the way. And he's just going to call the gremlins again. He's like, hey, that worked. That's funny.
Hey,
So
that was
he
pretty
pulls
good.
it again.
Yeah. Well, because Aval now, he needs demos. but that costs a
Yeah.
lot of gold. Even when you've got Imperial Academy,
Oh.
it's pretty pricey.
Yeah.
Hitting.
And
For
the interesting thing about this is he's trying to distract. So this is the distraction attack, right? He's going to go in, dives in, tries to snipe it because he does have a demo coming in the back here.
Sometimes the drive-by is cursed, right? Like, because his ship actually fired the ballista bolt out, it was on reload. If it hadn't been for that, he would have got the snipe out, and then his demos win the fight.
And the gold is being attacked at the same time. Does Aval notice? He pulled it already. Okay. Demo comes in, though.
Oh, this is the hardest thing about playing Roos. Like, it feels like you have to win water before demos are required. Otherwise, it almost just feels like a GG unless you roar out play.
We'll see, though. The shot's coming in soon. Platoon able to keep that one demo at bay from Aval, but Aval now up to 2 demos. Platoon still with the higher Hulk count. That's going to be what's important here. If he can get more, he'll be okay.
You kind of just have to focus on Hulks. Like, after that demo
Yeah.
And what just happened, you're like, I don't think I want more of these, right? It's crazy. Like, that's a big edge for China as well, by the way. The fact that you now can't really play demos efficiently. China's great at doing that. We've seen it before with the increased production. It sounds like not a lot, but it actually pays off. Then you consider the taxation. It's very common, like 30 minutes, to see China pumping 5 demos non-stop.
Yeah, we'll see. Platoon now 2 advantage on the ship's count. Has also got wheelbarrow, notably. Aval not able to squeeze that into the build. He might be able to afford it right now, but not going for it. Instead, getting hardened spearmen on the side of Aval. Maybe fearing the potential follow-up from Knights?
Well, he's definitely not
Is there
gonna
a
be
stable?
fighting, right? No, but like he's not going to use these aggressively because that Kremlin, right? So I think it's just the militia have really been annoying him at this stage, and he thinks that yes, maybe there's knights coming, but
Nightfall,
if not, at least the militia can't do more damage to you. I debate that. They will kill you over time, quite cost efficiently as well. You know, I was just thinking about that whole fading into tree thing. Imagine if we just made that a thing. When militias die, they spawn a happy little tree.
That'd be fun. Yeah, militias have a timer on them so that they're not a permanent unit. And when they run out, yeah, they just kind of fall over.
Oh, wait, did Balto see this? The demos are hiding.
Oh. The galleys are in the back, though.
Yeah, he saw it.
Yeah.
He actually saw it perfectly. The interesting part is he didn't just go with the archer ships. He could have killed both of those.
He may not have actually seen it. It is blue on the minimap. That's always harder to see.
It's a cheat sheet for Holy Island. Finally, he gets in the way. I love that. Body blocks as well.
Oh, he doesn't see it.
Wait, what?
He doesn't
What?
see it.
Balto!
Oh my god, what an amazing demo. That was a
Aval!
huge hit. That's exactly what Aval needed in this game.
But how did that even happen? Baltoon had eyeballs on. He even attacked them initially.
Oh, it's blue on a water map, I'm telling you. It's the cheat. He picked blue on the water map, and the gremlins are back at the wood line. The spearmen are nowhere to be found. They were upgraded just for this purpose, but they do time out again.
You know how we hit on like the size of the demo ships of the Roost, making them kind of sucky? Turns out the size of every ship being bigger also makes it kind of easier for a demo to feel good about the punch there. That 4-ship takedown now giving an edge over to Aval to push, but he needs to be fast about this. Baltoon back up to 8 Springald ships already. 3 demos to pump behind this. The one issue is going to be the archer ship count.
Yeah, we'll see. Like you said, Baltoon still has the larger navy here. So it's going to be tricky for Aval to get a good position. In fact, losing another ship here for free is not what he needs to do. He could maybe push the button
Archer
to
ships,
escape.
no. Archer ships can get
Oh,
him.
that's an archer? Oh.
No, he just needs to move his Springals out of the way because he's actually griefing himself right now. Like, the archer ships
Yeah,
can
he
finish
griefed
that.
himself. Oh, he gets the shot with the turn.
Come on.
Yo, that was a fadeaway, dude. That was a Kobe.
It's like a bye. 5
Bye,
ship
Felicia.
advantage now. Okay, so remember what I said about that demo ship timing where you just win the map? I never see Roos pull this off because it always feels weird. Let's see if Balton can do it. He's up to 4 now.
Yeah, I mean, if Aval messes up the micro here, it could be a problem.
I'm more worried about Baltoon on the micro after that last fight.
After that last fight.
Pushing in. Demos. Well, the body blocks, like, okay, maybe a positive of having them bigger. He gets around the back. Big return fire there. Final demo gets cleared up. And at the tail end, it's pretty obvious here. 13 Springald ships to a mere 5.
I mean, he's just producing so many more. as well. Like it's just he's getting more, and now the fish are starting to get targeted down. The war junks are really, really hurt here. They're trying to get that dock repair in. The fishing boat's getting pulled to get that last minute repairs in. Let's see if it's enough to hold. It doesn't look like it will be.
This looks over.
Unless a demo, miracle demo, it's about to pop.
Fishing boats aren't going to be able to save the day. Not these archer ships here. Demo ship follow-up coming in first from Balon. It's going to be a fail. The Aval with just one demo. I mean, it worked last time to hold. I just have my doubts this time around. These demos from Balon are absolutely pointless.
Anything.
That's not true. They die.
2 demos out for Aval. 3 demos.
One archer ship left over.
Oh.
Oh, no!
Dude, Balon.
The hitboxes on Rouge ships are such a negative whenever you try to play this Civ.
Oh, man. That was crazy. Oh, night transition coming in for Balon, though.
I mean, that traffic jam may have just gave a stay of execution to Aval that might give him an opportunity here, but it's difficult from here. Just look at the worker kill count across this game. 16 in total, some of that on land, some of that at sea. Song Dynasty is at least supplementing some of the losses, but as you mentioned, that night transition is what could easily put him in the grave here.
Yeah, this is the hope, right? You get 3 or 4 nights out, maybe just 2 even, and you go with 2 just to be timely, and you just start raiding. Now, Aval did already create the Hardened Spearman, right? So he's got 5 on the field, already defending. And we have a calm. A moment of peace. Some bliss, you might say.
For the storm, my friend.
Doesn't this make you feel so at home and at peace?
No, because I'm a pigeon and those were seagulls flying around the fish. I feel friend.
Well,
you know what?
No one expected the Hardened Spearman raid.
I think no one expected it for really, really good reasons.
He might get a Vil pick, though.
I mean, if he just attacks them right now, they die. Like, he's like, no, we need to walk away. The best part now is, you're like, oh yeah, these knights won't, like, they're going to struggle. The spearmen. Most of the spearmen aren't at home now, so the night timing's even better. He's going into the woodline now.
Yeah.
Second wave of spears. Unless he gets pulled to mop this up. The knight is actually kind of missed micro, but the second knight of Balon should be going in soon.
Yeah, able to hold here. He's got more Vils. He's in the Song Dynasty, something we didn't really talk about, right? I don't know, maybe you mentioned it, but he's in the Song, so the Vil, yeah. I was too excited by the demos. The Vil count.
Well, how about this? He's going to need one hell of a demo, because the Springward advantage is huge here. 14 to 8.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a lot of demos. And Balon has proven that he's willing to take a few too many to the face here, but this time around, the archer ship count is healthy. Still enough from left over. 4, in fact, just whittling them down one by one. And this is an expensive loss for Aval, one that's going to be hard to recover from.
Yeah, and here, Balon has wisened up to the tricks. It doesn't really let the demo damage come in here. I say that. It was that caster's curse. Oh my god.
It's okay, he's just keeping it interesting. Look at the demos, though. Like, finally, the counter, the solution, the way that Rouge can run demos. Just wait until your opponent has no fleet left. Oh, last stand for Aval here.
If we can go castle before Balon.
The difference, though, is not that big, right?
Yeah, not that big. Well, Balon's really off on the gold.
Yeah, but that's easily fixable quick, especially now that you're at stage where, like, your opponent has forfeited water, right? Like, the thing that I always remind people, when you see a castle play like this, okay, that's 1,800 resources you're not putting into winning water anymore, right?
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, Aval's already sacked it, right? There's no way he can win water.
I mean, you say that, but we've seen some very interesting demo ships in this game. We won't see any more, though. Most of the fishing removed. Aval now behind an economy, and Balon is already prepping himself on a macro level to follow into castle.
Yeah, that's going to be a spicy time.
I feel like players have gotten better at just finding a way to not just be immediately GG'd by water, though. Right? Like, you saw that. Aval started to set up the granaries. Hoping he can hold on in this game. High trade house on the way up. Get your numbers in.
I think this is a 180.
180? Probably like maybe 196.
Oh, you're going to go that close to me?
Actually,
Really?
no. You know what? I'm gonna go under you. It's gonna be like 168.
At this point, just do 179 and you win anything under me, right?
No, but I'm
You can
like
feel
trying to be
that.
accurate. It's gonna be
Price is right.
156. There you go.
I just eyeballed 180. We'll see. So what'd you say? 162?
I eyeballed as well. Like 156. I'm going with.
156. Okay, okay. We'll wait. We have to wait for it to like
Because
settle.
like he's
right?
only got bounty
Yeah.
level 1, right? Like he shouldn't have 2 on this map because there's no walls.
Oh, I didn't
Yeah.
take that into account.
Ad needs a cat person. So.
Is
I
that?
think there's no walls. I'm pretty sure there's no walls.
You think dog people get higher bounty levels, or?
Oh, I'm so close. 87. Ooh,
It's got to
so,
tick. It's got to tick for a bit.
Yeah,
You
so that's
gotta-
the first
you gotta
tick.
let
Yeah,
it-
well, you can do the maths then, so it's going to be 174. There you go. Go clap. Go clap. I'm a little bit surprised, because that's definitely bounty level 1, right? It has to be. Unless Aval really screwed up on the rotation, because, like, double deer near you means you should just clean it up.
Did the knights kill the boar ever?
I don't think so. We can see...
Still on the map.
Actually,
right?
maybe. There's one boar on the map. So that might be it then. Okay. Golf flappers from Balon. Crossbows on the way. I'm assuming
How close
we're not
can
going to see
I
more than
get?
2 horse archers.
How close can I get? What do you want from me? Do you want me to go? You want me to
I
be?
want you to tell
honestly,
me how this game's going to play out in the next 10 minutes.
10 minutes. What? It's not
You
going to
got
last
cocky.
10 minutes. It's
Say-
going to be
you
over.
say
in 10
that
minutes.
Balton's building horse archers, which means Aval can
Okay,
maybe win
okay.
this.
I didn't expect that, but we'll see. We'll see. I'm not sure. I mean, there's a chance here. I mean, like you said, Aval could do some certain tricks, but the Vil count has rapidly gone in favor of Baltoon with the acquisition of the water because he converted a lot of his navy back to fishing. I think is that what happened?
Yeah, that's what makes
believe
Russo
so.
OP on these water maps, right? It's like
Yeah, you
keep,
win water
Yeah, you just keep
and
like 4
trade
or 5.
ships too.
Yep.
Can we check that trade income?
It's gonna be like what 160 between both. Wait, really? That is,
Oh, they're going to a dock that's too close. I
okay.
think.
Yeah, I was about to say like that feels way too low for full map trade. No, why is it so?
Remember,
not
it
right.
goes back and forth, right?
Yeah, but like it's. Oh yeah, right. But like it's just. Oh yeah, he's going the closest dock. If he goes the long one, that should be like what? I'd say about 70 of each, so 140 total. Kind of surprised he hasn't switched that, but who cares? You got
Yeah.
a huge eco lead of 35. I don't think you need to be totally optimal. I mean, you should, but Horse Archer Knight spam coming. Aval going to Chuginu. Ah, yes. I always want this unit to win, Winston.
Why?
Then it can get nerfed.
But it never does. No,
It
it
really
wins
should.
a lot. Jugunu wins a lot of games. It's a very good unit.
Ah,
We'll
yes,
see,
the,
though.
the classic ignore the spearman and let the Horse Archers somehow counter it.
Is that a raid under the town center with a single horse archer?
I think so.
Oh,
And it's
he
just-
noticed. Okay, he
yeah.
noticed.
That would have been depressing otherwise. But even more depressing still is the fact he has got deer on the left side, but his granary, his permanent food, is now blocked.
Yeah, that's rough. Oof.
I'm noticing a lot of units being produced by Aval, but I don't know how you're meant to scale any of these in mass with under 1,000 food a minute.
Yeah, and Baltoon's just super cozy here. Like last game, it's cruise control from this point, right? It's know your limits, don't overstep. Which this could be maybe a little bit, but you know,
he's Boy's
he can
Fortitude just
afford
came
it,
in.
right?
No, yeah, but Boy's Fortitude just came in, so like these horse archers aren't going to die as quickly anymore. And also, keep in mind this undermesh. Aval decided that Chuginu is how he survives, and he didn't even build a blacksmith, so he knows it's done. Baltoon with the 2-0. Aval will have to look to Sunday to still try and make it into the tournament.
Yeah, well, he's gonna have to try again. Wasn't able to get the win on his own map, but you know that is how it is. Baltoon looked really solid here in both games. Would you say?
Yeah, I think game 1 was a little bit funky, but he had the right way to go. I mentioned that's actually a really hard one for HRE to navigate. And then game 2, I mean, he's so succinct. His timings on that, I love the one boat conversion. And the timing just completely crippled his opponent, right? Like, Aval needed to open with a Springald ship, but because of the way that was played, he was too early for him to contest. I think this is why with Sim Bruce historically is such a dominant sieve on water. It's not how they look 20 minutes into water. It's what they do in the first 3 or 4 that dictates the next 10.
Yeah, and it's crazy, right? Like they're also really solid against any counterattacks. And then they're also good at like putting a little pressure on. And then they're also good at rushing on the water. And yeah, like you said, they have a bit of a weakness in like maybe the mid feudal where their ships are a bit weird. But I think overall, like and what I meant when at the start of the game, I was like, does Baltoon even have a build order for this? Because it's one of those things
Yeah.
where we've we've seen so much naval for so long with Roos as the number one civ that at least for me, I don't know about you, but I stopped like practicing it so much. You know what I mean? Like I don't play the
It's like
Roos
you
build
know
that
what
often.
you're
It's
doing,
like
right? Yeah.
everyone knows that it's the strongest and it's always banned. So it's like some players in the pro scene have never even had the chance to play Roos in a water map, right?
Especially
Because
on
it's
like
just
Holy
always permanently
Islands,
banned.
because it's not
Mhm.
in the rotation, right? But like, yeah, it's kind
Mhm.
of interesting. Like, I think a lot of what makes Roost good is what they do so early on. It's the tech timing through the gold gathering. It's the opening of a night. It's the conversion of a fishing boat. I think the takeaway here is Russians always be rushing. So,
Mhm.
with that though, we're going to move on to a little bit of German action here because we've got My Insanity's Zerton going up against a kid prodigy here. Gully Deckel, 16 years of age, is proving to be quite
Oh.
a talented player. Actually, I've had known a quantity of players, like people like Sassy have been in my chat as well, Crackety, always just there going, big fan, Gully. Like, that must be such a weird experience as a 16-year-old. Interestingly enough, he's not going to get his favorite Civ. H3 does get banned out. I do know that this kid is pretty hot stuff when it comes to Malians. Looks like we're heading into the deciding game, by the way. So English
Mhm.
winning, no surprise there. China, we mentioned that whole idea. China versus Delhi, easy peasy win on Hill and Dale. And I'd expect nothing less out of Zerton. But this is going to be spicy. Map 3 is Kawasan. Abbasids versus Japanese. Japanese seem like they should win this with Shinobi play, but Kawasan, the war map play, the cheap dock, and the fact that military wing gives you starting units, I don't think this is the worst matchup for the Abbasids.
Yeah, think I still favor Japan here
Mhm.
by a lot.
A lot. That a
Yeah.
lot is bold here.
You think so?
Yeah, it's tricky, right? Like
Mm,
I actually think, you know what? With all the food and the slight buff to them, Camel Archers might just be the go-to solution to Shinobi play. Let's find out
that's
though.
fair. Camel Electrics are always solid, but I just think that Japanese have the answers to everything, right?
All right, anime fanboy. Time to find out. Game number 3, Gully
Hey.
Deckel versus and let's get to it. Kawasan to decide it. You know what? You're right. Do you know what the OP build is, Winston? Yumi. You
Yumi are
think I'm
bad.
memeing? No, they're actually
Yumi are
good.
not bad. I
They're
like
actually
Yumi a
good.
lot.
They're
I
actually
think there's a
OP.
lot of options. I
They're,
think I think Japanese have a lot of options to do quite a lot of different plays. But yeah, I think just the meta style here for Japan is so good, right?
do you by the way, do you ever find yourself when you go to say like Japanese and then you want to say Japan instead of just saying Japan, you say like you emphasize it if you're going to say the word Japanese instead.
I just did that. I
Yeah,
just made that
I
mistake. And
noticed
now
it.
you're calling me out. I just did that and it was awkward. And I was hoping we could move on, KP. No one would talk about it. No one would mention it. We just move on. It was a slight blunder. But no, KP's got to come back with this whole little shebang. And he's going to say, hey, you know this really weird thing that, I don't know, sometimes you might do? I just heard you do it. Like, come on,
Well,
man.
I did.
Come on.
Are you gaslighting me?
Man.
I didn't say you, Dada. I said
You
people
basically,
can do
you
it.
just said, do you? You said, do you ever? I just did the thing that you just, do you ever, never mind.
Deep breath. Take a moment. You're gonna have to read about Shinobi in about 2 minutes.
I'm excited about Shinobi. What do you mean?
No, I'm not, because I don't like. Coca Township sucks. You should be able to build Shinobi out of castles.
Oh, that'd be interesting.
Yeah, your brain's cooking now, right? Like,
Ooh. Ooh.
I mean, why does
I kind of
Joan get
like,
these champions, but I can't get Shinobi?
I like the exclusivity at the landmark, though. Makes it cool.
It has no scalability, though.
They shadow
all.
tech.
Huh?
You can put your Shiro in it, can't you?
No,
Oh, you can't?
I don't think
Oh.
so.
Thought you could.
I think I asked someone this because I can't be asked to open the game and test it, and they said no.
Maybe it maybe that
Like,
At one point
what's
we
your
could.
what's your backup plan? You can military academy it. So it is really depressing.
I thought at one point you were able to, but maybe that was broken. I forget.
It's kind of weird. Like I understand why you can't build them out of Raxes because it would be OP, right? But like in Imp, I don't think it would be a problem for castles to let you do
You
it.
just want an army of 120 shinobi, don't you? With 80 bills.
Yeah, and Corvinus is calling you on your crap right now in the chat. I'm not
Half
the only one
years
piling
ago?
onto you
Okay,
this game.
Corvinus, jeez. All right, okay. Sorry, hands. You don't see me, but my hands are up. All right, I'm unarmed. Jeez,
Yeah,
guys.
geez, you know what it is? I've seen Corvinus's patch notes. They're so long, I would read them. Koga
it's fine.
Township coming through, though. Military wing as expected. And this is kind of interesting, right? Like, the Shinobi should be able to win out. But what I'd love to see from Gully is notice that he hasn't gone towards it yet. He's going in on a delay. I think it'd be really cool, actually, if he just adds in a few extra archers here instead of just rushing water. Because then the Shinobi can't do anything, right? Like, they'll always get countered.
Yeah. I guess. I think that's what you have to do. Maybe. We'll see. Though. So, contesting the pond really late, but I guess that's Gully Deckles? Deckle?
Gully Deckle.
Gully Deckle. I guess
He's,
his plan is to contest late with the units behind. We'll see
So-
if the Shinobi are... I don't know if the Shinobi can do much here, actually. Sure.
So after, like, all that hype, you agree with me? Shinobi suck.
I didn't say suck. I said
I
I don't know
did.
how much they can do in this specific
I
case.
feel like even like on water maps, Kura Storehouse just seems to feel better now. It's kind of sad. Like that nerf where you don't have an immediate Shinobi was kind of needed, but like it.
Gully, no!
Gully, please. Look, don't worry, guys. These are scouting sheep. They're taking over Papa's job now.
That makes it sound so much more tragic.
Daddy!
Dad, no! They say no like that. They go, no!
Help!
This is bad.
And it's like that sad story where it's like, help! And it's like then like a new scout comes like, Papa's back! And then you just like hear the shotgun like
Oh,
pumping.
God. Oh, gosh.
Ooh, how about this for a pump? Ram
That's a
coming
play.
in.
This is a game plan.
Wait, dude, he's gonna clown car. Oh my. Okay, so a little bit of context. Scully recently learned
Is he
how.
a clown player?
No, what you know how it's like you become what you hate. Because
Oh.
I ran a show match recently where Dragavan like
He
were meant
played
to-
against Dragavan? Oh,
yeah,
no.
yeah, and we were meant to test a new civ and a new map. What did Dragavan do? Me like siege towers and rams. Ook ook. Literally every
Yeah,
time,
oh
like he
boy.
picked Iobids and done it as well. So yeah, I think Gully is gonna clown car because then the Shinobi have to come into melee attack the ram, and you
Well-
just kill them.
Well, Zertan's about to see it now. He sees the ram now. He's like, wait, what?
No, this is a perfect moment for Zern to simply say Nani. Oh dear.
Huh?
Nani?
Oh, look at the spin micro.
Oh,
He's dodging. He's dodging.
He's weaving. He's
The
deceiving.
wait, the ram's
Wait,
alone.
wait,
Wait,
no,
he's not
Gully,
in the ram.
Gully, where's the clown carring? Come on! Okay, the Shinobi are focusing the ram, though. This is bad. This is a really
No.
bad trade for him. If he loses
No,
both
he kills the
Shinobi...
ram.
Yeah, but think about the cost. That's 240 resources of units dead. Yes, one of them is free, but now you've got no standing army. He can just build another ram.
The Dockville goes down. I think is even bigger. Was that the Dockville?
How is
got
that
taken out.
archer ship still alive? Like,
It's micro, bro.
dude,
That's
16-year-old kid is microing like this. Do you feel old?
Yeah.
Turns out those Fortnite Zoomers might have someone after all. So a fun thing is we call Voldemort the kid, which means actually Gully Deckel's the toddler.
Ooh, the tot, maybe.
Yeah. Yep. And then another one that's on the rise is MSMDK.
Wait, no, this is greedy. Wait, he might not get either now.
Nah, it's okay, because remember how long that archer ship survived? Just weave, bob and weave. Oh, the repair,
Wait,
I love this.
I think he doesn't get any of them now. He
Oh
got
my
so
God.
greedy.
Dude, that's so sick.
Oh,
That's so
Zertan got
disgusting.
so greedy. No, but he could have just demoed one and got the confirmed
No,
kill, then had the advantage.
I think he's just getting outplayed here. Like, Gully is hard outplaying him in this game right now. And I love the repair detail. I remember back at World Legacy when all the changes came in, Viper was the one that I talked to about this. He was like on Baltic, he was like, I really like the idea of like villager creeping and repairing your like navy on the go, right?
Yeah.
Kawasan offers that up very freely. We just don't very often see players do it. They'd rather just shoreline fish.
Yeah. The shot isn't able to come through.
He's getting baited so hard. I just want to point out there's certain like top 10 ranking constantly on AoE 4 in pubs. He's a very talented player. Like this is not him playing bad. This is the toddler prodigy unleashed.
And another ram. I mean, at this point, it's kind of redundant. Wait, the demo. And Zertin just not paying attention. And a rare move from Zertin.
Wait, I mean, he's setting up on the other side, but like, Gully can mirror this very easily, right? His docks are cheaper.
He could just do it again, yeah.
Yeah. And he's adding archers, like I wanted. Yeah, this is cool. I'm proud of our little toddler. Look at him go.
Tot. Not toddler.
He's a toddler.
Just a TOT. Just tot.
You and your acronym. What does that one stand for?
Toddler. What do you mean? Wait, what?
Come up with... Wait, what? Gully got an extra villager out of nowhere? This is so OP. Nani?
It's a bad man.
Okay, so I honestly would pay $5 if when you reveal your shinobi, like a giant exclamation mark comes above the head.
Oh yeah, yeah, like a kind of thing.
Yeah, no, like I got the perfect thing you're looking for. If you look in the, yeah, you just need that emote. Boom.
Ah, okay, okay.
So Ram's moving across to the docks now. We've got stables transition from Zerg, which is always what you want to see when you have no fishing.
Oh, he goes down. Zertin has no units in a
That's
dream.
not true. He has an outpost with arrow slits, right? I mean,
he's got his starting scout. That'll help him deal with the ram. The ram immediately found this dock, by the way. That is so
Who
funny.
will win? He does have a second dock, though, right? He double docked the west side pond. Oh, the distraction, though.
Yeah, and the shinobi got greedy for a Vil pick, and now he had initially had it kind of scanning that shoreline to deny, and now that it's dead, he can't scan the shoreline to deny. So
well, this is the saddest part about it all. The shinobi is going to get the ram, but not before the dock goes down. And because of this delay, the other dock on the south side is going to go up. And because he has archers, you now can't sabotage without dying.
here comes the horseman, though. He's got to blink away. Shin Shin.
Shun Shun.
Shun
Dock.
Shin.
Oh, no, without wheelbarrow, this is too slow.
Oh my gosh. It's the final countdown. Do. Not able to make it.
Okay, you know what you need? Like, so one another custom thing. When Japan, like, when you delete key them, they should just get down on their knees and pull out a sword.
Oh. I see. So
I'm cooking ideas, man. That's how we get more people playing Japan. You just give them all these custom animations.
Oh man, Kalasan. What about? I was completely wrong about Japan against the Basset.
How dare you doubt
wrong.
the power of the dynasty, my friend? The military wing is a
completely
hell of a drug.
It does a lot, right? It does a lot.
I mean, Gully
I did
played
not
really
expect
well.
Yeah, he also like won the water and with like less. I think that was kind of weird. He had less at most of the time, so I feel like he should not have been winning the water there, but he did.
Basically, evolution of players, right? Like you see it with Fast Castle, for example, where instead it used to be the old days. If someone went Castle Age, you were like, "Oh, I'm gonna do that too. That looks cool." Now people are like, "You went Castle Age, I'm gonna punish that." It's kind of similar in water. It's like, "Oh, you went fishing, okay, I'm gonna punish that." It's a really smart play by Gully, and it's just how much I think the players have evolved. They've understood these windows of opportunity. And a sick one to think about. You mentioned there the RAM. Compared to like what we've seen recently with HRE, it doesn't seem like a big difference, but like giving them a free tech is a world of difference. And the ambassadors do get a free tech. They don't need to drop a blacksmiths, and they don't need to wait for researching siege engineering. That's huge. Camelot is coming, by the way.
This is Zertin's one unit, by the way.
Yeah, because Gun Castle.
Yeah, but I'm just saying it's.
How much food has Zertin got? This is really important for this play, if it's going to work.
Like under TC, you mean? He's out of sheep.
He's out of
boy.
sheep. Hey, it's that whole Coca Township thing and how I said it sucks. Times like this, you really wish you had a
You
Kura
really
storehouse.
wish you had 6 farms about now, right? Yeah.
Yeah. You're like, can I refund the Coca and get like a worse version of Kura, please? Another ram.
Another
coming
ram.
from Gully.
I don't know about this one.
You have to get rid of the fishing, right? Because that's the only way Zertin's fast castle now works. Gully is saving up as well, by the way. A lot of food and gold.
Feels a bit weird though. He's gonna get caught, I think, in a weird transition where Zerton is gonna have Mounted Samurai, and he's
It
gonna
should
have
be
like
Mount
5
Samurai.
of them, and
Yeah.
Gilly Deck is still gonna be aging, and it's gonna feel awkward.
The other problem is like Gully Deckle didn't actually go Spearman at all. Because like this is one of the saves you just feel bad building Spearman against. Even if they have Mountain Samurai, it feels bad because if you're outnumbered, your Spearmen
just
do no
fight.
damage. Yeah, they just die.
fight.
Oh boy,
There's
heck up
the-
plate.
Yeah, Zerton. Gotta be feeling a bit more
Okay,
confident now.
so what like Ram? Like is this like a wildlife observatory type thing? You know, it's just watching the deer in their natural habitat.
We're making a zoo in the middle of the map. What do you mean? We've transitioned from Age of Empires to Zoo Tycoon. One of everything.
New
You know-
strat, use Ram to push deer back to your base.
That's a lot of fish. He really wasn't able to attack the dock here, and
Yeah.
you asked about the food situation, and Zerton's gonna take that Japanese cheaper fishing boat bonus and take it all the way to the bank, and
That's kind of wild, though. I don't know. Like, I wish we could have seen what happened to Doc, because I feel like almost misplay had to happen here for Gully to not be on water contesting that. Well, guys,
I think he
hope
made a
you like
dock,
TC
but it got
moves.
taken out.
Yeah, but like that's what I'm saying. From this position, how does it ever get taken out? Unless Zerton spams a copious amount of demo ships, which is too expensive. Villagers are going to fall for the Ram. I mean, this is just not a good trade. Like,
Yeah.
Gully's going to lose all map control now at a terrible time, considering now Zerton wants those relics.
Yeah, exactly. And this is what we said just a moment ago, right? He has 5 5 Mounted Samurai out, and Gully Deckle's still on his way up. And like now he's gonna be on the back foot. He might even get denied off of resources that are critical for like production early on.
Yeah.
Although his res are insane. Like what?
Like,
What?
yeah, food income is good, right? You'd expect that.
He could go castle again.
Well, it's the classic thing with ABBA, right? Like, they can't spend the resources on a tech up unless they want trash tier units. So they do tend to stockpile like crazy. The issue I'm having right now is, like, how do you scale like crazy now, right? Like, your production speed isn't going to be kicking in. There's no way he's at Golden Age 3.
Camels? Camels are
Dude, if you had to build camels here, you're going to be waiting a long time.
Yeah.
Imagine you're building a counter to Mount Samurai, but it takes you 3 times longer to build them. Good luck getting enough, right? I mean, look at these guys. This is what I'm talking about. I mean, the Spearmen aren't upgraded yet. The Mount Samurai Deflect helped a lot. That's with the unease, by the way. Their damage is being debuffed, and they still just mop that up.
Oh, don't lose the one camel you have, though. Okay, he's able to keep it alive, so the unease will stay up. The unease aura being the aura around camels that reduces nearby cavalry damage.
The OP unit is coming. Zerton's transitioning to Yumi.
Yumi.
You may die now. It seems to be appropriate because I've been seeing these, right, and they are looking insane at the moment. Puppy Paw, especially, has been finding some insanely busted Yumi builds, and they all revolve around the idea of striking Castle Age and flooding like a Zerg.
Yeah, we'll see how Zerton's able to do this. He should have a second Yorishiro soon to put
I think
in
you put it in the
range.
archery range. Yeah, like
I don't know if it's up yet.
We've definitely been there 2 minutes now, right?
Oh yeah,
And-
maybe.
Oh,
it is.
that's sick. Zerton, remember, this is a Civ that gathers
Berries.
berries quicker than the Abbasids.
Yeah, with the upgrades, if he has it.
He should have at least Tawara, and I expect Takazaki
He should have
to
the
win away.
second. He's probably
Yeah.
getting it or already has it, right?
I think he should have Takazaki. For a walkout like that, it's so suboptimal. We can check on a farmhouse. He might even just line up Fudasashi now, which is the 3rd tier. What?
What?
Okay, I'm done praising you, Zerton.
Are we on the
I
right
can't
point of
forgive
view?
that.
Are we on the
It's
right player?
seppuku time. I'm sorry, I can't allow this. That's crazy. Not even a level 1. It's starting to reek of one of those whoops, I forgot wheelbarrow moments.
Yeah, he forgot wheelbarrow. That's gonna be a problem for Zerton long term, especially if he's expecting this berry income to be good. Because, like you said, those upgrades are critical to like the mid-game economy for Japan.
Yeah. And, I mean, it's crazy because if he had that, I would really favor him here. I think his comp is just better. Mass Yumi and plus Mass Mount Samurai, I like it against Gulems and crossbows. Because you have mobility and counters to each unit type, right? That's the annoyance for Gully Deckle. Like, Gully, it might get to a point where he needs to consider mangoes.
And we're gonna start seeing some outpost spam in the center from both players.
Battle
This
of the
kind of makes
berries.
sense. Yeah, it's about the berries. Both players here want the berries.
It's interesting as well because like Gully doesn't really need it as much because he should be able to farm transition quite easily with Eco Wing. But if he has to farm transition, he's behind, right? Like big difference even with those discounts. Villagers seeking shelter in the weirdest of ways here.
Did you make it? 4 of them did make it to that outpost miraculously.
What about all the ones that are fertilizing the berries?
Yeah, like you said, they're fertilizing the ground. They're making the world a bit of a greener place.
The Sporuna place is
red
doing a lot of work,
momentarily,
though.
but then green later.
Yeah, I guess like that's the awkward thing when you come and eat these berries later. You're like, so what are berries and what's just bloody leaves?
Jesus. That is
A lot of iron in these fruit.
that is grim, my dude. That is grim. I'm still sad about the sheep losing their Papa Scout.
Oh, it's okay.
I'm still sad about that.
They're with Papa now. They died a long time ago.
Oh,
Wait,
what?
Okay, now the truest of Nani moments, because Gully should see that. But remember, Zertin has camouflage.
He's blue on a water map. It's the best color in the game.
I actually feel like you think green would be good as well because you camo against everything, right? But it's almost like when you're against green, you know to look harder at your minimap, right? When you're against blue, it's like, dude, why would I look hard at my minimap? Look at how obnoxious that blue is against the green.
If a wolf getting involved.
Double dock?
Double dock. It's there. Like that's going to be really expensive for Gladidecal to deal with, and he can't afford to like idle here, right? Like he has to fight this.
In before Zertin goes in and builds the Atakebune. No, I'm kidding. That's literally the worst ship in the game.
Yeah. Does like no damage, right?
I feel like Galliuses are better than they are, right? Like,
Gallius is our sleeper. I'm telling you.
you say that, but I remember when we had, was it Warring Islands in a tournament? And so many players fought that, but we never got to see it because the China was OP. Going down on the outposts. That samurai numbers are flying quite quick. I'm a little bit shocked by how slow the Yumi mass is coming in. And, you know, if you thought that like, his wheelbarrow techs were a problem, there's something else you can sin him for. He hasn't upgraded those Yumi. No. Yeah, that too. What a noob. It's not like a capture rage doesn't work properly. Look at the Yumi's pips. They seem a little bit light, like they're missing a pretty hat right now.
Oh wait, does he have the wood upgrades?
He hasn't upgraded them. The feudal Yumi.
Oh, they're just feudal Yumis. I'm still on the wood upgrades. Are you saying he has the wood upgrades, but they didn't show?
He might, because the capture age is that scarf.
It doesn't show any of the Japanese text? Okay,
sometimes it clocks out entirely.
Okay.
Like no, if we check the lumber camp, Vodka, he cares about the wood.
Oh,
yeah.
wow, yes, too. Okay. My
do,
bad.
do you want to add that to the list of bugs? I'm sure Corpus has already got it in his list.
Yeah. I know.
He's genuinely forgotten about so many techs here. Like, yeah, he got the lumber, but the Yumi upgrade being missing, never getting the wheelbarrow techs. Like, these are not small mistakes to make.
I think it's just that this game is really chaotic, right? 2 pawns. And this is why, I mean, Kawasan is a really exciting map in both AoE 2 and AoE 4, in my opinion. Is it when you get to this stage, it's just so exciting, right? Like, you've got to handle, like, both. You got to handle both pawns. There's micro everywhere. There's the potential for raids. Like, it's really crazy.
So many Gillums, though.
Yeah, but that's a lot of mounted samurai, dude. That is...
Yeah, he needs to get the crossbows, though. Big mistake by Gully. Went in for the torch damage, exposes the backside. That's going to be a cleanup.
Complete wipe. Well, the melee mass from Gully is still holding quite strong, actually. The samurai took a lot of damage on that approach.
I think they're too outnumbered. Like the feudal Yumi.
Anything. They deal no damage here without any upgrades, right? Like
they're basically glorified cheerleaders.
Hey, they're having a good time.
We can do it, team. Look at us. We're going to turn these people into hedgehogs.
Huh?
Because they're going to have so many arrows.
Oh, they're going to have that, yeah. I think you mean porcupines.
They can be either. Hedgehogs too.
Oh, right. right.
Oh.
We don't talk about it. We don't talk about this. You know when sometimes you forget how animals work?
You're just too focused on the sheep.
It is what it is.
Second TC coming in. And that's been mirrored by Zet, so he's not going to fall behind there. But Gully is going to fall behind in a critical area. The funny thing about this Yumi, by the way, even in their feudal form, fantastic raiding unit. You outspeed everyone else. Like, nothing in Gully Decal's comp can keep up with you. It's actually the way you should play Japan, by the way. Like, Japan it's a speed serve. Everything
He's
it does.
ignoring it and going straight for the fishing eco.
Excuse me, kind sir, kind sir!
I
Yes?
wish you could see my face. My jaw literally dropped to the floor, back to the floor again, back up, and now it's still on the floor. That was... I mean, the
That was
water's
some-
already won from certain, so it's kind of like meaningless here, but it looks cool, right? You know, it's fun.
Well, Japan's just like, we do sushi, you don't, right? So, like, now Gully has to be full land transition. His farm count should be good, right? Like, he was eco-wing. I definitely certainly got Fertile Crescent considering the second TC. He's probably about, what, 25 farms deep?
He's ready for that transition.
Him to be. If we check the villager, we'll know for sure.
Ugh. A lot of melee. That's a lot of melee from Gully Duckall.
Now, the best part is this Mass Yumi is countered by a single mango due to the fact that they are still feudal age.
Oh my gosh. At this point, it's just he thought he clicked it. Right.
At this point, he's probably questioning whether he even wants more Yumi, right? Like, I wouldn't be surprised if Zert now just goes Imperial Age. Ooh.
So Springalds. He needs Springalds for the mangoes, maybe? There's a thought here.
Your own mangoes aren't bad, though, right? Like, Gulums get bogged down by Mountain Samurai, and then you could have mangoes win it. It's a bit dangerous, because if you don't have enough Mountain Samurai, the Gulums shred Siege.
Zertin has done a really good job with map control. He has 4 relics. He's got the sacred sites. Like, he's just been, like, kind of maintaining these things on the edge of the map. And I think that's been working quite well for him. Ah, Tatara! Tawara. Sorry, Tawara.
Tatara is the melee deck.
Yeah, I know. Well, they're so similar, but they're different. You know what I mean?
No, you bring shame upon your family.
That's fair.
I expect everyone by the end of the month to know every single Japanese tech now, because everyone should be hyped after watching Shogun. Right. I actually wonder if the data shows an uptick in Japanese picks because of the Shogun show.
That's funny. The Shogun show was so good.
It's
that was
incredible.
such a good show. Not on topic, but I really, really, really enjoyed watching that show.
Dude, that's how more
man.
shows should be made, right? It's like, I love the fact that both, like, the Westerner and then the Japanese think the other is a barbarian. That's how it should be.
Yeah, it's kind of funny, right? Yeah. It just shows the perspective, right? It was so good. Anyway,
Look at these barbarians
our own
marching
Shogun.
into our Japanese territory. Mountain Samurai are going to go for the eco. I mean, this is tough, right? Like, Gully has to move fast to get any sort of trade. Because you can't come back now. If you come back, you're forfeiting.
Or you just don't notice.
He noticed, all right? The problem now is there's 15 Mountain Samurai on your base. Your opponent's going Imperial. Does he know?
If he goes further south here, this is a really big issue. If he goes further south,
I think this game is over. Like, this is too much eco damage for Gully.
well, we'll see how the counterattack looks. Oh, he changed the castle, the crow.
Yeah, that's so smart. Like, that's the one way Zertin loses this game, right? He has no keep. So he has their fallback point now. Like, I actually don't think Gully can win this now.
Oh no,
Reinforcements have arrived.
the Cav are dying though.
Okay, they should be marching south. But they've spent a lot of time burning down a handful of farms here.
Not even fully, but yes, that was the attempt.
They're like,
So the
oh,
crow
if I
is
set
out.
one of these on fire, they all die, right? Only
this
if you
map
pick
has-
Order of
wait,
Dragon.
does this map have... Oh, it does. It's right there. So the caravan is traveling from there to there. That's like no res, right? Oh, actually, it's still quite good.
Yeah,
Wow.
actually not bad. What was that?
Not
Ended up
bad.
being, was it? Wait, was it
750 plus 80.
Yeah, yes. Because you got 252.
It's around
resource
800,
and then 80
8 or
stone.
900
Yeah, yeah.
res. I mean, it's every 5 minutes.
It's like
so
eight.
not
Yeah, it's like
perfect.
840 resources for that though. Like that's the safest
Yeah.
trade route ever. Yeah, you only need to trade about. I think it's not even a third of the map to get maximum resources out of Castle of the Crow, which is almost
that was-
2,000.
Yeah. But it is every 5 minutes, right? Or
Yes.
4 minutes or something. It's like a long timer.
But
between
considering
those.
how safe it can be, it's incredibly
Yeah.
powerful.
Yeah.
And looks like mistakes made. I think he massacred a few units and then attacked the walls. Gully, like, I'm surprised, man. Like, this game should be over, but the Zerg is strong with the Abbassins.
Yeah, he's got a lot of units out. He is 160 pop. He's stagnated a bit here. His eco is now really, really lacking. But part of that is certain spawned, and I wonder.
What? No, I'm sorry, I got to interrupt. Why is he building attack bunes? Please no.
That's so funny. This kills me.
The best part
The,
is like
the
what was
AoE
it, 10
damage isn't even good, right?
like
it
remember,
doesn't even like.
was it like 10 minutes ago we were talking about how bad they were?
Yeah.
Here we go, guys. Atakebune time. Watch the other one on the other ponds. That one will actually be doing more damage.
Yeah, does it even kill an archer?
Woohoo! We got one.
Yeah.
Military
Yeah.
boot camps OP.
Yeah, actually keeping all these units alive by one hit. But how much health does that crossbow have? Like 5? Oh!
Yeah.
Dead.
It's,
Like that
boot
now.
camp is literally the difference between a one-hit kill and no. Is Gully gonna win this? It's so hard to break the Castle of the Crow. Like that rocket launcher actually does kill you.
Whoa, farms.
Yeah. It's almost like he doesn't have any farms yet because Coca Township, what a landmark.
Can we check the fish on the left pond and the right pond? Like, how much food is actually in these? Yeah,
It's
yeah.
drained. Yeah.
It's completely out.
That's the thing.
Oh,
giving
actually,
Gully
these
hope
ones are
here.
still good.
We've got Comstabos on the way, though, which is an interesting choice. I don't think he's expecting a samurai transition, which makes sense, right? Like, how can Certain really afford this with
The
no
Mangonel
farms?
upgrade. The Mangonel attack speed upgrade is coming in. That's huge.
Is
Crossbars.
it good enough when you're up against 40 Gulam, though?
Yeah, but you have 3 Mangonels. You have the Castle, the Crow, the Ram.
And the Atakebune.
Pushes in. But hey, the Atakebune is not to be trifled with.
Oh,
All
he's
right, we're
going
gonna
off
have
the
to see this
landmarks.
defense. Oh, wait, yeah,
my
landmarks.
god. This could work.
This
This could actually work.
It depends on the Castle of the Crow. Where's Zertan's army?
I think it's hiding for its life.
It was in the back, yeah.
Now, the problem is he needs to defend those rams. Castle of the Crow being hit.
No,
Villagers
yeah,
being
no,
pulled
this
as well, so archers are just going to recycle them.
Yeah, but the Rams are dead. Like, that wasn't even...
Hey, he got 1,000 HP. We go again. This is the most Gully Deckle approach after the way he began this with Rams, trying to end it like that. I mean, the TC didn't even get killed. The Coca Township, oh no, you killed the landmark. I haven't used it.
Oh, he's
for
going
God's
for
sake, It's a Gully Deckle maneuver.
He's just gonna go for it.
This does not work. He's going to die
No,
to the mangoes.
Mangonels. The Mangonels.
He hasn't even got textiles. I'm pretty sure he never got it, right? Okay.
He got it.
So, but here's the problem. If those mangoes get one shot out, just one, that's a third of your burn gone. Moves in. Certain.
No!
The wallop! The erase!
That wasn't that bad. Only 20 bills went down.
Jumps in though. Gulams get on top of the mangoes. 2 left over. Villagers the dodge. Gully on point here. 3 landmarks down. 1 to go. He's got 120 population to make it work, but not long to go. 95 and going down. Villagers across onto the Castle of the Crow. The villagers now pulled by Zert, and this is it. It's over. There's no hope that he can kill a Castle of the Crow quick enough. The shivs come out. Even without shivs, the repair should be good enough. Gully, he needs every torch on this to stand a chance.
We're gonna get a cannon soon too. A cannon emplacement is coming in.
We're getting boiling oil first.
Boiling oil, even better.
That's it. What a way to end this, though. The Mango coming in for the final shots. It's undeniable now. Gully Deckle, he at least keeps us on the edge of our seats, but Certain keeps his calm and gets the win.
Doesn't matter. Oh, he's gonna get 250 wood. Oh, man. Wow. Wow.
You know what? He may not have won this, but it shows you why I love watching this guy so much.
That was a fun game. I'm really glad we got to tune into the end of that series, right? So, for those who don't know, that was the third game in a best of 3. We hadn't previously covered the first 2 games, but come on, vodka just pointing at the Vilgraph. That's, I think people get the idea, vodka, our observer. Oh man.
Yeah, yes, thank you. We may have noticed a few villagers on the front line. It's kind of wild. Like, it could have maybe been close if he waited for the villagers before sending the Rams in, right?
Yeah.
Like, maybe. I just love Gully's in the chat right now. I couldn't think anymore. I mean, the game did reach a very odd point, right? Like, it's it's kind of weird. I think maybe the difference there could have been he needed to just inflate TCs because he should be ahead on eco. You could see that he must, I don't know, the fatigue must have been setting in, right? Because that mounted samurai raid, Like, actually, like, maybe the fatigue is setting in on both sides, because Zerton wasn't optimal either, if you think about it. Like, Zerton killed the initial villagers, and then sat there torching farms. So, like, he could have actually chipped an extra 20 villagers in that time because of how slow the reaction was.
Oh my gosh. Are you looking at the treat on our screen
Oh,
right now?
it's the Battle of the Brits.
The
And I
Battle of the
love this one.
Brits.
This is a fun one, actually. I think I want to double check this, but I think historically Recon is favored when these two clash. I think he has more wins. It might
Really?
be fairly close though.
I'd have to
But
check.
guys, we're getting 5 maps now, so this is where we use the entirety of the map draft phase by Surfshark. We're going to get one from each category. If you like this format and find it hype, imagine what happens when we get to BO7s and beyond. I believe there's meant to be a reset and a redraft, and then you go through maps again. So really exciting format here.
Yeah, and a huge thanks to Surfshark for sponsoring this. Is really cool. I really like the way that this map draft has turned out so far in the qualifiers. Like you said, I think it'll get a lot more interesting as we get into Bow 5s, Bow 7s, and I think the grand finals of Bow 9, right? Which
I
might
believe
mean that we
so.
got which might mean that there's a lot of which is a bit of ways away. I'm getting a little ahead of myself, but I just think even like this Bow 5 year, you can definitely see that the player's style is going to be relevant, and how a player is trying to, attack their opponent's strategies and draft is going to get more and more relevant as we get into these larger sets. So here we have the best of 5, Recon and Demu. Talk about these civs real quick.
Yeah,
Hmm.
let's hit into it. So English makes it through straight away alongside HRE, right? It's already kind of wild. Recon had to go towards the Japanese. It's really good actually to have Japanese on Holy Island. I think they work really well
Yeah.
on floodplains also. Four Lakes, another given one. But like considering you've basically got 2 maps where you need that kind of power choice, the fact that neither gets Juji but Recon gets Japan is a really good thing. Obviously, no one's going to get Rus here. HRE, I think like HRE might be reserved for Floodplain. I think they can work quite well there. Opening
Mhm.
up, it's hilarious that we begin with Order of the Dented. I'm surprised Recon didn't want to commit the Japanese straight away. I feel like Japan has a good shot up against China.
Yeah, but maybe wants to save Japan for either Four Lakes or Floodplain. I don't know precisely how Floodplain is played. That's a map I haven't seen a ton of personally. I've played similar maps to it, and I've tried it I think a couple times, so I'm not exactly sure my knowledge on what the meta would be is up to par. But yeah, I guess we're gonna have to find out over the course of the tournament. So do you think
Okay.
Japan there on Floodplain or
It's only one. No, it's Four Lakes, right? It has to be Four Lakes. Because he doesn't have anything else for
yeah,
Four Lakes unless you think Zhone is worth it. But I think Zhone's like
yeah.
floodplains. By the way, I
You
just
think
checked.
Jean on
I
Flood?
had it the
Okay.
wrong way round. Turns out this is a very, very much an uphill battle for Recon. He currently has a 16% win rate in series up against Dumu. A little bit higher at 32% when it comes to games. But historically, when they've matched up, it stands 1 win for Recon, 5 wins for Dumu. Let's see if he can balance it out a bit more here. We hop into a best of 5, decided to see which player is going to qualify to the main event of Master of Realms. Recon on Order of the Dragon, Dumu on the Chinese, and we're into that good old Holy Island to start us off.
Yeah, map we've seen several times today already, but it's continued to deliver pretty good games, right? So excited to see how China and Order of the Dragon. This is again another matchup on the map, so we haven't had the same matchup twice on this map, I believe. So it's exciting to see that even though we're getting the same map, players are going to be approaching it differently. And again, even bringing different civs because of the draft is so different per maps. Or the map draft is so different every set, right? So excited to see how this plays out. We see Chinese for Demu, which we've seen a lot on water, and especially on this map. Whereas Order of the Dragon, I don't think I've seen it too often on this map. Have you seen that much here?
No, like barely at all.
Yeah,
It's in theory, it's similar to HRE, right? Like it's kind of interesting
theory.
because remember what I said about like this Civ on water. In theory, it's good because you basically turn into HRE, which sounds really good for water maps. That 40% buff, you can actually match that if you go for an Archon. But the beautiful thing is like usually HRE burns themselves out quite quickly, right? They have 15 to
Mhm.
20 minutes and then they lose the buff. Order of the Dragon keep practically all of the buff in their villages, right? So that means that if the game goes 30, 40 minutes and you're still just slogging on water, that's not a disadvantage for the Dragons. You know what else is kind of interesting to think about here, though, is the fact that, like, historically, yes, Recon has lost a lot, but I feel like those matchups usually happened earlier in the day. And I think Dimi will admit himself, he usually likes the early point of the day, not the biggest fan of when it gets deeper into the evening. What might be a big boon for him, though, is I know that he's been scrimming a lot with Marine Lord. I know this because I love casting these pub games, and I can't. They keep them private. But they've been doing BO5 drafts constantly over the last week, whereas Recon, bar, like, I think 2, maybe 3 days in this week, he hasn't been active on AoE4.
Yeah, Demo's always one of those players who surprises me. I don't know how else to frame it. Like, sometimes I'm a little like, okay, his gameplay like looks a little shaky, and then other times he comes into a game and executes, I think, at like one of the highest levels we have, right? And it's that inconsistency, I feel like, that sometimes leads to maybe the inability to really secure top 8 in the ATR, for example, right? Which is surprising. I think this might be one of the first ATRs where he's not in the top 8.
I think
Because
so.
isn't that the qualified? There's like a group of pre-qualified players, and I think it was the top 8 via tournament rating.
Yes.
And
I think
Demo isn't there, which is surprising considering he's generally been considered top 8 historically for the game. But the last year or so hasn't really performed up to that, I would say.
It's not
Even
just
though he
that.
still has good sets, right? Sometimes.
Yeah, it's other people just taking over, right? Like Louis MT has
Mhm.
become a strong, stable one now. Like I think Louis MT has been the one who took his place because you got the Spanish
Right.
bros, you've got the Canadian bros, you've got Beast and
Yeah.
Marine Lord, and I think the other player alongside Louis MT that qualified automatically was B, because B had reasonable performances in recent tournaments.
Mhm.
It's a little bit of a deceptive one though, because one thing I'd like to clock there is like B hasn't been as active in AoE4 compared to Demu. So in some ways, like remember the new ATR system is, I think it's designed more to like not require you to grind non-stop. So if you have some good results, you can kind of hold on for a bit. If B performs how he has recently this year in the main event for Master of Realms, I think you'll see Dumu go back up into those auto-invite segments because I think that's the difference right now is because B isn't as present as often. There's like less opportunities to lose there, right? So in a way, it's his historical record holding on.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. Right? We're getting a bit ahead of ourselves, right? Devin might have a strong history against Recon, but we saw Recon play earlier already today and seemed really solid, even for being a bit out of the loop, right? So we'll see. We got some water play coming in. The Egypts are on the way. Recon has the Aachen going up on the woodline, as you'd expect, touching the gold as well.
We do also have a situation where like we're going to see a lot more maps here. So I think those longer scrims that Dumu is definitely being committed to might make a difference when we get deeper.
Right.
But I'm definitely
Especially
curious.
against
Like
Marine Lord, right? Marine
Yes.
Lord's like strategy is really, really high level, right? I think of all the players, I think his like mental placement of the tier list of matchups, for example, in each map, I think it's probably one of the best, right? If not the best, right? So playing against that and practicing against that, and maybe even learning a bit, right? If Demo's been doing that, his like meta analysis should be on point here. So maybe his draft is slightly better. Like I am a bit surprised by the Order of the Dragon here, for example, right? It's a bit interesting. And I say interesting as a light way of saying odd, right?
I
mean,
really
we
like
could be
it, though.
surprised, right?
No,
Yeah, like,
I legit like it because it's like one of the big issues with Order of Dragon that makes them suck is like it's very difficult to scale to their military point where they're advantageous, right? It's so slow, it's so expensive, and if you get countered along the way, everything falls apart. If you're just playing water, then you're not playing into more expensive units, right? At that stage, you're just taking the good things about Order of the Dragon's economy and then pasting it onto a water civ. So I don't mind it from that POV. It is the way I view this civ in this game is it's basically HRE.
right, yeah. With a slightly odd eco that could stall, and then odd follow-up that could
Yeah,
stall.
it's like
And
if you
rough late
think
game
about it,
that could stall.
if
right?
you think
Like I feel
about it though, in a way you have a feudal knight as the civ that the HRE don't, because your horsemen
the
hit pretty
horseman
hard.
is
Yeah.
basically a knight, right? Yeah, a fast knight. Here's the first ship out on the map. Looks like Dem is going to have a slight advantage,
Oh,
but
really
he's
good
going to have to
timing.
retreat pretty quickly. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. Like, Recon was on point with the timing there. The Spring would immediately pushes away, so no idle time whatsoever achieved here.
Yep, and now Demi goes back to heal, and we're going to have a bit of a standoff here as both players scale up. Generally, it's you get 2 arrow ships, and then you build up all of your hulks from there. We'll see.
Also, remember at this stage, like his gathering rate is better than HRE's would be, right? Because you've got 28% base and you've buffed it by 15% extra. Compared to the 40%, you're now at 43%. And then
Yeah, but that's compensated with less fills, right?
yes, but where it gets interesting is when you get the level 1 woodcutting upgrade, because if you are amplifying the base rate,
Holy.
you get a bigger advantage, right?
How many fishing boats? That has a lot more fishing boats.
I mean, he's going hard for it, right? Like the advantage of the Chinese building docks quicker.
11.
That's maybe
11 to,
another
like,
negative
14.
for Recon, is like it's much more annoying to have a villager go back and forth building additional docks. Like if I'm not mistaken, Recon actually didn't keep the villager out on the docks. He walked it all the way home. That's a lot of idle time. And as you just highlighted, you have less villagers, so it's kind of a bigger, chunkier economy not working.
18 fishing boats. So that's what was it? 19 to 11 is when we looked. Thank you to our wonderful observer. But yeah, that's
Oh,
a big
Wait.
difference.
hold up. Is Recon going castle? I feel like he's skimming towards it
He's
here.
stacking. Yeah.
Yeah. Like there's way too much gold being gathered right now. Maybe he's trying to bait for a demo pump against Dimu.
Yeah, but you don't stack 700 gold for demos.
I mean, you
Right.
do if you want to keep the options. Dude, he's doing it.
I think he's just going castle. He's
No,
just gonna
no, no.
Oh, man at arms.
Yeah, he's
Is
doing.
there a barracks? Where's the barracks?
That's sick. I wondered if we might be
Oh,
seeing
there.
this.
Okay.
Like in theory, this is one of the units that makes dragons seem OP in Feudal Age, right? Like, I'm
Right.
sure we got a few people in chat that will shamelessly raise their hands and say, "I struggle with this," because they are insanely tanky for feudal units, and they don't have a clean, clear counter when you're stuck in feudal as well.
So what's the idea? I mean, he also is stacking res though, so it's like he could kind of do both.
Yeah, I think
It's just one man at
He,
arms.
he's distracting. Yeah, it's to distract,
Yeah.
right? Because then Dimu reacts by building like probably an archery
Shoot
range.
new.
No,
Yeah.
no, he doesn't have song, right? So it can't be that either. So like, what? You have to build horsemen or spearmen?
Oh yeah, he's not Juji.
Yeah. Like that's another reason why China feels worse than Juji on maps like this. Is like Juji spends 510 resources to access Chuganu,
Oh,
and
he
China
did
spends
scout it.
1,200.
Did he scout that man at arm? He might
He
have with
must
the
have,
vision,
surely. Dragnet's down the way.
because that
I mean, Tang is insane, right? Like, I can't imagine a world in which Recon got away with that unseen, but Dimu yet to react. He might just try and settle on hand cannon slits, but there's no stone gathering going on.
he may have just missed it on the minimap too. There's always potential there.
I
although,
too do
generally-
miss orange against green.
Yeah.
It does stand out a
we
bit,
go.
right? But here we go, yeah, he's in. And the beautiful thing is, remember, these men at arms, they attack quicker than
Donkey.
standard MAA. So they kill fast.
This is going to be quite annoying. Barbican going up for demo.
On the gold as well. He actually snuck it in. If you go and check that now, you can see what happened is Dimu, he let the men at arms go in and then walked in behind him to build the Barbican on the gold. So that's a really smart read. And that is a big commitment. 34 villages to build a Barbican. You do not
That's
see that
everybody.
often.
That's all of his villas. So just
The
about,
taxman-
right? That's almost every single villager.
Yeah,
except
like
for
the Imperial officials
dock
are
bill.
sitting there. They're like, dude, what are we, like, can you guys get back to work? We're kind of pointless right now.
But Recon did hit castle behind that, and now he has 2 men at arms. And if he's able to get some of these upgrades out,
You just want relics. Like, you need to hold border and get relics. That's how you win this now. It's really smart. Dimu, a lot
you
of
need
demos, though.
ships. He's gonna lose all of his fishing. He's gonna have to micro this. This is
Got
gonna get
sprinters
awkward.
coming.
Back up against the dock.
Oh
The demos
my
could come
God.
in for a big hit. Are there enough airships?
The villager
Oh,
pulled
what?
first in the Barbican and now for the men at arms. In the meantime, here's an interesting detail. Recon, he's going for the Thrill Cruise. That only matters if you've got distance. Dimu won't let him have that. He's pinning him against the edge.
And another demo comes in. This could be the water gone for Recon fast.
It is. Like, that's the loss right there. Like, the
Well,
Thrill
he's
Crew
got
only
the
works.
upgrade.
Nope, it doesn't matter. Like, think about it. Thrill Crew is good when you have range. It doesn't, like, you know, being a sniper doesn't seem like an advantage when someone's 2 feet from you, right? Like, that's what you've got here. Demo's moving in as well. More explosions coming out. There should be a soft
Defensive
reset
demos.
here, but great man the sails there with half the fleet. That's going to be him clean up. Relics should at least start coming home. One is on the way. Now remember the difference between Or the Dragon and HRE. HRE would already be pulling 3 relics home. Recon doesn't have that perk because you have to wait until your castle age before you can build prelates.
Yeah, and he's got the prelates out now, but relics 1 underway. Or sorry, 1's already in, like you said.
Winston, look at the eco.
Ugh.
Now look
I
away
mean, he's
from it and try
Song
not to
now.
vomit.
He's Song, and he had, what, like 20-something fishing boats? How many does he have now? Like, probably 25 fishing boats?
It wouldn't surprise me. Like, he's spreading out pretty well. Yeah, 22
22.
fishing boats, 4 Imperial officials, the rest is pure villages. This is over. Even if you get 4 relics now, I don't think it's enough.
If you get all the relics, I think the game... yeah.
It's yeah, you're about to say it and you're like, Song, fishing, it's a big advantage. The men-at-arms are in again, aren't they?
Yeah.
Sadly, he never got upgraded
There's
to castle.
crossbows now. Yeah.
Dude, this has been comical though. Like, how often do you see someone who gets raided by an Order of the Dragon men-at-arms react by pulling 33 villages to try and grab and stab?
So keep in mind, we saw this earlier today, but keep in mind, Demu's army is almost entirely naval. He's got 8 crossbows. If Recon's transition to land is more efficient, and if he prepared earlier, it could be a big problem for Demu. But in this case, Demu has so much more economy.
So, if you said if he'd prepped better, so what you're saying is if he'd done a bit different build, his chances would look better right now.
Yeah.
I agree. Yeah, you're not wrong there. Honestly,
if it was better for him, it'd be better for him.
I feel like Demu can just.
That's
go
my
Imperial.
expert analysis.
That's why we pay you the big bucks.
You pay me?
Nope.
Wait,
Moving on.
Wait, you guys are getting paid? Just kidding.
So
yeah, 4 ranges is plenty here for Demo 2. Ugh.
I think he could actually legit just consider Imperial in like the next 2 minutes. Recon has to go Imperial, I think, because you need to pass the Swabia now, right? Like, it's a non-negotiable.
I mean, he has 4 relics with Regnants, right? Like, that's...
Yeah, but you
That's
don't
no
have any
joke.
villages, right? Like, that's gold, but what about food? What about wood, right? Like, that's why Pass of Swabia is
Swabia.
your
It's
go-to.
coming in.
Yeah, but Demu
He's
is
going to
building-
Swabia on the back of 3 horsemen in a night. But big knight and big horseman.
Is that their names now?
And a little scout. Papa.
Yeah.
Papa Scout.
I've commented on this before. It's genuinely big. Bring your son to work day, right?
He's so small. Oh my gosh. It's like the average size guy and his kids are all like NFL linebackers. like how did this happen? Oh man.
Yeah, it's like your little pony for your son. You bring him to work and you just ride your stallions in. That is way too many crossbows though. Pass of Swabia is on the way in the meantime. Demu should
That's the
sense this is
recovery
happening.
plan.
Yeah.
Recon's just gonna settle for 1 of each gilded unit and hope that's enough.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
I love it. I love it. Vision. The vision's gonna really help. It'll help him like move and manage his unit positioning and going for the naval trade as well. So Demu's just gonna take full advantage of the fact that he has naval control.
I think what you do here is you stay castle for a bit and you use Yuan Dynasty to raid, right? Because like those spearmen crossbows are gonna get quite quick. And Recon, this tech up doesn't give him a defense force, right? He doesn't have an army to keep him safe.
Mm-hmm.
But imagine he rushes the stone. Who needs an army when you have unlimited cannon emplacements? Reasonable, Civ.
Do you think Demo? When do you think Demo aims for Imp himself? You said just stay for a while, but like how long? Like
About a minute and a half. You just want to punish your opponent, right? Because like
He
if
made-
you,
sorry.
huh?
He
What?
made 1 spearman and now he's making 1 ledge neck. It's just literally one of everything, and I can't get over Recon's
Dude,
production.
every time I watch All the Dragon like this, it looks like someone is showcasing the Civ for the first time. You know what I mean? Where it's like, oh,
Yeah.
I wonder what this does. Oh, what does this do? Oh, this looks fun.
Yeah, sorry for cutting you off for that. It's just
No,
so funny.
it is funny because like it makes Imperial feel worse, right? Because now you have to upgrade all of these for 1,000 each.
Yeah, it's really rough. The Vills are on the run. These are Order of the Dragon Vills too, so if they go down, it's an expensive loss. But the Mangano gonna take a shot, not quite connect
But
with
if
any.
the spearmen just go in, it's the freest kill imaginable. Yep. Targets it down. Mango's gone. Oh, we mop up the cavalry. Man, those giant stallion horsemen sure are looking tough right now. Oh dear. I feel so bad for this, Civ. Does anyone,
Wow.
would anyone call themselves an Order of the Dragon main these days? And if so, why do you like punishing yourself?
Hmm.
So, how does Recon recover this? He's thinking of raiding, right? Like, that's why you go Gilded Knights. I hate Gilded Knights when you're in Imperial Age. It is solely the worst unit I think you can go for. But it's like how bad his situation is, right? Like, he can't take a direct fight ever. You could just go Siege. I've actually seen, like, I call it the mech build. A lot of Order of the Dragon players have identified that just massing Siege, like old school AoE, like, challenge the Suji Cutie is the best way to play the Civ.
CG cutie. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, Demu's got 2 Nesta Bees already in terms of Siege, and he's got 2 more in queue. So he's going to have 4 of his own. Now, normally, like, having a lot of spread damage isn't really relevant when your opponent is Order of the Dragon. Keep in mind, those units are, like, twice as strong and twice as expensive. So, like, mass splash damage isn't the most useful all the time, but it's still good, right? Especially if Recon's going to end up pulling Vils here to defend, which I think might be the case to defend, like, Mangonel here. Because it's gonna be desperate pretty soon, right? Look at Demu's res. Jeez.
Like,
Talk about cruise control.
Even if you have the textiles on those villages, it's going to be hard to stand anywhere, which is a shame because I think in some cases using those villages to frontline is smart. Like a good friend of mine, Donardi, has a wonderful saying: "Textiles is OP, Winston, because it gives your military units 50% more health." I think everyone's going to be conscripted to hold here because if you just send in the army alone, you're going to die.
He's got a decent number of cav out for Order of the Dragon, but we'll see how that goes. The army is actually split.
What the hell? The Spearmen just go for it. No hesitation. I mean, wait, what? Dumu. Neglecting to back up the boys. Going to have to back up instead. Tech up has been prepped. He's actually mismacroing pretty hard right now.
Yeah, what is going on? He's got just a billion res. Like, did he fall asleep?
I'd say that happening? I'd say he was microing the Spearman, but
did he? He didn't disconnect. Stuff is still getting queued up.
Sacred Sight's been capped.
Yeah,
Maybe
that was crazy.
Oh,
that was weird.
Dude, does he just? He just
Great Wall.
Yeah. And then you just camp, right? That's dirty. Yeah, and there it is.
Right on the gold is smart too. Yeah. So he's found a way to spend his resources. He could go straight to Ming if he wanted to. He could do anything he wants.
Honestly, that idea does sound quite minging to me, though. I think you just keep Yuan so you can react to any raids.
I would keep with Yuan. Yeah, but still, like, he could. The point was that he could, not that he should.
The classic. I spent too many villages on this, and now they're actually not working for me. Okay, a Great Wall Gatehouse. Little tip for people: there is actually a way where you can maximize the builders on a Great Wall Gatehouse. You basically need to place the blueprints, you tap the central wall, and then you drop the landmark. And then you can surround it in a full square formation. Nesta Bees.
That's Landsknecht. That is 4 Landsknecht.
Yeah, but that's 4 Nesta Bees. You win, Knobs, you win. However, this is going to be tight.
If those Landsknecht had gotten to the Vills, they could have just raped it.
I mean, I actually think he gets it. It's too late. Great Wall Gatehouse goes up. The panic at the end is Dumu clicked more villagers over. Unbelievable.
If those Landsknecht had just walked to the Vills on the building, he could have killed it. I wonder if that was a pathing thing and he, like, tried and they went the other way or something? Because that was weird, right?
What by the power of Grayskull is happening back here? Gilded Knights are into the economy.
I mean, Demu's got Vills to spare, but yeah, I guess too many is too many. The Swabia is ticking away in the background right now for Recon, so the Vill count will catch up eventually.
The most bold walls you're going to see today. The Bombard just standing here going, am I a joke to you?
Yes, says Demu. Wow, this is weird. I'm confused.
Welcome to Order of the Dragon gameplay. By the way, you could build Spring Ords. You could instead just use Nesta B Gatehouse to kill Siege. That's a thing too. Pyrotechnics on the way though, and this should just be GG. Like, I don't see how you're meant to hold back Cannoneers now.
Yeah.
I mean, there's always a chance that Dumu just does something weird. That is how Order of the Dragon games tend to go, but...
Weird? Is that your point?
Yes. Like, yeah, I don't think there's... Like, You know how people are like, oh, this is the meta for like China. Yeah, this is the meta for like Ultra Reach. There's a giant question mark and a shadow over Order the Dragon. No one is still sure what the meta is exactly. Bombard's now moving in. Dimu is going past guard, which is... It's okay if you raid Eco, but you've already seen Lance Nectar, right? I'm so confused by this game right now.
My brain is kind of fried, and I don't understand what I'm seeing. That's like, do you know what it means when your like head just stops? You know?
Oh, that's me.
In your
all
brain.
bad.
The knight is tanking the Great Wall Gatehouse, so that the bombards are actually doing a lot of damage to it. Is it going to go down?
It's gonna crumble. I can't believe this. Like,
He's going to waste a whole nother shot on this knight.
Yep. Villagers are actually, like, they're so confident. Recon's so confident. Villagers, like, should we not wait until the thing that kills us? No, you go. You're fine.
You go. You're fine. You're fine.
Oof. Lance
Another
Knight
set
on
of
the
Vills gets wiped by the Landsknecht.
I don't know if
Okay.
Dimu can actually hold this
Yeah,
sacred
now
site.
the fight is awkward. Like you're saying, this
Wait.
CGS
Yeah, it's the mech build. It is. We
it's
talked
the
about
mech
it.
build.
It's the one way that All the Dragon can play late game because it's pop efficient.
And he's got mangonels.
You know, I suggested giving them Gilded Siege, but at that point, like, you're just stealing Great Bombards from Ottomans, right?
Yeah, that's awkward. Oh, the mangonels not aiming the right way. They're gonna
Langs,
turn onto the
Langs.
hand cannons.
Langs, please. Langs, please. Oh, no, it's falling apart.
Oh, and
He needed
Yeah,
walls.
that-
He actually needed walls. If he was hiding behind walls, this works, but now it's going to fall apart. I think this is going to be the GG. Dimu, he played with his food a bit, but it
Yeah.
feels an inevitable outcome now in favor of our board Benny boy.
EG gets called. Recon going down in game number 1. Demu with a very decisive game? Question mark. like I want to say, it felt decisive at all times. There was a point where Demu was floating nearly 10,000 resources. So yeah, he was really comfortable this game, right?
Mhm.
He just had full water control, and it was smooth sailing. Because
Yeah, I have noticed on that that macro detail. I've noticed that Ben does do that a lot. I don't know if it's like intentional. It seems like at this point that if it was like a flaw in his strategy, he would have stopped doing it. So I think there's just like a mindset there that when he makes a transition, it allows him to overwhelm with that transition, right? So it's like compared to other people, it's like trying to make sure you only have 500 resources in reserve. What
Yeah.
you usually find is when you prep your transition, you don't have an immediate surge point, which is actually a negative because it gives your opponent time to react. So I think that was maybe what was on Ben's mind. Probably just felt like water is one and he's playing Order the Dragon. This is basically over already. But
Right.
remember, folks, BO5s means we're going to get some distance here, even if it ends up being a Ruffle Stomp. Recon, he's going to have to get creative here. Remember what we said going into this. He only has one win in series to the, I believe it's 5, I said, of Dimu. So pretty heavily biased. We now are going to be heading to Dry Arabia. Delhi versus Malians does not bode well for Recon, Winston, because Delhi are very favored in this matchup.
Yeah, they're able to match kind of that mass. And we saw Recon play this style earlier today where he went for this big mass with Warrior Scouts to frontline. But
That will
Delhi
lose.
is one of the civs that can match that numbers.
If he
Match
does
those
that
numbers
build,
pretty comfortably.
he will die. I'm saying it right now. It was weird how effective it was, but it has its limitations. If you're running into Ghazi and you're going
Mhm.
Archer plus Warrior Scout, I don't know how you win.
We'll
Right.
see.
Hmm.
We'll see.
But maybe he play. So the awkward part is you can't play the defensive Malians either, unless you get the most godly spawn possible, because you just get griefed on the gold veins. Like it gets bad to the point where good Delhi players will wall around your gold veins. Right. So then you can't even play greed. So
Interesting.
I think Recon is going to try Feudal All In. We'll have to see how it spawns. It might be one of those situations where like the sacred sites are weird and Recon can punish that. But Dry Arabia recently, at least to me, from what I've been seeing, doesn't have weird spawns anymore. It's very rare that you get these odd spawns that either favor the Delhi or ruin their game.
Yeah, it's a lot more balanced, one might say.
Wow.
In these past, yeah, it really is. I think it's a quite. I mean, obviously, Arabia is the classic map for a reason, right? It just plays well, and we'll see how Recon does here. We should be feeling a bit of confidence after his earlier wins, but that game has to be a bit unsettling, maybe shaky in the pick there. The strategy was a bit odd, potentially. We talked earlier about how Order of the Dragon is an odd choice on Holy Island, so
Oh.
maybe Recon got a bit too five head for himself, or maybe he just didn't think about it very much, or maybe he had something and we didn't really get to see the full potential there. So we'll see what he's got cooking up in this
By,
game.
by the way, this does paint the rest of the picture. Zhone should be floodplains, Four Lakes should be Japanese, and then Abbasids for Hill and Dale. And I know he'll try and trade on in Hill and Dale. So Dimu's reaction to that should be Mongols is decent on
Hmm.
floodplain, and I think that's actually a civ that can actually ruin Zhone. English should be coming out on. You could actually put them on Hill and Dale.
Or
That's not too
or Hill.
bad.
Hmm.
And then like he's still got what HRE,
HRE,
yeah,
yeah.
for Four Lakes, which is a no-brainer. I don't think you do Ibids on Hill and Dale. It's just too defensive of a map, right? So your opponent can
Hmm.
wall in, so you can't camel answer him. But like I would favor Dimu's civs in those situations, right? Like the Zhone Mongol one especially is really surprising. And also a little tip to people: Floodplain does also have trade posts, so Mongol's favorite activity can also come out. But yeah,
Interesting.
we'll see if we get deep enough. I imagine like if Recon's back is up against the one this is 2-0, he'll probably go Four Lakes because I feel like Japanese should be favored against Dimu's pick there. But for the
Yeah, I
time
think he'll want to
being,
play Japanese then, right?
yeah. But for the time being, it's Dry Arabia time. Delhi
Let's
versus
go.
Malians. Recon, let's see his spicy Malian builds because he does it a bit different to everyone else on the
Let's
ladder
get
right now.
some gameplay. Are you excited, dude? We got some Arabia Recon demo. This will be a good game. I'm excited. See
Yeah.
these map spawns. Whoa, demo.
Oh, what is that gold spread? That's so hard to defend.
Yeah.
Like no, on Recon side, right? Because you've got one
Yeah,
safe
that's what I
gold,
mean.
and then far left, and then far right, right? Like you're getting
He's
pulled
also got
everywhere.
far south, technically, if he wants to sneak it, but that's so far away.
Yeah, it doesn't feel safe against Ghazi. Like it will get burnt
Yeah.
down. The issue
Right,
I see
yeah.
here, the reason why Delhi is so favored, is Ghazi make you Benny Hills. You just have to run around your base, and you don't get anything done, right?
Mhm.
So Recon, for those that have not been watching Recon's games, I've been watching a lot of them, and he's a really big fan of these Warrior Scout Archer type comps. This is one of the matchups where it's super hard though. Like your opponent has a better Archer already, and his Ghazi completely eclipse Warrior Scouts.
Yeah, like you have to go back to Danso Jav, right?
Yeah,
Or
at
do you
which
do
point
Sofa?
no, you have to do Sofra because I think you lose
Don't
Donzo
don't
Jav.
do Sofa really trade that well against if you have Ghazi frontline though? Like
It's going to trade better than Donzo Jav. Like you'd actually be surprised because the interesting thing about Delhi Archers is because that attack speed, they can beat javelins. It's wild. I've watched it time and time again. It does. You hear me say that, you're like, that doesn't sound right. But when you consider
Yeah,
the
I do.
difference in attack speed and the
Right.
number difference, it makes sense. Especially when archers cost 2/3
Yeah.
of what you pay for a javelin.
Yeah, Delhi's numbers are always insane, right? Like that's always what's so crazy about them is that production speed and the economy behind it, and then the pressure, and it just snowballs so fast. So we'll see how Demo handles it. Well, more importantly, I feel like is how Recon handles it, right? What's his opportunity going to be? Because maybe he tries something unorthodox here to be a bit out of the box. This looks like the same build order as last time. He's doing the 6 house pit mine, which was what he did last game, and in the last game he prioritized food, and his last Molly game that we saw, right when he prioritized food, he didn't go for the second pit mine right away. So maybe that's a way of handling the fact that he won't be able to defend it. Is if he does the same build order he did earlier today.
Yeah, so like the logic there is that your opponent tries to counter your gold, but if you're building archers and sofas, you don't need gold, right? So all your
Exactly.
safe resources at home is all you need to stay alive. Sofas does stretch you into gold, but I still think it's like maintainable, and it gives you a powerful tool to try and burst through, right? Because even if you don't feel that you can trade with the Ghazi, you trade out with the archers. That's really important because Delhi's big advantage, Ghazi are cool. They're very strong for what they are. But where it gets really snowbally is always infantry. I always say when you're playing against Delhi, if you're moving to a heavier infantry comp on both sides, you're losing more. Because that's when Tower of Victory is buffing more of the overall army.
Right.
So Mansa Tower of Victory on the way. Nothing unorthodox here. The Sacred Site spawns is kind of interesting, right? Because it pivots him to the right side. Where he will be able to spawn out some of the desirable golds here.
Right.
Another thing that's nice about sofas, by the way, is like considering that right now you don't tend to wall in the sacred sites, decaps become more feasible. The only negative is if you spread sofas out across the map, Ghazi can hunt you down.
Exactly. Yeah, the Ghazi being good against sofas in certain situations, like if they outnumber them, I think is the issue for Recon here because
And they pinch you as well, right? Due to the movement
Yeah.
speed difference.
exactly, yeah, yeah, they catch you if you're outnumbered. It can be really dicey to be on the map, which is kind of why I want to. I
You just
still
want him
think
to
I'd
camp, don't you?
I think it'd be Danzo Jav. Well, I think you go Danzo Jav and you play in between your two gold mines mostly, and you go
Yeah.
Cattle Boom and you try to get up to Castle without really pushing on the map. The problem is that plays into Delhi's hands where they get all of the sacred sites. So it's like I'm not exactly sure what you do here if you're Recon. I think your best army comp to fight Delhi is Danzo Jav, but I think your best chance at fighting Delhi on the map is not Danzo Jav, and
Alright,
that's
hear me out.
the tricky spot, right?
Gigabrain Evolution, Recon should have walked out to the central sacred site and built a Saharan trade network.
I mean, maybe. There's a world.
It's Chinese logic, right? With Barbican, it's like why does
Right.
China get away with their greed? Because they block out the win condition for Delhi. That's why China is like I think 78% favored against Delhi with that build. But you know, it is a really weird build. I'd have to see it practice some, and I don't think anyone has practiced that one.
Yeah, I don't think for good reason too. Like, what do you mean?
I
I
feel
don't
like you
think
script
anyone's
that.
practiced this really obscure build that makes no sense at all.
I feel like you scrim that,
Alright.
and then your scrim partner accuses you of griefing, right?
Yeah, right. Like you're wasting my time. I mean, we'll see. Maybe. I mean, there's a world. Well, another game, obviously, not this game, but yeah. So
He's
just gonna
going
be
for the
opening
war
the
scouts.
scouts. Yeah. So just, I like it because it's good harassment. I think if you can outmass the Ghazi, maybe you can get a good exchange and then heal up. It kind of matches the healing of the Ghazi. It lets you ignore your gold, which is already idled.
So, one thing about this War Scout build, I would say it's in theory really, really good if your APM is high enough. If Recon's APM was double what it is, I mean, that would be insane. But, like, you know, if it was inflated by, like, an extra 100, this build that he's perceived would be kind of broken because, like, that type of player would pull away each injured, like, scout like it's nothing, right? And I've watched Recon play, and like he's more of a chill player. Like you've probably seen him stream as well. Like I call him streamer friendly. I feel like players that like have very high APMs are not streamer friendly, like viewer friendly rather, because it's hard to watch. But like he makes very good moves with a lower APM count than like I'd say StarCraft 2 pros have, right? Because they're used to the full cycling, and then they're always warmed up for the fight. It's like what I've seen Recon doing. We saw it in the game against Legalis as well. It's like it got to a stage where it was too much to micro. So he couldn't keep pulling away the injured boys and healing them up. He just started losing them. So I think if Recon wants to win this with this strategy, he does it early, not late.
Danzo coming out.
That's
so
cool.
this time, respecting the Cav on the field, just going for the obvious choice, right? The counter.
I think you transition Sofa after a delay though, right? So like you initially build scouts to pad you up with spearmen. And then when your opponent comes in with archers, you go sofas because that counters them.
So he did go for the southern pit mine, by the way. He's just trying to sneak it.
You snaked it, yeah. Houses on the front side are being threatened. The Donzo count's just not high enough to push this back. Like, it's funny, with 2 Donzos, if you walk out, those guards will kill you. A reasonable unit.
A reasonable and balanced unit. You know, we'll see. I think the secrets. I would have loved to see the warrior scouts denying the monks, the scholars on the sacred sites, right?
Yeah,
But
it's tricky.
I thought that was the
because
plan, but
the issue is like it's kind of better to kill the initial Ghazi to slow down the snowball because when you go after the scholars, if there's Ghazi nearby, they're going to ambush you anyway. And the scholars are so tanky because of piety. You have to remember that you hit for what is it, 8 damage with a warrior scout.
he doesn't have piety just yet. So, like for example, a scholar was capping the sacred site in the center of the map, and the Ghazi were on the pit mine. And I just wonder if that was a situation where, like, his warrior scouts aren't really protecting the sacred sites or denying them.
Yeah,
so
I get you.
I just wonder if that was maybe an opportunity, because, like, every second counts with the sacred sites with Delhi. You know it, right? Like every full minute of control is just so much equal. Just so much of an eco lead.
So I
being
feel like
gathered right now, right?
his focus is on stopping the critical mass of Delhi units, not the eco.
Right.
Which I kind of get, because it's like, Ghazi is scary for that reason, man. Like, with the strategy he's playing, he's banking on Ghazi not overwhelming him. I've seen Malian players lose to just the raw Ghazi count, even with Donzos, because you have to compare normal horsemen versus Ghazi. Like, Ghazi take an extra hit from a spearman to die. That doesn't sound like a lot, but when you consider spearman's attack speed is like, I think it's 1.88 or something like that. That's almost 2 seconds, right? Or was it 2.1? I think I'm thinking jabs there. It's quite high though. So like that difference in a fight essentially just allows Ghazis to drift by you. I've seen it so many times where they just walk beyond you and go for the javelins.
Yeah. Yeah, Demu's mass is just... He's keeping up. Like, we talked about this at the start, right? The whole point of the Warrior Scouts is that you have this flood of units that your opponent can't handle. And look at it. We talked about it at the start, but like, look at Delhi. Like, Delhi has just as many Ghazi as Recon has Warrior Scouts. Like, 2 difference, right? But like...
And think
That's
about the
crazy,
cost difference,
right?
Yeah.
And it's a more expensive unit that takes longer to train on paper, right? And
But doesn't because military efficiency is insane.
Yeah, the train speed, yeah. So he's just pumping his eco in, and he just has better economy right now. We'll see. I think he's only got a 300 army value advantage. So if Recon finds the right fight, it could be good. Like, he's now sniping one of those monks.
You got what you
Scholars.
wanted? The skull's like, kill them for me. I'll keep you alive for 2 seconds longer. I mean, the problem is there's just one spear there, and that sounds like something you can fight into, but you know the difference is these are attack speed buff spearmen, right? Second one also arrives, guarantees he has to back away. And that, folks, is the power of piety.
Yeah, it clicked in just at the right time there. So Recon now has to think about how to survive this push, because he sees it coming. He knows the archer and the spearman are coming, and the point of contact is going to be at the gold mine, surely, right? Unless Recon tries to fight in front, which he probably shouldn't.
He also has a blacksmith disadvantage. This is the other thing that Delhi do so well. And I think Recon, one kind of error here is he's going steel arrow instead of undermesh. He needs undermesh. Remember, these warrior scouts do not have ranged armor. that's one of the things that usually gets like overlooked, right? It's like stat-wise, yes, they're cheap, but they're cheap for a good reason.
Yeah. Wow. Okay, so Recon able to hold at his gold mine. His Danso Jav count is pretty high now. So he is transitioning it into that slower composition. We'll see if it holds against the flood, because Delhi's gonna have a timing here. I think before Castle Age, where Demu's gonna have to make a choice. Do I dive in feudal, or do I wait until Castle? Generally, players with Delhi like to dive in feudal because that clears the armies and then makes it so that you don't have an upgrade disadvantage at the start of Castle Age if both players are like generally macroing at the same time, right? So we'll see if Demu goes for that, and if he does, where does Recon hold?
Yeah, I think
but in the meantime, yeah.
The way you play this is like typically you want to be on the verge of the Malians pulling the trigger. Like you're waiting for them to just pull the resources away from military, and then you trade your army away. Like because if you dive while they're investing, that's how Delhi always lose. I've seen it so many times. Delhi's goal isn't to go into the enemy base; it's to focus sacred sites and make them come out of the base.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's why in theory should give Malians an advantage, right? Like this is a civ that is renowned for sitting in their base happily, because their whole army shoots. Not in this game, admittedly, because you know Warrior Scouts has made a funky appearance in this one. This is scary though. Like I feel like in this type of game, in Recon's position, you really want to be taking these Warrior Scouts to attack the enemy eco. But he's worried that if he does that, the main force will just dive in and kill him.
Yeah, I mean, Recon's sitting in just sitting in the middle of the map here. This is very bold positioning from him. House of Learning coming in, so Demu just gonna try and sneak in the age up, get some knights out, maybe some lancers and man at arms, maybe.
Demu seems to believe in House of Learning more than any other pro player right now. Like, I don't see it often, and of the times I see it, I feel like 50% of the games it's Demu. He has some really cool builds with it though. Like, you can play into lancers. Usually, I don't think you do it here against the Donzos. I think you're on the money with the men at arms. Like men at arms right now are completely uncounted, because when do you ever see a Malian player build Musafadi and feudal and actually feel good about it? Right? It's bad. You never want to have to do that.
I mean, the Javs have 9 damage right now, right? Like, right, because they have 8 and he has the attack upgrade. At least I think it's 8 plus the attack upgrade, right? So it should, like, he's going to be pretty solid against Delhi's units until the age up comes in, until the armor comes in, right?
Yeah, but this feels really bad. Like, Recon just realized he was bamboozled. He was expecting the gradual tech up, but I don't think he was expecting it this early.
This fast, yeah.
Yeah, and so now it's like, when you upgrade, like, half your army just doesn't feel good, right? Like, I guess the nice thing about Warrior Scouts veterancy gets them the Horseman stats. They get bonus damage versus range then. But, like, for the Men-at-Arms problem, you fundamentally have nothing.
Yeah, and it's really tricky here. Recon has not, even with this much army, like, Recon has 63 units, and he isn't able to, like, peel off anything to, like, decap or to at least pressure the sacred sites, right? So, Demu is just raking in the gold here, and you can see the techs are coming in.
It shows you the power of Delhi, though, right? Like, what were we preaching earlier? This whole idea that if your opponent techs first, you punish him. That's how good Delhi are. That Recon thought about it and was like, I don't like losing games, and just backs away entirely.
Fulani coming in.
This is big, though. Dimu might not have scaling TCs over time with Compound Defender, but he's already got 1 relic and 3 more on the way home. This is going to offset a decent chunk of what Fulani's providing.
Yeah, for sure. And Fulani's really solid right now, specifically because your opponent is probably doing a farm transition when the Fulani is giving you a farm transition essentially for free. Like, it's like a huge amount of farms, right? But Demu, like, was able to wall the right side of his base, and he grabbed a lot of the food there. Now he's moving to the left side of his base where there's deer and more berries.
Grab the 2 villages. Oh, wait, he got bamboozled in the stealth forest. He ran left instead, so I think he believes that Recon's going after additional food in the flanks. Just not the case. But notice he doesn't want to contest this. Tech up's complete. He still has to wait 30 seconds for the veterancies.
And some of, like, Demu's almost got Vet Archer. Like, it's almost in. So he's going to have it in time. Yeah, that's huge. That usually you need to fight with an advantage. That is a big Malian army, though. But is it smoke and mirrors with so many of the units being Warrior Scouts? I don't think so. They're going to get even stronger with the Veteran upgrade, right?
Yeah, when the upgrade comes in, that's when it's not smoke and mirrors. Because now it's like, it's not just a meaty front line. It actually packs a punch. And it's great for you because Dimu's army is half range.
This is going to be a big battle here. There's no siege on the field at the moment, so no splash damage. We're just going to have...
Recon should just go around right now with the War Scouts. Like, I legit think you just bail on the front side of this fight and you hit the archers. Instead, he spreads wide. He's overwhelming, though. I mean, the Donzos, they are more tanky to compensate against the Spearmen. Remember, those Spearmen also have not been upgraded. Somehow, though, Dimu managing to just will his way through that army. Archers carrying the tail end of this fight.
Incredible job by Demu in this fight. I think he really had enough frontline. There were a couple man-at-arms in there that were really sneaky. And his Spahi frontline, the Ghazi frontline was just really, really solid as well. So not really able to do it with Recon's army. The Javelins just not having enough DPS to take out that Archer mass. And like we said, a lot of those units from Recon were Warrior Scouts. They're not the strongest melee unit. They're not that great in a frontline. They kind of need to be able to poke and dodge and take continual, gradual fights. And Demu kept denying that.
If you can't win the tech conversion to veterancies, the Malians, you can't do anything. Like, that is a big advantage this Civ has. Remember, compared to other Civs that have to wait 1 minute, you get veterancies in 30 seconds. If you can't win them with that, you can't win with anything. And are you kidding me with the Wallalor? Won't quite find the villagers in the end. But it doesn't matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter, though. Like, you're just completely out of position now, and he knows it. GG, cool. Dimu already on match point. 1 away from making it to the main event.
Wow, Demu really showing his colors here. That was an incredible showing. I mean, we talked about a lot during the build up to that, how Recon, his army comp was going to be awkward. We talked about how, you know, he doesn't really want to do Danzo Jav. It's not the best, but like it might be his only option. And he kind of gravitated towards kind of a 1-1-1 of Warrior Scout, Danzo, Jav. And it seemed to just not fully pan out for him there. Like it just was not enough damage output for the front line, and he just lost everything in that fight. It was kind of close, but you could just see the army value there. Yeah, just not able to pull it off.
It's incredibly like grim the way that one plays out. It's a tough one as well. I mentioned going to that like Delia favored. You know, maybe if he scaled Sophos instead, but it's still a comp that takes a long time to get the full transition against men at arms because until you have the imported armors, you don't feel that strong. But
Hmm.
tough situation now, and we said Recon. Remember, loser gets the pick of the map. He's going to Hillendale, and I'm a little bit shocked by this. I thought he was going to go for the Abbasids.
Yeah, you said
Instead,
that.
he goes for the Byzantines. Now that isn't a bad thing, Winston, because the Ibid picked by Dimu on a more defensive map makes it harder for Lancers to do things. And another interesting detail I've been seeing, you'd think when your opponent does Camel Lancers, oh, that means you're going to do Spearmen, right? As the Byzantines, like any sane person would. I've constantly, like, I need to erase it from my brain because it's boring how often I've seen it. I've watched Byzantine players spam Varangian against Camel Lancers and win non-stop.
Interesting. Yeah, I guess we'll have to see. I mean, Recon, I think maybe just going for Biz because he believes in Biz right now, right? Maybe he's not really trusting his attention span to cover 4 lakes, right? Because we talked about that as the other option for him here is going 4 lakes and playing Japan, where he probably has a good matchup, but maybe he just doesn't want to play a game that's really stressful and just wants to focus on, okay, like, get the macro set up, get the micro going, like, play my game, right? And we'll see if Recon's able to do it here.
I think we are ready to be beckoned in earlier than the start time indicated here, which is
Mhm.
sick. I love it that we can just go back-to-back games, but this is going to be a fun one because not only are the Byzantines known for their fast castle builds, Recon has been at the forefront of some crafty new builds, most notably ones involving a lot of horsemen, longbows, and feudal pressure. So the
Mhm.
question mark for me, can he actually break the Ibids quick enough? Because I have a feeling Recon, he's going to show you the 2024 Recon, not the turtle from before, the guy who likes to hunker down. He's going to be flying out of there, which is a very bold thing to do on a map like Hillendale. But at the end of the day, if you remember a long time ago, we used to see English picked here a lot for the longbow spam, right? And they would
Mhm.
just feudal rush you and GG you out. It worked against H3 even. I think we're going to see something similar here.
Is it going to be longbows?
I think it's going to be longbows, horsemen, and all in. He's going to try to break the base
Hippo?
before the tech. Not hippo. Because if you do hippo, you don't get
You
longbows
can't
quick
get the
enough.
longbows. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
that's what I was wondering. Like horseman, right? Okay, so
yeah.
I see the plan.
He was the one that made that build viable. Right? Like everyone was doing hippodrome, but then he was like, he done the classic. There's like stables, and you can build horsemen out of those, right? So he just he kind of
Yeah.
evolved it. It was really smart, and I think ever since the system buffs, it's a sustainable comp is the idea.
Hmm. Well, we'll have to see in this game, and Recon, if he's gonna want to hold and play in this tournament, he's gonna have to find some serious wins here. He's got his back against the wall, down 0-2 in a bow 5. Man, that's rough. But
Yeah.
there's always tomorrow where there'll be a whole nother round. We have a whole nother day of qualifiers tomorrow, if you guys aren't aware. So be sure to tune in to that. There's going to be basically another whole chance. A lot of the players will be the same, except for the 4 players who are qualifying. If you don't know, we have 4 brackets, and this is just one of the brackets where the winner here will qualify, and there's 3 other players that will qualify today as well. And then tomorrow there'll be another set of 4.
Yeah. So if you guys like the idea of Dragavan clown carring someone, Gully Deckle and what he showed you earlier, he already was in the chat being gassing himself. I was like, yep, dude, I'm getting in tomorrow. I'm gonna make it. Love to see that. So if there's
Yeah,
anyone you've been like maybe phased horse archer build, you want to see it come back, it could potentially happen.
you
Just have
never
to tune
know.
in tomorrow. Yeah. It's gonna be fun. But like one quick retort about the map draft from Surfshark. We've got like 2 left after this if it starts to turn into a turnaround. Recon needs to do 4 lakes before floodplain because if he does floodplain, it's a complete gamba. Because if you pick Zone, your opponent
Mm.
either has English or Mongols, and Zone does not have a fun time with either of them right now. So we'll see which way he wants to go. But for now, we head into Hillendale. Dimu already on match point, going to the formidable forcing competitive. The Ibids that many a player has rated as pretty much OP. Recon, well, they're OP in pubs, and they've been climbing in the competitive as well. It's good old Byzantine time.
Byzantines. I love seeing them play. I feel like one thing I like about Byzantines a lot is the general flexibility and the unit diversity that you get out of them. So I'm really excited to see that today. And we'll
Huh?
see how we. Huh? You think?
What?
Oh, are you gonna say there's only one unit for
Yeah.
Byzantine?
It's
Yeah.
Varangian.
Dragons. Yeah. No, that is not true.
I mean, if you
excited.
want diversity, I do know a player that only goes cataphracts.
Wait, who?
He used to be the most prolific Mongol spammer, but ever since the cata builds, it's kind of been stocks have been falling. Phyllis Bodo. Let me check how that's going. He actually has been trying to prove that Hippodrome into System the First Heal is good. I don't want to rank shame, but I can tell you he's just outside the top 300 right now. Oh,
I see.
and I can make it better. He played last 18 days ago, and he started picking Mongols again. So moving on from that, we've got no one to raise that flag. I don't know. I think System the First Heal just needs to be buffed. It really should unlock a 6th level of Cistern.
That'd be cool.
Yeah.
That'd be very cool.
It makes sense as well, right? Like, if you think
does.
about it.
It's a
not
cistern.
beautiful. Yeah.
Right. And it was like the big cistern, right? Like it's based off of like this massive historical. It's still there, I think. This massive cistern underneath Constantinople.
Was
It's
it
really
the
cool.
first Cistern they had in the era?
Probably.
I mean, it better be, otherwise
I
it's
mean,
false
they called it
advertising.
that. I don't know if it is. The
So
winners write history or whatever. Like they could have called it whatever they wanted. They could have called it the third cistern of the hill, and we would have never known.
just demolished all the ones that came before you. No, this is where it began.
This is where it began. Yeah, right. Like that's what I mean. Like they just called it the first.
I mean, it's false advertising in game, right? Like, by the time you build it, you've got 2 Cisterns already. And also, in this situation, if
Maybe.
Recon done that, it would be a scam because he's also on a hill in Hillandale. So it's
Whoa.
Yeah, it's not the first hill, like it's the third hill.
And
Unless
there's a
you're
hill
saying
across
it-
the street too. What about
yeah,
Demu's hill?
Yeah, so is Dimu's hill first or is Recon's?
You have to count, and I don't know how to. But we abandoned the idea that this was a counting stream two series ago.
Yeah, we gave up on
'Cause-
that.
Yeah.
Can you count the amount of food Dimu's going to have in his base, though? Because something I'm thinking of here, for a Castle Age Rush, oh my god, are you as safe as a bank here? The deer on the backside, like, he could actually just use that first Desert Raider to shove those in, if he really feels like it's necessary. I don't think he needs to, though. Like, remember, he's going to have enough food with the sheep and berries for a long time. So probably harass with the Desert Raider and force a reaction out of Recon. And with these wolves going up, like, this is my issue now. Like, I felt like the goal was going to be a feudal all-in for Recon. But these wolves are going to lag him on his timing.
Yeah. We'll see. It's kind of an interesting plan from Demu to go for the walls, just really trying to be safe. But I don't know. Do you really need to against like? Do you need the walls this early? I guess.
If you don't want to build an outpost, yes.
Okay.
Right? Because like that's the logic. It's because if you build an outpost, so here's the interesting thing that makes like Byzantines have this really cool window. If you do not build double outposts with arrow slits against Byzantines, you can't gather gold. Because of the longbows, right? So
Right.
like by walling the north side and the center, he actually saves resources. Because he'd have to otherwise go arrow slits, which I think was 75 each, right? And then an outpost, which is 100. So he'd have to invest 350 resources. Not to mention the idle time. You think it's long walking out. Think about how long it is building outposts.
I like that from Demo as well. Killing the wolf here just so it doesn't have to do it with the Vil. At least hurting it.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Like, it is a bit expensive on time from the wheelbarrow perspective, right? Because you're never going to have wheelbarrow. But I think it's worth it just to give him agency. Because now he doesn't even need to worry about keeping a Desert Raider nearby to defend him.
Yeah. And the first Desert Raider's coming across the map now. We'll see what he runs into. It doesn't look like there's too many openings. The berries on the south of Recon's base could be a target, and they could get idled out a bit. But there's already a horseman on the way, so it depends on how aggressive Demu tries to be here.
Wolf still gets in the way, by the way.
Still gets in the way. Yeah, he didn't actually end up killing it, so it's like, oh, scouts just passing. They say
It just
hello
takes
to each
way
other.
too long, right? Like, you just want to try and grab as many sheep as possible here.
Yeah, sheep game.
So horseman on
Demo
the
is
way.
full walled though, right? Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah,
Unless
yeah,
there's a mistake in the hole or a hole somewhere.
So this is, I'm going to suggest something controversial. It's a Byzantine buff. I feel like Trapezoite should just be there by default.
The
then
damage against
Yeah, the
Is it-
torch
is that
damage
damage?
increase. If
the
you
torch
have no,
damage to nearby units. Yeah.
Yeah, Trapezoites is the one where if you have a scouting range, it buffs torch damage.
Yep.
Like, it'll give you a bit more diversity here. I mean, don't get me wrong, Byzantines need to be nerfed first. Like, just take a baseball bat to the knees. But afterwards, I'd like to see that change. I think it gives a like kind of quirky bit of depth there. Because now he has no way of countering walls, right? Like, it's going to be so expensive to scale Horsemen to break through. And, oh, no. That was a blunder. He's going to pull the villagers instead. That's kind of even worse, considering they're only hitting for 1 damage right now.
1 is enough. Pop.
Yeah, but, like,
Down
so
goes the Desert Raider.
you lost 1.5 Horsemen, which is 180 resources. Would you like to guess how much Dimmu paid for that?
I mean, it's his landmark, right?
Yeah, but it's like...
It's the opportunity cost of not having vills or something, right?
But the wild part is when you consider like what your opponent had to do, right? He had to build a stables
Right.
and then build a horseman as well. I guess like it's not too bad for Recon because he wants to do the strat, right? Like it was very obvious getting into this he was going to do Lombo horseman. I don't think this works on Hill and Dale.
We'll see how the pressure comes in here, because, like you said, if the wall is able to stay up and the longbows can't really get in, yeah, it's...
I love the fact he just comes like it almost just feels petty the way he comes out to repair that wall, right?
Yeah, he's like, oh, you dare do 50 damage to this wall? Well, no.
The funny
I'm not
thing is
gonna
like
let you.
I think if he double walls, he'll get a free tech up, right? And he can very efficiently double wall that area that was just torched because he's got the small choke points.
Mhm.
So Recon's doing this because he doesn't want to come home. By the way, he just wants to send everything to the enemy base. I think
Right.
the best opportunity for this to work for Recon, he needs to get blacksmiths and he needs to actually get a Cryo Siphon. Yes, I said that thing. He needs to build one of those.
Why do you say it like that? Are you not a believer in the Kyro Siphon?
I mean, I don't want to flame it, but
It's a flaming weapon.
yeah, so we should flame
It can
There we
handle
go.
a little bit of heat.
It's not looking too hot at the moment.
Hey!
Even with the buffs.
Got him!
So Rack's coming in. It's got to be Guillims. If he builds any spearmen, I think he actually kills himself here. This is going to be a tight timing, though. Like, he is up to 9 of those horsemen. Trapper is kind of weird, because it is actually somewhat worth it now, because I think it's like, what, 100 resources? And if you have 10 horsemen, you're buffing up with 25% damage. That's like 2.5 extra horsemen. And horsemen cost 120 resources each, right? So it would actually be an efficient increase in damage. But if you're not going to burn more than a wall, it kind of feels like dog crap. He's in, though.
The longbows are behind, and the gold is no outposts on the gold.
No, and this is definitely Guillims. Like, he can only go Guillims now. And the problem with this is, like, you know, Guillims trickling 1 by 1 without undermesh. This is now where I do want Recon to go for a blacksmiths. Steeled Arrow is kind of insane here.
And longbows is a lot too against Gulam even.
Well, that's why I want Steeled Arrow, right? You go 7 damage, that means 3 damage per hit goes into a Gulam. So it's like, on 2 racks, you struggle to get enough together. Also, remember, Gulams are what? I always forget. Is it 40 gold? So he can afford 4. This doesn't sound very impressive when I say it like that, does it? I think he has to snake to more gold.
Build a market. He can sell food.
That feels terrible, though.
I'm saying what he could do, not what he should do. It's tricky.
Wait, what's going on the east side of his base? Because he's got villagers out there for wood gathering, right? But I think... No, go further out the wall. Look at the wall. Yeah, so he's chopping out of his
He could
base.
just go get gold,
But
yeah.
if you look south, he's already got a mining camp there. I think he may be shift queued by mistake, because that mining camp schematic has been there a while.
Maybe he'll notice now. Maybe he just wants to wait and make sure it's safe.
He's not really noticing. Like, legit, that's a long time that mining camp schematic's been there. So your tech up's kind of false here, right? Like, you're going to get a total of 6 Guillims.
Market.
And, yeah, he's going to have to market trade.
Let's go. Market time.
Undermesh the
You said it would feel bad, but hey.
I mean, it does feel bad, right? Like, the
But
good
it
news is you have
works.
a lot of food because the deer
Yeah.
on your high ground, but it's
that's
still
also
painful.
using your food, right? So it's hurting your transitions later.
Wait, why is Recon going Limitanic?
He's afraid of camel lancers, maybe, and he isn't really able to see what's going on.
Yeah, but it's like, well, you starved your opponent's gold. So, you know, if your worries he's getting camel lancers, then you need to check the gold flanks, right? Because there's only one way he's getting enough gold for camel lancers.
And he is
The
checking the gold.
timing. Are you
And
kidding me? What? Dumu had not moved for this for over a minute. And the moment he moves, Recon is there.
That's insanity.
He needs to pull more troops. One horseman's not going to be enough here, but the
Is
goose
he
is
at
cooked. The
textiles?
game is up, right? Like, Dumu's just going to have to keep selling at the marketplace instead. And he
Yeah, he has
knows
to
that.
run. Oh, the army's coming. Oh, this is a foot race. This is a foot race.
But Wheelbarrow's there, right? So he'll get out quick enough.
Oh, and Recon's thinking he's going to be greedy and stay on it, but no, Demu is wise. I thought
This is
Recon
sick.
would go cut him off.
Like, this is actually sick from Dumu. It feels like he's making mistakes, but actually what he's doing is he's making the correct reactions to bad situations. He's up to 10 Gulems now. Like, he's getting close to the point where he can start breaking out.
Maybe. We'll see, though. Recon,
Oof,
is it
Desert Raider's
anywhere
going
near
down.
the age up? Yeah, the Desert Raider's going down. Only a little bit of damage and retaliation, but Recon's economy is so solid. He's up to 3 cisterns. Look at that 3rd cistern level. So really, really healthy eco.
You know what would really break
Plenty
the
of farm
economy?
transition.
A 4th
What?
system of the hill.
A 4th cistern of the hill?
Yeah. For attack up to now. I mean, but dude, I kind of want it to be good, but it doesn't work. The issue with system the first hill is you like have to go cataphracts for it to feel really, really good. On H2 and it's not going to make too much of a difference. Remember, that's the tech timing. Mamlu's bravery is on the way, but I think this fight is too soon.
No, he has the 2nd ranged armor upgrade.
Yeah, but he doesn't have Sultan's Mamluks, right? Like his DPS increase isn't crazy yet. It is
Yeah,
going to
but
be enough
he
to break
doesn't
out.
take damage. Like, who cares?
That's true. I
Like,
mean,
he
he
owns
breaks
now,
out, but
right?
my point is like he would completely annihilate that fight, right? But
With,
I think,
tech, yeah.
yeah, but I think
Oh.
Dumu's concern is that he wants to get
Uh-oh.
gold and get the dervish.
Uh-oh. The gold?
Uh,
the gold? The
I-
gold?
I
Notice?
think you actually don't care. Like these many horsemen, yeah, you just attack them. Ah, so smart by Dumu. No overreaction, right? Like it's 6 horsemen. They don't even have expilatores. They tickle.
And the man-at-arms are at the wall of Recon now.
Knock knock, and
Who
that
just
is
taps
it.
out. Wow.
All right. Did you guys were you guys hoping to see some new maps? Maybe a little bit of floodplain? Sorry, go to a different series. We are done.
Wow, Recon. Man, Demu really has his number. Can we just put it like that? Like,
Yep.
all 3 games seemed just so convincing. Even though it seemed like Recon had some healthy ideas and some good strategies, it just didn't feel like it worked out in any of them.
No.
Yeah,
And like that
final
fight,
game.
right? Like I think waiting for Mamluk's bravery would have made it even cleaner, but it's like
Yeah.
he doesn't care, right? At that point, he's just sitting on all these units. He's like, I just kind of want to use them. I think he also was maybe angsty that behind this, there's a chance that Recon's trying to go castle. But
Mhm.
I mean, in for a penny, in for a pound. I respect Recon for committing to the idea because if you have to tech up, then you lose anyway. But I just think this matchup, you just go castle and Varangian spam. Use the initial lombos you get for free to harass and force a reaction, but just go for castle. The tough part is the map. Hill and Dale was a really smart choice by Dumi to pick Ibids. It sounds weird because you can't Camel Lancer raid, but
Mhm.
in return, what you just saw is you don't have to defend yourself with outposts. That's a huge advantage.
Yeah, that was big. I think Demo played that really well. I think the pressure from Recon. I'm trying to wonder, should he have dove when, like, because Demu hit Castle Age
Yeah.
and had 2 Camel Riders, and Recon had like 20, like 15 horsemen and 10 longbows, and I'm kind of wondering
His
why not just
mistake-
dive, kill their
his-
food.
His mistake was earlier. He shouldn't have even done horsemen.
You think just longbows and just defend and
Longbows,
boom
no,
yourself?
longbows and Limitane. If you want to do this play, because like what you need is burn through, and also on a dive, Limitane. Once you have blacksmiths, are tankier than horsemen as well, right? Because of the shield wall. So like, it's just better because you just have more blob to get through the wall quicker, and then you just need to send 1 or 2 Limitane out to flank resources to check, which is once again more cost efficient because when you send a horseman, that's 120 resources, right? When you send a spearman, that's only 80 resources. Oh, sorry, 90 with the Limitane.
Limitane, yeah.
Yeah,
The
but-
details.
Yeah, it's all of it.
Yeah.
But also just the production speed. Limitane produce quicker than Horseman. Like all these small details kind of add up. It's still a tough one to play that way. Like I think you just have to play the map and the map is walls to safeguard a castle timing.
Yeah.
I'm surprised Recon shirked away from that because I feel like I've seen quite a few games where Byzantines can just beat Irobids with their castle age, but
Yeah.
can't take anything away from Dimmu. I mean, Team Liquid's boy turned up. He's
That was
qualified through
clean.
now to the main event of Master Realms, folks. That's right. You'll be seeing more of Dimmu in the coming weeks. Recon will have to try again tomorrow when our second qualifier kicks off. But Winston, I believe that brings us to a close. Another show successfully opened, my friend. Who are you hyped up to watch tomorrow?
Tomorrow? Okay, well, I have a soft spot for Faye because Faye streams when I want to watch streams. So Faye and like the Canadian brothers are always like reliably streaming when I want to watch. So yeah, really, really nice. Excited to see her strats again. Other than that, I don't know. Everybody. I want to see Recon make a comeback. I want to see him qualify. I really like Recon as a person and a player. So I hope he has a good showing, Yeah, that's about it for me. I don't know.
I mean, it's
Who
kind of
are you
wild.
excited for? There's so many good players in the quals,
There
right?
are.
It's a nice set.
Like, I have to check in on how the others progress, but you got like CSO, Alyona, Anatan are in there. They were all in one bracket, by the way. So only one of them got
Insane.
through.
Yeah.
You had the Killjadi, Dragavan, and Lash. You've got Core in there as well, Cat as well. The one we watched a little bit of, you mentioned Faye, Avali, Baltoon, Corvinus Zerton, all in that one as well. Like, it's actually crazy how stacked it is. And crazy to think that, in total, at the end of the weekend, there's so many names and only 8 of them are going to make it through to the main event. If you are tuning in and being like, where's Beastie? When's Beastie playing? Where's Marine Lord? All these people. Don't worry. We're going to give you some Marine Lord. We're going to show you where he is. He's actually been casting the qualifiers in French. We're going to raid through to him in a second so you can watch some more series. But a lot of players have already qualified. The top 8, in fact. You've got the Spanish bros, the Canadian bros, Beastie, Marine Lord, Louis, MT, and B are already waiting in the main event. They are now joined by Dimmu, as well as 3 more by the end of the day. But the show must go on and will continue tomorrow, where you will see Surfshark's map draft in action. Hopefully more chaotic maps coming through, fingers crossed. Because tomorrow at 15 GMT, we kick off day 2 of the Master of Realms qualifiers, where we will lock in our entire roster by the end of the day. So hopefully we'll see you all then. But for now, go enjoy some more series courtesy of Marine Lord himself. We'll see you soon.
Thank you to Surfshark and thank you everybody. Bye.